Happy Monday and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 6:02 here on the East Coast. Happy Monday. We do want to get you out the door this morning with your top stories. We're going to take a triple box look at what we are monitoring this morning and what we're going to be continuing to monitor all week long here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we have entered day 40 of the conflict in Ukraine as Russia has now invaded for 40 days. This is a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border as the refugee count has surpassed 4 million Ukrainians, nearly 10% of that country's population. Once again, as we enter day 40 of this conflict, we're taking a live now look at the White House because it's going to be a big week for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. That, of course, is the judge that President Joe Biden nominated for the Supreme Court, and Democrats today on the Senate Judiciary Committee, along with Republicans, they're going to vote to advance that Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, bringing President Biden's nominee one step closer to a confirmation vote before the full Senate. So that is going to be happening today. We'll bring you that live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And then, of course, we wanted to bring you out to Las Vegas because who doesn't love looking at Sin City this early on a Monday morning, just the day after the 2022 Grammys. And, of course, the topic of conversation even at music's biggest night. President Zelenskyy of Ukraine addressing that crowd. We'll bring you the latest from him, the latest out of Russia and Ukraine, and also the latest from our nation's capital. But our morning is actually going to begin in Sacramento, where we are monitoring a shooting that happened just yesterday. I do want to bring you out to a look at the scenes and the video coming into our newsroom of this incident yesterday that happened once again in Sacramento. 6 individuals were killed, 12 injured in a shooting very early Sunday morning, and this is video coming into our newsroom of that crime scene. What we know is on the side of your screens. We know that shots were fired into a Sacramento crowd as bars emptied early Sunday morning. Investigators believe that there were at least 2 shooters, and these suspects are still at large. At least one firearm has been recovered. Now, we're going to touch base with our Fox LA team that are going to be on the ground in Sacramento all day long today covering this story. But we do want to bring you the latest update from our Fox LA team on this story. Let's take a listen.
I mean, it's tragic. I mean, people lost their lives.
A brawl at 2 in the morning turned deadly when at least 2 shooters opened fire on a large crowd in downtown Sacramento.
Is that 18 people were hit by gunfire. 6 have died. They were all adults. There were 3 men and 3 women.
12 victims are being treated for their injuries at nearby hospitals.
It's just a real tragic moment here in Sacramento.
Community activist Barry Akias arrived at the scene at 10th and K Streets shortly after the shooting.
The morning was chaotic. As we got deeper into the morning, more family members coming and learning that unfortunately their family member didn't survive.
It's a tragedy many residents are struggling to comprehend.
So it was something irrelevant, probably something small, those stupid arguments. So they want to pull out guns and start shooting each other, not even think about the innocent people that is around.
It's sad, and I feel like something's got to be done about all these people with getting guns.
At the scene, police recovered a lot of evidence, including a gun that was used in the shooting.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg expressed heartbreak and anger over the latest mass shooting, this time affecting his community.
It is beyond time to have a sane conversation about guns in America. We have a sickness. It's a sickness in our country. It's a sickness in our culture.
President Joe Biden issued a statement that says in part, "Today, America once again mourns for another community devastated by gun violence. We continue to call on Congress to act. Ban ghost guns, require background checks for all gun sales, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines." The mayor of Sacramento couldn't agree more.
This sickness will be cured someday in this country, or we will destroy ourselves in this country.
And that was the latest update from our Fox LA team. As I promised earlier on in this show, we are going to be touching base live with them throughout the morning to get the very latest on this situation. But once again, this is video coming into our newsroom yesterday and overnight. This incident occurring on Sunday morning in the very early hours of Sunday. 6 people were killed and 12 injured just before dawn in Sacramento when multiple shooters fired amid crowds as bars and nightclubs emptied. For a bit of context, bars and nightclubs, they do close at 2 a.m. in Sacramento, which is why it is very normal to see kind of a flood of people hit the streets at that time. And that is when these suspects opened fire. Once again, 6 people killed, 12 injured. We do have a full police update to bring you as well, and this is the latest update provided by the Sacramento Police Department, where they confirmed that the suspects are still at large. They also confirmed that they have recovered at least 1 firearm and are reviewing video footage posted to social media that showed what occurred and appeared to be an altercation before the gunfire erupted, although they still are unsure exactly what transpired before those gunshots were heard. We do want to play this full police update for you on the show. Let's take a listen.
And we have received multiple videos and tips from members of the public. We are deeply grateful for that. And I want to thank the public for their assistance. I would also ask that this continue, and anyone with information about this incident contact us immediately. We have opened up City Hall as a meeting point and an information point. We also have a dedicated an investigator to be a liaison to ensure that they get as much information as we can share. What happened last night is the biggest and most recent example of what we all know. Gun violence is truly a crisis in our community and has increased not only here in Sacramento, but across the nation. This tragedy only strengthens our commitment to reducing violence in our community and finding meaningful and lasting solutions to the problem. We are working hand in hand with our community partners to focus our resources and efforts where they will have the greatest impact. I'd like to recognize some of our partners who have joined us here today and stand with us. We all understand that solving the problem of gun violence will require a community-wide effort because public safety is a shared responsibility. And with that, I would like to introduce our mayor, Mr. Mayor Darrell Steinberger.
Thank you very much, Chief Lester. In addition to all you said and what will be said in the next few moments, I hope the community at large sees the power of community behind me, which are my colleagues, my fellow elected officials, Vice Mayor Ashby, Councilmember Jennings, Councilmember Chenier, and of course Councilmember Valenzuela. But beyond that, the business leadership of our community representing the downtown area, but also the community leaders, the community-based organizations that stand with us in saying enough is enough. I want to thank the governor as well, who reached out to me directly, as well as his chief of staff. I want to thank our first responders, the police and fire personnel that were on the scene in the middle of the night, as always, walking into uncertain situations, risking their own lives. I have every confidence that Chief Lester and the hardworking men and women of the police department are going to find who was responsible for this horrific and unacceptable murder, and they are going to arrest them, and that we will bring them to justice. For that must be part, and a big part, of our community's response. But it is much more than that. The chief alluded to the unacceptable increase in gun violence. I want to remind all of you of a day not so long ago, pre-COVID, when the city went 2 years without a single homicide involving Sacramento's youth. 2 years. And now we are living in a different era. And it's not to blame what's occurring in this spike on COVID or anything else. We must all take stock and ask ourselves, what can we do different? What can we do better to not ensure this will never happen again, because that's impossible, but to do everything we can to minimize the chance that we will stand here like this on a Sunday afternoon, mourning the deaths of innocent people and mourning their families. Well, here are a couple of quick thoughts. As we have changed the trajectory of our city to invest more in young people and more in gang intervention and more in youth violence, we need to continue to do so and, in fact, elevate those investments. The summer is coming. The summer is coming. And we now have an opportunity to do everything we can to build on what we're already doing to help save lives. And then there is the issue of guns. And, of course, this is not a Sacramento issue. It's a national issue. No surprise that any city would be hit with this kind of terrible event. But here is what I know. It is beyond time to have a sane conversation about guns in America. We have a sickness. It's a sickness in our country. It's a sickness in our culture. Can't we agree that on one side of the line, firearms for hunting, for sport, even for self-defense is okay? And on the other hand, ghost guns, these guns that can be remade by parts that allow the firing of multiple rounds at a time, are absolutely unacceptable in our community and in our country. That's what has to happen here. And this sickness will be cured someday in this country, or we will destroy ourselves in this country, as we do in too many communities, on too many occasions, over too many years. We mourn the victims. We grieve for their families. But as I said this morning, thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. That's too easy. And it will be too easy to mourn for a week and then move on. We can't do that. In our city, we will take stock, and we will do everything we can on the investment side, on the public safety side, on the gun side, to protect the public. And finally, I know Michael Ald and others are here from the downtown. I want to repeat what I said this morning. I understand the apprehension of people who look at this and say, oh my God, is the downtown safe? Well, guess what? 3 major concerts this week. Incredible amount of happiness and celebration. The food scene is booming. It takes forever to get a reservation, eat at a downtown restaurant. Let us not forget that this is a downtown and a central city that we want to continue to build and to grow. We're just getting back our legs and our momentum. And I want to encourage people to come down. Come down, for a game. Come down for a concert. Come down to eat. Don't stay out till 2 in the morning. But come on down. We will stand with each other. We'll protect each other. And we will stand with our chief here as she and the department goes all out to make sure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. Councilmember Katie Valenzuela, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. As I mentioned this morning, we are heartbroken, but we are strong. And Sacramento will get past this, and we will figure out a path forward, and that is in no small part due to the heroic actions of our first responders, as the chief and mayor said, who ran towards the gunfire to help people, to try to save lives, to respond to this crisis, who are out there now and have been out there all night searching for evidence to bring the perpetrators of this horrendous crime to justice. But I also do have to recognize these community leaders behind me, a lot of whom don't get paid to do this. Because when I got the call at 2:30 in the morning, the next call I had was actually with Barry Asius from Voice of the Youth to figure out what was going on and how they could help. The 2:30 in the morning, he got out of his bed and drove down, and a lot of the folks standing behind me got out of their beds and they drove down to see how they could help the police, how they could help the community, and we can't do what we're doing today without them and their relationships and their expertise. So we are heartbroken. I said this morning that I've been in office for less than 16 months. This is by far not the first call I've gotten like this. I hope it's the last. I hope we can learn from this and take this seriously. I hope we can take our advocacy, as the mayor said, I will go wherever I need to, if it's to D.C., if it's to the state capitol, whatever we need to do to not just get the resources we need to prevent these crises from happening and negatively impacting so many communities. As shocked as we are by the scale of this incident in downtown, we can't forget North and South Sacramento. We can't forget what's been happening there for years and years. We have a lot of work to do as a city to ensure we're addressing violence at its root. And that means addressing the social and economic conditions that are leading to these crises occurring in the first place. So we are ready for the long haul. We are ready for whatever this takes. And I'm just so proud of our city team, and I'm so proud of the community standing behind me here for how we've responded to this crisis. And we will not stop until we see justice, but we will not stop then either, because justice means that this doesn't happen again, and that we don't have another horrible tragedy on our streets, and that we're able to go out and just enjoy the restaurants and do the fun things that our city has to offer. So thank you, and I believe I'm turning it back over to the chief for any questions. Oh, no, sorry, Zach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the chief and as well as Mayor Steinberg and Councilmember Valenzuela are going to take a few questions. Please answer or ask your questions in an orderly fashion, please, one at a time. I know everybody has a lot of questions. So with that, I'll take your question first.
This is for Chief Lester. You mentioned that a police camera downtown caught moments of the gunfire. Can you elaborate on any potential suspects or suspect?
We don't have that information to share right now, but like I said, that we are in the preliminary stages of this investigation, and our PIOs will certainly be available as that information becomes available, and we will share it.
And then just a quick follow-up question. Our reporter in the field says victims' bodies are still on the ground downtown. Is there a reason for that? It's almost 12 hours later.
This is a really complex and complicated scene, and there is a process, and what we want to do is make sure that this investigation is completed thoroughly and accurately, because we do want to see the perpetrators of this crime brought to justice.
Chief, you mentioned multiple shooters. Is it safe to say they were all part of the same sort of party, or are we talking about different groups that all had handguns, had their own conflicts, or whatever it was that they were getting into? And also in the downtown area, does that mean that there's multiple scenes that are being processed where shootings occur?
You can see that it's a very large scene downtown. We have multiple blocks that are actually blocked off right now while we do the investigation. But I don't have the information that you're asking as far as the suspects. But I do expect to have more information in the coming days, and we will share that.
Chief, can you say how many shooters outside?
We're talking about the youth, and then we're also talking about ghost guns. Have you confirmed that the guns or guns that were used in this were ghost guns, assault rifles? Have we confirmed that these suspected shooters were used?
No, we haven't confirmed any of that information at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to be available to answer a lot of your guys' questions. With that, we're going to conclude the Chief Lester's part of the press conference. But from here on, I'll be able to take your questions. And I'm sure the nice people up here will also be willing to answer your questions.
For Mayor Steinberg or for Mr. Alt, you mentioned Kings Games, restaurants, downtown's going to continue. Is that a sign that gun violence like this is becoming more normal in Sacramento?
We can never accept it as normal, and we never will. But we also have to live our lives and do our very best to assure people that we're doing everything we can. Look, violence is random. Violence is prevalent throughout the entire country now, but it is in fact random. And so we want to urge people to be safe, of course, but we don't want to shut down either, because that would be the wrong response.
You know, the timing of this is obviously frustrating, but keep in mind, I mean, we've invested a tremendous amount in the downtown, and we've seen over the last several months a return to office. People are coming back to work. They're coming back to events and activities. This event, while frustrating, and, you know, our hearts absolutely are with the victims and their families, we've got some incredible momentum that we cannot back away from. We've got to continue to invest in downtown. We would ask the community, Please keep coming down. You've heard that. This is an opportunity for us to reopen this city and welcome back that energy that is so successful. Communities are known by their urban centers, and we are not backing away from continuing to lean into this.
Michael, this is Graham Womack.
Hey, Graham.
You and I have talked before. Is there a possibility of putting more lighting on K Street or maybe more cameras? Like, what do you anticipate?
Absolutely. The timing is perfect. So we've worked and partnered with the city in the ARPA funding. We got resources to not only help with more lighting. By the end of this month, you're going to see the implementation of new security that's going to manage not only the JKL corridor. We've got additional lighting in Old Sacramento. We're working with law enforcement on security cameras. A lot of this stuff is challenged a little bit with supply chain, but there's absolutely an investment in the public environment and public safety that in the future really will allow us to have more capacity in that area.
We just put forward $8.1 million from our federal rescue plan dollars for exactly the purpose that Michael just described, to maximize safety, to provide better lighting, to have more outreach workers, to invest more in the ambassadors and the community leaders that are back standing behind me so that we can intervene earlier when there is a fight, so that it doesn't spill out into the kind of thing that brings us here today. And so it's $8.1 million. It's all in process. Some of it's already out, but it continues in process to elevate the security and significant additional resources for gang intervention and for youth programs. We have these pop-ups, you know, most Friday and Saturday nights throughout the community, and they're great, but they're not enough. They're not enough. We're going to need to go 2-3 levels deeper here.
Mayor, on that note,
yeah.
I noticed we've got several youth advocates,
Yeah.
community activists in the fair. Do you want to say something about you've taken a stand on asking for more funding for outreach? What does this latest shooting show that's needed in the community?
I believe this is a day of reflection, and I think, and I'm hoping that now that we see that this is an opportunity, but I also want to encourage folks to know that it is safe in Sacramento, but the safety is going to be provided by the outcomes of today. And I feel like the outcomes of today will be that we should see more support, and we're hoping that the support won't come later, but come now. So we've urged our community, we've urged our leadership to see this in a different way. I think we have. But in this moment, in this time, there was nothing that could have been done to stop what was going to end up happening. This was going to end up happening, whether there was community leaders there or even police officers in the site. Because some of these things that are happening are isolated incidents and isolated situations where certain people have issues. And unfortunately, this was a cowardly act where an issue now hurt innocent bystanders. BERRYACCIUS.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening into the latest police update live from Sacramento that happened yesterday evening. So we are replaying this for you after 6 people were killed and 12 were injured in a shooting that happened in the very early hours of Sunday morning. Once again, 6 people killed, 12 injured just before dawn. On Sunday in Sacramento, when multiple shooters fired amid crowds as bars and nightclubs emptied into the streets for the night. It is the second mass shooting in 5 weeks in California's capital city. We can confirm that 3 of those killed were women and 3 were men. We just heard from Police Chief Kathy Lester. And also on your screen right now is Sacramento's mayor. We're hearing from those city officials. This was the latest update provided yesterday on Sunday. As soon as we get an update, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And as promised, we are going to be heading live to LA, to Sacramento. Actually, our Fox LA team is going to be on the ground there. We'll be touching base with them all morning long to bring you the latest updates from this story. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest out of Russia and Ukraine. I do want to bring you out to a triple box view before we head out to let you know what we're going to be covering today. We're going to take a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border as this conflict enters day 40. We'll also give you the latest latest, a big week for Ketanji Brown Jackson, President Biden's SCOTUS nominee. We'll get you up to speed on what's going to happen today and also what we expect to happen later in the week. And we are headed back to Las Vegas. It is the day after the Grammys, and President Zelenskyy of Ukraine made an address to some of the biggest celebrities on the planet on music's biggest night last night at the event that happened right there on your screen in Las Vegas. We'll bring you that address and also his latest update to the people of Ukraine right after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 6:30 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you out the door and up to speed this morning on the latest headlines. We did just bring you the latest on that shooting in Sacramento that happened in the very early hours of Sunday morning. Another update, we are going to continue to provide you with the latest details as they come into our newsroom. We're going to shift gears now and head out live to the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we are monitoring day 40 of this invasion of Ukraine. And once again, Zelenskyy reaching out and reacting to images coming out of Ukraine, claiming, quote, "This is a genocide." This is coming as images of mass graves and civilian bodies have been discovered in various suburbs of Kyiv. The one really making headlines has been discovered in Bucha. We do have images of this that we will provide for you in just a couple of minutes. Once again, these mass graves of innocent civilians who unfortunately lost their lives during the Russian occupation of these areas. Russian forces are shifting their focus to now southern Ukraine, and we can report this morning that Odessa has been targeted. But once again, to bring you kind of up to speed, we're taking a live here look at the Polish-Ukrainian border. After 4 million refugees have fled Ukraine, that is nearly 10% of the population. And here you're seeing that little girl in her red tracksuit there with her mother. These are the images that we have been seeing for the past 5 weeks. Once again, today is day 40 of this conflict. And now that we are getting these very disturbing images into our newsroom, the West continues to call for heavier sanctions. We've heard from French President Macron, who says it's his wish to see a total block on Russian exports of coal and oil to the European Union this week. That is what he would like to see. We're also seeing various officials in the United Kingdom condemning the images that we have seen. And we do want to bring you, of course, these latest imageries with, of course, the warning, once again, that these are, viewer discretion is advised. These are very tough images to take a look at, but this is the reality of the situation on the ground at the moment. Let's take a look at these images coming into our newsroom. And this is courtesy of Maxar Technologies. Satellite images show a 45-foot-long trench on the grounds of a Ukrainian church in the town of Bucha, Ukraine, where a mass grave was earlier found. Once again, this coming into our newsroom courtesy of Maxar Technologies. All Saints were on this church of St. Andrew. That is what this church is called. And this imagery reveals the first signs of the situation on the ground. Now that Russian forces have exited these cities, we're beginning to get a glimpse at what life was like for the Ukrainians under this Russian occupation. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense released the video on April 3rd showing destruction in Bucha following the retreat of Russian forces from the area. And here is more imagery coming into our newsroom of Bucha, Ukraine. And here we're hearing from a military man. Unfortunately, that was in Ukrainian, so we did not play the volume loud for you. But this is the devastation, and this is what the situation looks like on the ground. Once again, viewer discretion is advised. This is very graphic video. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense released this footage just on Sunday showing the destruction in Bucha. And here we're seeing Ukrainian forces and Ukrainian civilians re-entering this city and surveying what used to be their home. Bucha's mayor, Anatoly Fedoruk, he has told the news agency that people have been shot in the back of the head by Russian forces. That same mayor also confirmed that an additional 280 people had been buried in mass graves. In March, Storyful verified all of this video coming into the newsroom and had also located another mass grave found in this area as well. So these are video coming into our newsroom of a suburb just outside of Kyiv that was under Russian occupation and now is not. And now we're able to really survey the damage that was done. This is more destruction that can be seen north of the Kyiv suburb. And this video was released by the Kyiv Regional Military Administration. Quote, "This is exactly what our Bucha, our Irpin looks like today. These horrible shots are the reality of Ukrainians. Hundreds were killed, infrastructure destroyed, homes damaged, some of which cannot be rebuilt." And as these images made their way around the world yesterday, yesterday was also a big night for music, and President Zelenskyy addressed music's top celebrities last night in an address at the Grammys that we do want to play for you live, raw, and unfiltered here. Let's take a listen.
The silence of ruined cities and killed people. Our children draw swooping rockets, not shooting stars. Over 400 children have been injured and 153 children died, and we'll never see them drawing. Our parents are happy to wake up in the morning in bomb shelters, but alive. Our loved ones don't know if we will be together again. The war doesn't let us choose who survives and who stays in eternal silence. Our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedo. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them, but the music will break through anyway. We defend our freedom to live, to love, to sound. On our land, we are fighting Russia, which brings horrible silence with its bombs, the dead silence. Feel the silence with your music. Feel it today to tell our story. Tell the truth about the war on your social networks, on TV. Support us in any way you can, any but not silence. And then peace will come. To all our cities, the war is destroying. Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Volnovakha, Mariupol, and others, they are legends already, but I have a dream of them living and free, like you on the Grammy stage.
A powerful message from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, last night to the Grammy crowd and really to the world. He addressed the Grammy Awards in that video, giving an emotional plea for support, not only from the people in that crowd, but once again from the West, from the world. He said, "What is more opposite to music? The silence of ruined cities and killed people." Also, a very notable statement in that address was, "Our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedos. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them." A powerful statement on music's biggest night. And after that address by President Zelenskyy, John Legend performed his song Free, featuring a Ukrainian singer and also a Ukrainian poet. So a very powerful moment last night in that event. And this comes on day 40 of this war as Russia amplifies its attacks in southern and eastern Ukraine and retreats from northern cities where it has left complete and utter devastation. We do want to touch base with our reporters who are on the ground and who have been on the ground since the very beginning of this conflict. The brutality of Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine comes into horrifying view as Ukrainian forces take back control of Kyiv and its suburbs. We did just show you the imagery coming into our newsroom from Bucha. But now Russia is targeting southern cities. We've seen them target Odessa, and a heavy attack on Mariupol continues. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul, he has the latest from Lviv, Ukraine. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
With Russian forces now pulling back from Kyiv, more and more soldiers and civilians are now returning to the region. And as they do, the horrific images from what Russian forces left behind is only intensifying. And we have to warn you, the video you're about to watch is extremely disturbing. This video is just one street in the town of Bucha, just outside the capital city. And on this one stretch of road, as many as 20 bodies lay lifeless. These are civilians, not people in uniforms. Some images capture men with their hands tied behind them, others face down or in the middle of the road on their backs. The mayor of Bucha says they've also discovered dozens and dozens of bodies piled inside a mass grave. The Russian Ministry of Defense is claiming the gruesome scene in Bucha is, quote, fake. However, Ukrainian officials say what happened in the town is evidence of widespread war crimes.
The shooter shouted, "Don't scream or I will shoot," and they turned away. Then they shot off his left leg completely with the boot. Then they shot him all over this side, the chest. And another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
We're also learning Russian forces have targeted yet another fuel depot, this time near the port city of Odessa. Black smoke and fire could be seen from afar shortly after the strike. It's a major blow to Ukrainian forces who use the port as a main base for their navy.
I was at home and it was scary because the walls were shaking. I went out and saw that there was an explosion near my home, and I saw the tank farm burning. It was a big explosion, like if an airplane crashed. I have never seen something like that.
Farther up the coast, the city of Mariupol remains cut off from the world. More than 100,000 people remain trapped and without the proper resources to stay alive. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Thank you to Jeff for that report as these horrifying images continue to pour into our newsroom. And you just saw in Jeff's piece as well. While we did hear from President Zelenskyy last night in a very short Grammys address, he did also post his latest daily update on Facebook to the people of the world, and primarily a message to the people of Ukraine. He touches on these, quote, war crimes, and he has used his harshest words to date, citing the images that are coming into his desk and that the world are seeing today as a genocide of the Ukrainian people. We want to bring you this full statement from him on Facebook right now. Let's take a listen.
Президенти зазвичай не записують таких звернень, як це. Але сьогодні я повинен сказати саме так. Сказати після того, що відкрилося в Бучі та інших наших містах, звідки вигнали окупантів. Сотні вбитих людей, закатованих, розстріляних мирних людей. Тіла на вулицях, замінована територія, заміновані навіть тіла вбитих. Повсюди наслідки мародерства. На нашій землі побувало концентроване зло, вбивці, кати, гвалтівники, мародери, які називають себе армією і які заслуговують тільки на смерть після того, що вони зробили. И я хочу, чтобы каждая мать, каждого российского солдата увидела тела убитых людей в Буче, в Ирпене, в Гостомеле. Что они сделали? Зачем их убили? Что сделал мужчина, который ехал по улице на велосипеде? Зачем пытали до смерти обычных мирных людей в обычном мирном городе? Зачем душили женщин после того, как вырывали у них из ушей серьги? Как можно было насиловать женщин и убивать их на глазах у детей? Издеваться над их телами даже после смерти? Зачем давили танками тела людей? Что сделал в вашей России украинский город Буча? Как это все стало возможным? Российские матери, даже если вы растили мародеров, то как они стали еще и палачами? Вы не могли не знать, что внутри у ваших детей. Вы не могли не заметить, что они лишены всего человеческого, нет души, нет сердца. Они убивали сознательно и с удовольствием. Я хочу, чтобы все руководители Российской Федерации увидели, как выполняются их приказы. Вот такие приказы, вот такое исполнение и солидарная ответственность за эти убийства, за эти пытки, за эти оторванные взрывами руки, которые лежат на улицах, за выстрелы в затылок связанным людям. Вот так теперь будет восприниматься российское государство. Это ваш образ. Ваша культура и человеческий облик погибли вместе с украинцами и українками, к которым ви прийшли. Я прийняв рішення про створення спеціального механізму правосуддя в Україні для розслідування та судового розгляду кожного злочину окупантів на території нашої держави. Суть цього механізму – спільна робота національних та міжнародних фахівців, слідчих, прокурорів та суддів. Цей механізм дозволить Україні та світу притягти до конкретної відповідальності осіб, які розв'язали або будь-яким чином брали участь у цій страшній війні проти українського народу та у злочинах проти наших людей. Міністерство закордонних справ, Офіс Генерального прокурора, Національна поліція, Служба безпеки України, розвідка та інші структури згідно зі своєю компетенцією повинні направити усі зусилля на те, щоб механізм запрацював негайно. Закликаю усіх наших громадян та друзів України у світі, які можуть долучитися до цієї роботи і допомогти встановленню справедливості, зробити це. Світ бачив вже багато воєнних злочинів у різні часи, на різних континентах, але настав час зробити все, щоб воєнні злочини російських військових стали останнім проявом такого зла на землі. Кожен винний у таких злочинах буде внесений у спеціальну книгу палачів, буде знайдений і покараний. Українці, українки, хочу, щоб ви це усвідомлювали. Ми вигнали ворога з території декількох областей, але під контролем російських військ ще залишаються окуповані райони інших областей. І після вигнання окупантів звідти можуть відкритися ще страшні речі, ще більше смертей і знущань. Бо така природа російських військових, які прийшли на нашу землю. Це виродки, які не вміють інакше, і такі у них були накази. Всі партнери України будуть детально проінформовані про те, що відбувалося на тимчасово окупованій території нашої держави. Воєнні злочини в Бучі та інших містах під час російської окупації будуть предметом розгляду і на Раді безпеки ООН у вівторок. Обов'язково буде і новий санкційний пакет проти Росії. Але впевнений, що цього замало. Потрібні ще висновки. Не тільки про Росію, але й про політичну поведінку, яка фактично дозволила цьому злу прийти на нашу землю. Сьогодні 14-та річниця саміту НАТО у Бухаресті. Тоді був шанс забрати Україну з сірої зони на сході Європи, з сірої зони між НАТО і Росією, сірої зони, про яку в Москві думають, що їм тут все дозволено. Навіть найстрашніші воєнні злочини за оптимістичними дипломатичними формулюваннями про те, що Україна нібито може стати членом НАТО тоді, У 2008 році була захована відмова приймати Україну в альянс. Був захований безглуздий страх деяких політиків перед Росією. Вони думали, що, відмовивши Україні, зможуть заспокоїти Росію, зможуть переконати її поважати Україну і нормально жити поруч із нами. За 14 років після того помилкового розрахунку Україна пережила революцію і 8 років війни на Донбасі. А тепер боремось за життя у найстрашнішій війні у Європі за увесь час після Другої світової війни. Я запрошую пані Меркель, пана Саркозі відвідати Бучу і побачити, до чого за 14 років призвела політика поступок Росії. Побачити на власні очі закатованих українців і українок. Хочу, щоб мене зрозуміли правильно. Ми не звинувачуємо Захід, ми не звинувачуємо нікого, окрім конкретних російських військових, які скоїли це проти наших людей. Окрім ще тих, хто віддав їм наказ. Але ми маємо право говорити про нерішучість, про те, яким був шлях до такої Бучі, до такого Гостомелю, до такого Харкова, до такого Маріуполя. У нас немає нерішучості, у якому би блоці чи поза блоком ми не були. Ми розуміємо одне – ми маємо бути сильними. 14 років тому керівник Росії в Бухаресті сказав західним лідерам, що немає такої країни, як Україна. А ми доводимо, що є така країна, була і буде. Ми не будемо ховатися за сильними світу цього. Ми не будемо нікого умовляти. По-хорошому, ми не повинні були і просити про допомогу зброєю, щоб захиститись від цього зла, яке прийшло на нашу землю. Всю необхідну зброю нам і так мали надати, без прохань. Бо і самі прекрасно усвідомлювали, яке зло прийшло і що саме воно принесло із собою. Ми бачимо, що на кону в цій війні. Ми бачимо, що ми захищаємо. Є стандарти української армії, моральні та професійні. І це не наша армія має тепер підлаштовуватись. Це багатьом іншим арміям треба повчитись у наших військових. І є стандарти українських людей. І є стандарти російських окупантів. Це добро і зло. Це Європа і чорна діра, яка хоче усе це розірвати і поглинути. Ми переможемо в цій війні, навіть якщо окремі політики так і не зможуть перемогти нерішучість, яку вони передають наступникам разом із своїми посадами. І в Бучі вже працюють усі необхідні служби, щоб повернути місто до життя, відновити подачу електрики, подачу води, відновити роботу медичних установ, відновити інфраструктуру, дати безпеку людям. Бо Росію вигнали, а Україна повертається. І повертає життя. Відвідав сьогодні у шпиталі прикордонної служби України наших прикордонників, наших героїв, поранених бійців. 8 вручив державні нагороди, також відзначив.
And that was the latest update from President Zelenskyy as images of mass graves and civilian deaths have been discovered in the suburbs of Kyiv. Most imagery coming in from Bucha. Of course, we are now taking a live look at the Ukrainian-Polish border as more than 4 million Ukrainians have fled their home. That is just under 10% of that nation's population. And this refugee crisis is one that we have been monitoring very closely since the start of this war 40 days ago. We have had reporters on the ground covering this for us since the very beginning. Alexis McAdams is in Poland with the latest on the refugees. Let's take a listen.
More than 2 million Ukrainian refugees are here in Poland, and thousands come in by the day as they see those horrific images from Bucha and Mariupol. This comes as people here in Poland are opening their hearts and opening their homes to Ukrainian refugees. Take a look here. You can see this is in Jeju, Poland. This family of 6 from Ukraine staying with a local family in southeastern Poland. That homeowner, a Polish business owner, tells us he gave that family a place to live, food and clothing, all for free. The Ukrainian refugees tell us they traveled with just a few bags, not sure where they would even stay, grateful for the support of the Polish people who've stepped up in a time of crisis.
We were very much afraid for our lives. First of all, for lives of our kids. When we were in our summer house, also we heard shelling and missiles. None of us slept this night. Trip was horrible. We were all the time afraid when there were missiles while we were standing in line.
Border crossings are still very busy, as you can see. Volunteers preparing for new waves of refugees who have finally been able to make their way out of those war zones. The EU granted Ukrainians who flee the war the right to stay and work throughout its 27 member nations for up to 3 years. They can also receive social welfare and access to housing, medical treatment, and schools. But how many more refugees can Poland take?
Well, not too many, I think, because we've already received around 2 million, and we, as the city and the region, we are just the reception point. So generally, we are not the place where they will stay permanently.
Officials here in Poland say they cannot take many more refugees because even the largest cities like Warsaw have hit their capacity. In Jeju, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. As Ukrainian President Zelenskyy continues to urge President Biden to send desperately needed jets, missiles, and other heavy weapons to help fight Russia, the White House is working to transfer Soviet-era tanks to Ukraine, and the Pentagon has approved another $300 million in military aid. Our Fox News correspondent David Spunt, he reports from Wilmington, Delaware, where President Biden spent the weekend. Let's listen to his latest report.
The president and his national security team are closely following developments that Russians may be retreating from the capital city of Kyiv and other northern suburbs of Kyiv. With news that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy and Russian President Vladimir Putin may be inching closer to a face-to-face meeting, it's not clear how or even if President Biden would get involved in such a negotiation.
The political future of Ukraine is up for Ukraine to decide, but the military future of this attack has to be pushed back, and that's why we are doing so much to back President Zelenskyy and his military.
The Pentagon is sending an additional $300 million in security assistance to Ukraine. Since the president took office last year, $2.3 billion has gone to the war-torn country. Some of the items on the list: laser-guided rocket systems, other types of artillery, and Soviet-made tanks.
And it's extremely important that we continue communicating with DOD as well as the National Security Advisor to the President to find out exactly what is being provided. The Ukrainians are asking for equipment. They need everything in their toolbox to push back against the Russians.
The president will head back to the White House on Monday, where he has a full plate of domestic issues, the unemployment rate, inflation, and of course he'll be watching the potential confirmation vote of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the next justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. In Wilmington, Delaware, traveling with the president, David Spunt, Fox News.
And thank you to David for that report. And President Biden is back at the White House, and we will be bringing you the latest on Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson and the latest vote that is expected to occur today at 10 a.m. As the Judiciary Committee is set to meet. We'll be bringing that live for you here on the show. But before we go, we do want to bring you the latest on not only the ground here and on our planet, but in space as well. The director of the Russian Space Agency says he is planning to end Russian cooperation with the International Space Station if the West doesn't lift economic sanctions. Critics say that would effectively dissolve the ISS program. Molly Line, she has the latest from Boston on how day 40 of this conflict is affecting everywhere, even space. Let's take a listen.
Russia's space director is vowing to end cooperation with the West and NASA on the International Space Station unless all sanctions against Moscow are lifted. The head of Roscosmos, Dmitry Rogozin, argued this weekend that Russia's role is vital, that only their Soyuz spacecraft can transport American, Canadian, European, and other astronauts, noting America has no such craft. He also noted Russia's role in delivering fuel, avoiding space trash, and maintaining orbit, declaring this.
So working without Russia is impossible, just like working without America. If they pull us out of this, the ISS wouldn't exist anymore.
In a social media tear on Twitter, Rogozin claimed the aim of the sanctions put in place by a collective of nations against Russia's invasion of Ukraine is to kill the Russian economy and to put Russia on its knees. Here is part of the translation. I believe that the restoration of normal relations between partners in the International Space Station and other joint projects is possible only with the complete and unconditional lifting of illegal sanctions. The recent tensions raised fears that American astronaut Mark Vande Hei may be left behind on the space station, but he and 2 cosmonauts landed safely last week in Kazakhstan. Russia may now seek to strengthen its alliance with China on all things space, but former International Space Station commander Terry Virts says this.
But that partnership is going to be very different than it was with America. We treated them as equal partners with respect. We provided them with a lot of money over the last several decades. And their relationship with China, I think, is going to be much more, master and servant kind of relationship.
NASA is aware of the recent comments made by Rogozin. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson has responded in a statement, noting sanctions continue to allow the U.S.-Russian cooperation on the space station, that the professional relationship between cosmonauts and astronauts, quote, continues for the safety and mission of all on board the ISS. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
And thank you to Molly for that latest report. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studios, 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. Happy Monday. We do want to get you out the door this morning with the nation's top stories, not only here in the United States, but really globally as well. I do want to bring you out to a triple box view of all of the stories that we are monitoring this morning. Of course, a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border as we are and have officially re-entered day 40 of this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Russia is amplifying its attacks in southern and eastern Ukraine on day 40 of this war as the refugee count surpasses 4 million, nearly 10% of that population. And we are also getting horrific imagery into our newsroom of mass graves and civilian deaths as Russian forces retreat from northern cities, and Ukrainian officials are therefore able to re-enter and see what life was like for these civilians under Russian occupation. We'll get you up to speed on all of that. We're also going to be talking about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson because it is a big week for the SCOTUS nominee. The Senate Judiciary Committee will vote today on Monday to advance the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, bringing President Biden's nominee one step closer to a confirmation that could come as soon as Thursday or Friday. We'll bring you that vote today live at 10 a.m., which would be the next step to this historic confirmation. And of course, a live look at Las Vegas just a day after the 2022 Grammys, where President Zelenskyy made an address on music's biggest night. We are going to bring you stories from each of these three boxes that you see on your screens. But our coverage this morning is going to begin in Sacramento, where we are monitoring an upsetting incident that occurred on Sunday, to say the very least. Just the latest shooting to make headlines in our nation. Shots fired into a Sacramento crowd in the very early hours of Sunday morning that killed 6 and injured 12. What we know is that these shots were fired into the crowd as bars emptied early Sunday morning around 2 a.m., which is when bars and restaurants close in Sacramento. Investigators believe that there were at least 2 shooters, so multiple shooters involved. These suspects are still at large, and at least 1 firearm has been recovered. We are going to be touching base with our Fox LA team, who are going to be on the ground in Sacramento, providing us with the latest details. But they did provide us with the latest report. Let's listen into this report.
I mean, it's tragic. I mean, people lost their lives.
A brawl at 2 in the morning turned deadly when at least 2 shooters opened fire on a large crowd in downtown Sacramento.
Is that 18 people were hit by gunfire. 6 have died. They were all adults. There were 3 men and 3 women.
12 victims are being treated for their injuries at nearby hospitals.
It's just a real tragic moment here in Sacramento.
Community activist Barry Akias arrived at the scene at 10th and K Streets shortly after the shooting.
The morning was chaotic. As we got deeper into the morning, more family members coming and learning that unfortunately their family member didn't survive.
It's a tragedy many residents are struggling to comprehend.
It's always something irrelevant, probably something small, those stupid arguments. So they want to pull out guns and start shooting each other, not even think about the innocent people that is around.
It's sad, and I feel like something's got to be done about all these people with getting guns.
At the scene, police recovered a lot of evidence, including a gun that was used in the shooting.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg expressed heartbreak and anger over the latest mass shooting, this time affecting his community.
It is beyond time to have a sane conversation about guns in America. We have a sickness. It's a sickness in our country. It's a sickness in our culture.
President Joe Biden issued a statement that says in part, "Today, America once again mourns for another community devastated by gun violence. We continue to call on Congress to act. Ban ghost guns, require background checks for all gun sales, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines." The mayor of Sacramento couldn't agree more.
This sickness will be cured someday in this country, or we will destroy ourselves in this country.
And thank you to our Fox LA team for that concise report. We're going to be linking up with them and touching base with them on the latest details coming out of Sacramento a little bit later on this morning. But once again, to recap, for those of you just joining us, shots fired into a Sacramento crowd as bars emptied early Monday morning. And everything that we know is on the side panel on your screens. Investigators believe that there were at least 2 shooters. Suspects are still at large, but as we just heard from the police chief in that piece, at least 1 firearm was recovered at the scene, in addition to quite a bit of evidence. So this investigation is, of course, still ongoing, but we can confirm that 6 people have been killed, 12 injured. 3 of those killed were women and 3 were men. Once again, that was an update provided by Police Chief Kathy Lester. The suspects are still at large, and authorities say they have once again recovered at least 1 of the firearms used in this incident. They also did confirm that they are reviewing video footage posted to social media that showed what appeared to be an altercation before the gunfire, but of course nothing confirmed as to what exactly led to this shooting. Detectives were trying to determine the sequence of events before the shooting, and officials say they, quote, don't know if that fight actually led to the shooting. A police camera did capture part of the shooting, and investigators have located hundreds of pieces of evidence at the scene. A stolen handgun was found also at the scene, but this investigation and this crime scene was described as, quote, really complex and complicated, and so we will be keeping you all up to date on this complex and complicated investigation as updates are provided to us. We do want to switch gears and get you up to speed on the other top stories that we are monitoring, and for that we'll go back out to our triple view box here. Of course, we have entered day 40 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and for those of you just joining us here this morning, Russia has amplified its attacks in southern and eastern Ukraine, and they have left various cities in the northern and western parts of the country, which has allowed Ukrainian officials to enter these regions. And what they have found is disturbing, to say the very least. After 5 weeks, Russia forces retreating out of these areas. Zelenskyy is calling for an end to these war crimes, and he has gone as far as to say what he has seen and what has been brought to his attention is a, quote, genocide. We do want to bring you these images coming into our newsroom, and this is a reminder that some of these images may be graphic, so viewer discretion is advised. Let's take a look at this satellite imagery coming into our newsroom provided by Maxar Technologies. And this shows a 45-foot-long trench on the grounds of a Ukrainian church in the town of Bucha, Ukraine, where a mass grave was earlier found. And here we are seeing this imagery. The church is called the Church of St. Andrew. And these images were provided to us by this satellite company that has provided us imagery throughout this 40-day invasion. They have provided us imagery of that 40-mile-long convoy, and now, unfortunately, they are providing imagery of massive graves. Ukrainian's Ministry of Defense released this video showing destruction in Bucha following the retreat of the Russian forces from that area. And we do have more imagery of this Ukrainian soldier who has...
Буча була окупованою росіянами приблизно місяць, аби українські військові не могли їх швидко і ефективно звідти.
Because that is very loud and obviously not in English. As soon as we do get some updates for you in English, we'll be sure to provide those for you, and I'll raise the volume back up. But once again, live, raw, unfiltered news. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. And this is imagery coming into our newsroom of Ukrainian forces re-entering the city, this suburb of Kyiv called Bucha. And once again, this was a city that was occupied by Russian forces, and now that Ukrainian officials are allowed to re-enter, what they are finding is bodies of civilians on the street, bodies of civilians in mass graves. And here, once again, all of these statements are in Ukrainian, so we're not bringing you the sound. But Bucha's mayor has told officials that an additional 280 people have been buried in mass graves. So at least 280 is his count. He also said that people had been shot in the back of the head by Russian forces. Very graphic, very devastating imagery. Here we're seeing passports. And once again, civilians and individuals who were living under the Russian occupation and didn't make it out alive are now living to tell the stories of the horrific things that they were witness to. This is more destruction in North Kyiv in the wake of Russian withdrawal. The destruction of the North Kyiv suburbs could be seen in this video released by Kyiv's Regional Military Administration on April 2nd. Quote, "This is exactly what our Bucha, our Irpin looks like today. These horrible shots are the reality of Ukrainians. Hundreds were killed, infrastructure destroyed, homes damaged, some of which cannot be rebuilt." This video is part of growing evidence that large numbers of people were killed in Bucha, that civilians were targeted, and this is the type of evidence that we will see brought forth when Russia and Vladimir Putin is investigated for war crimes. And we continue to get this type of imagery. More imagery coming into our newsroom here of the devastation. And this is happening in Mykolaiv. This is a government building that unfortunately was struck, and the death toll has risen to 36, we can confirm today. The brutality of Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine comes into horrifying view as Ukrainian forces take back control of Kyiv and its suburbs. And now Russia continued to target southern cities, Odessa, Mariupol, under severe attack. Lucky for us, we have had our reporters on the ground covering this story since the very beginning. Our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul, he has the latest from Lviv. Let's take a listen.
Russian forces now pulling back from Kyiv. More and more soldiers and civilians are now returning to the region. And as they do, the horrific images from what Russian forces left behind is only intensifying. And we have to warn you, the video you're about to watch is extremely disturbing. This video is just one street in the town of Bucha, just outside the capital city. And on this one stretch of road, as many as 20 bodies lay lifeless. These are civilians, not people in uniforms. Some images capture men with their hands tied behind them, others face down or in the middle of the road on their backs. The mayor of Bucha says they've also discovered dozens and dozens of bodies piled inside a mass grave. The Russian Ministry of Defense is claiming the gruesome scene in Bucha is, quote, fake. However, Ukrainian officials say what happened in the town is evidence of widespread war crimes.
The shooter shouted, "Don't scream or I will shoot," and they turned away. Then they shot off his left leg completely with the boot. Then they shot him all over this side, the chest. And another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
We're also learning Russian forces have targeted yet another fuel depot, this time near the port city of Odessa. Black smoke and fire could be seen from afar shortly after the strike. It's a major blow to Ukrainian forces who use the port as a main base for their navy.
I was at home and it was scary because the walls were shaking. I went out and saw that there was an explosion near my home, and I saw the tank farm burning. It was a big explosion, like if an airplane crashed. I have never seen something like that.
Farther up the coast, the city of Mariupol remains cut off from the world. More than 100,000 people remain trapped and without the proper resources to stay alive. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report. 5 weeks into this war, and more European governments are opening their doors to the stream of refugees. More than 4 million Ukrainians have fled their home. Alexis McAdams is in Poland with this story. Let's take a listen.
More than 2 million Ukrainian refugees are here in Poland, and thousands come in by the day as they see those horrific images from Bucha and Mariupol. This comes as people here in Poland are opening their hearts and opening their homes to Ukrainian refugees. Take a look here. You can see this is in Jeju, Poland. This family of 6 from Ukraine staying with a local family in southeastern Poland. That homeowner, a Polish business owner, tells us he gave that family a place to live, food and clothing, all for free. The Ukrainian refugees tell us they traveled with just a few bags, not sure where they would even stay, grateful for the support of the Polish people who've stepped up in a time of crisis.
We were very much afraid for our lives. First of all, for lives of our kids when we were in our summer house. Also, we heard shelling and missiles. None of us slept this night. Trip was horrible. We were all the time afraid when there were missiles while we were standing in line.
Border crossings are still very busy, as you can see. Volunteers preparing for new waves of refugees who have finally been able to make their way out of those war zones. The EU granted Ukrainians who flee the war the right to stay and work throughout its 27 member nations for up to 3 years. They can also receive social welfare and access to housing, medical treatment, and schools. But how many more refugees can Poland take?
Well, not too many, I think, because we've already received around 2 million. And we, as the city and the region, we are just the reception point. So generally, we are not the place where they will stay permanently.
Officials here in Poland say they cannot take many more refugees because even the largest cities like Warsaw have hit their capacity. In Jeju, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, we are headed live to Dallas, where a shooting has left 1 dead and 11 injured over the weekend. We'll get you up to date on a big week for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. And we'll also bring you President Zelensky's address to the Grammys last night. All of this coming up right after this 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you then. Hi there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are going to head live right now to Dallas, where we are monitoring a breaking news story over the weekend. Dan Godwin joins us. Dan, what is the latest on this shooting that took place on Saturday night that left 1 dead and 11 injured?
Yeah, some really extraordinary numbers, Gabriella, that have shocked a lot of people. Police are currently working to determine what were the circumstances that led up to this shooting, what were the motives. The violence, as you mentioned, left 12 people shot, including 3 juveniles, and there was 1 fatality. It all happened during what was billed as a concert and an all-day field party in southern Dallas. The shooting broke out early Sunday morning, just after midnight. Police found 28-year-old, or rather 26-year-old, Keelan Gilmore lying dead near the stage at this event. A preliminary police investigation revealed one individual fired a gun into the air, then another person fired. Reportings at the scene, there were dozens of shots fired. Just what seemed like an extraordinary number of rounds discharged. Now, some who attended the event told us that parties on this large rural site are common. We were unable to get answers on site from the event organizers about any security and screening procedures that were in place. In total, there were 11 shooting victims taken to the hospital. One is listed in critical condition, the others described as stable, and there were also a number of minor injuries suffered by people who were trampled on, just minor injuries, thankfully, when the crowd of a few thousand quickly dispersed. Gabriella?
Just a horrible story, Dan. And now, what is the latest update on the arrests? Just to confirm, no one has been arrested.
That's right. Officers are still, detectives, still trying to piece it all together, figure out what happened, interviewing lots and lots of people, hoping that from those efforts, some solid leads might come forth, and they'll be able to perhaps, track down the person or persons responsible.
And we certainly hope that does happen. Luckily for us, we'll be touching base with you not only today, but throughout the week on this story and any updates you may have for us. Dan, thank you so very much for the time. Stay safe. And we do now want to head live to Washington, D.C., to the nation's capital, where we are monitoring a massive week this week for the Biden administration, and primarily for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. The road to securing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as the nation's next Supreme Court justice is full of twists and turns. One thing it seems to lack, however, is bipartisan support. But before the full Senate can vote on whether to confirm Judge Jackson's nomination, she must pass today's Senate Judiciary Committee vote that we will bring for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox News correspondent, Jackie Ibanez, has a look at what we can expect from this morning's proceedings. Let's take a listen.
I look forward to voting for Judge Jackson.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is on her way to becoming the first black woman appointed as Supreme Court Justice in American history. But first, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee will vote Monday on whether to recommend her nomination for a full Senate vote.
She's an extraordinary legal scholar.
Judge Jackson will need a majority vote to be recommended favorably. But while some Republicans say she's qualified, the 11 on the Judiciary Committee are expected to vote against her, claiming Judge Jackson, if confirmed, will decide cases in favor of a progressive agenda, while also accusing her of being soft on crime, citing her previous record of granting lighter punishments for child sex offenders. But if the 11 Democrats tie the vote with a yes, they can file a discharge motion to hopefully secure a full Senate vote by the end of this week.
Make this a bipartisan, historic event.
Democrats in the Senate don't need Republicans to confirm Judge Jackson, provided all 50 members stick together, with Vice President Kamala Harris providing the tie-breaking vote. In addition, Republican Maine Senator Susan Collins has said she'd vote for Jackson.
I didn't always agree with the results that she came up with, but I had no doubt that she applies a very careful approach to the facts of a case when she is judging.
Political analysts suggest Republican Senators Mitt Romney and Lisa Murkowski could possibly vote yes for Judge Jackson. Democrats are aiming to confirm her by Friday. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that update. We are taking a live look at the White House. So once again, to recap, for those of you just joining us, you are hearing Gabrielle Amato here, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. The Senate Judiciary Committee will vote today to advance the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, bringing President Biden's nominee just one step closer to a historic confirmation. That, of course, will take place before the Senate. We are expecting that to take place either on Thursday or Friday, depending on how things unfold this week. But today, it's going to be the Judiciary Committee voting to continue this nomination process. Now, no Republicans on this committee are expected to vote to advance Jackson's nomination. But of course, the committee is made up of 11 Democrats and 11 Republicans, which means that it will advance to the full House, even with an 11-11 deadlock. We are expecting imagery of this historic vote to come at 10 a.m. this morning. And again, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Sticking in the nation's capital, former Alaska governor and vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin is running for office yet again. Palin has announced she's looking to fill the congressional seat that was held for almost 50 years by a late GOP Congressman, Don Young. It's Alaska's only seat in Congress. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff takes a look at Sarah Palin's latest announcement. Let's take a listen.
Sarah Palin is now among the more than 50 candidates running to fill Alaska's sole congressional seat. The filing deadline for the special election was yesterday. The former governor posted this photo from the Division of Elections after her submission, noting that public service is a calling. The seat she's vying for had been held by Republican Congressman Don Young for 49 years. He died last month. In a statement, Palin said, "I realize I have very big shoes to fill, and I plan to honor Representative Young's legacy by offering myself up in the name of service to the state he loved and fought for, because I shared that passion for Alaska and the United States of America." Palin served as mayor of Wasilla, Alaska from 1996 to 2002 before being elected governor in 2006. She most notably ran alongside late Senator John McCain in his run for president in 2008. She has remained out of politics since 2009. Palin added to her statement, though, quote, "America is at a tipping point. As I've watched the far left destroy the country, I knew I had to step up and join the fight." The primary will be held June 11th, and according to the Anchorage Daily News, the top 4 finishers will move on to the special election in August. The race is to elect who will finish out Don Young's term. A separate election will be held for the 2023 term. And Palin does have some real competition when it comes to name recognition on the crowded ballot, as a city council member is also running, and his name is Santa Claus. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Never a dull moment in U.S. politics. Santa Claus is running. Alexandria Hoff, thank you so much for that story. We're going to stick in the nation's capital because the House of Representatives has okayed a bill to decriminalize marijuana at the federal level. Our Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram, he has this report. Let's take a listen.
Well, it wasn't a joint session of Congress, but on a 220 to 204 roll call vote, the House removed marijuana from the government's list of controlled substances.
I was a supporter of the war on drugs. It's not a gateway drug.
Republicans believe Democrats are wasting their time on legislation like this as inflation and gas prices surge.
What are Democrats doing today? Legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs and using American tax dollars to kickstart and prop up the marijuana industry.
But Democrats said it was high time the government catch up with states which have legalized marijuana, including for medical purposes.
What a massive outbreak of common sense in America against the GOP's failed authoritarian war on marijuana that depends on paranoid tropes from the 1970s. It's like they saw reefer madness in middle school and never got over it.
There was talk in support from Republicans for the bill. 3 GOP yeas, 2 Democratic noes. GOP Kentucky Representative Thomas Massey wants to legalize marijuana, but says this legislation isn't how to do it.
This bill creates new federal crimes, 5 years and $10,000 for even just possessing marijuana that hasn't been taxed. if you have an intent to resell it.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Congress ignored marijuana for too long.
The fact is, it exists, it's being used. We've got to address how it is treated legally and not in a way that mistreats people on the lower income scale.
Liberals say decriminalization is necessary because the justice system is unfair when dealing with marijuana compared to cocaine.
The war on drugs disproportionately impacted Black, Latino, and minority communities, and they tore them apart with a very targeted incarceration strategy that was discriminatory geographically, racially.
The Senate must hash out the bill next, but without getting into the parliamentary weeds, the bill has to first overcome a filibuster. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. We do have good news to bring into all of your homes this morning. Gas prices are trending down. Yes, you heard that correctly. The national average price of gas is on its way down. Fox News correspondent Sal Giangrasso, he has the story that we all want to kickstart our Monday. Let's take a listen.
Slight relief for your wallet. AAA reporting the national average price for a gallon of gas is dropping, reaching $4.19 Sunday. That's down by 14 cents from the all-time high of $4.33 last month. This downward trend follows last week's record decision from the Biden administration to release 1 million gallons of crude oil per day over the next 6 months from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a move officials hope would quell Americans' pain at the pump.
I need more money for gasoline.
But for drivers paying an average of $2.87 per gallon this time last year, this decrease is hardly enough.
You need to come down substantially.
At least $1.50
a gallon
for people to feel, that it's going back to the norm.
With some economists warning the president's decision could make matters worse in the long run.
Demand for gasoline's exceeding supplies. So you artificially lower the prices, you increase demand even more.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg acknowledges the financial burden gas prices are causing families while announcing new national fuel economy requirements, stating all new vehicles sold in the U.S. will need to average 40 miles per gallon by 2026, an increase from 28 miles per gallon ordered under former President Donald Trump.
Americans buying a new vehicle will spend less on gas than they would have if we hadn't taken this step.
The White House estimates the new fuel economy rule will also prevent more than 5 trillion pounds of carbon dioxide from being released into the atmosphere by 2050. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
And we are taking a live now look at Las Vegas just a day after the 2022 Grammys took place right here in Sin City. And it did get a Russian-Ukraine twist because Volodymyr Zelenskyy, Ukraine's president, addressed music's biggest stars on music's biggest night. We're going to bring you his address and get you up to speed on the latest on day 40 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you then. Hi there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 7:36 here on the East Coast. Happy Monday. We do want to get you started with the top stories happening around the world. And right now, we're going to actually begin on stateside, and we're going to take you out to a live now look of Las Vegas, because it was a big night last night in Sin City. The 2022 Grammy Awards took place, but of course everyone's minds, everyone's hearts with the people of Ukraine as the Russian-Ukrainian conflict enters day 40 of this invasion, and Russia has amplified its attacks in southern and eastern Ukraine. And we actually heard from President Zelenskyy himself, the Ukrainian president, addressing music's biggest night, and really a room full of celebrities of the absolute highest caliber with a really emotional plea. Let's take a listen to his words last night.
What's more opposite to music? The silence of ruined cities and killed people. Our children draw swooping rockets, not shooting stars. Over 400 children have been injured and 153 children died, and we'll never see them drawing. Our parents are happy to wake up in the morning in bomb shelters, but alive. Our loved ones don't know if we will be together again. The war doesn't let us choose who survives and who stays in eternal silence. Our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedo. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them, but the music will break through anyway. We defend our freedom to live, to love, to sound. On our land, we are fighting Russia, which brings horrible silence with its bombs, the dead silence. Feel the silence with your music. Feel it today to tell our story. Tell the truth about the war on your social networks, on TV. Support us in any way you can, any but not silence. And then peace will come. To all our cities, the war is destroying. Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Volnovakha, Mariupol, and others, they are legends already, but I have a dream of them living and free, like you on the Grammy stage.
His speech, of course, met with a standing ovation and round of applause. Really powerful statements there from President Zelenskyy. He said, quote, "What is more opposite to music? The silence of ruined cities and killed people." And also a really powerful statement and powerful phrase in his statement was, quote, our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedos. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them. Support us in any way you can. Any, but not silence. Very powerful words from President Zelenskyy. After that address played at the Grammys last night, John Legend performed his song Free, featuring a Ukrainian singer and also a Ukrainian poet, both of whom fled the country amid this invasion. But once again, a powerful statement and really just goes to show just how much this conflict has impacted everyone around the world and how it continues to impact the lives of innocent civilians and innocent Ukrainians. We can confirm that Zelenskyy's reactions to images coming out of Ukraine, the latest imagery really coming out of the Bucha region, which is a suburb just outside of Kyiv, are simply horrific. He has called them a genocide. Mass graves of civilians discovered in that suburb. And Russian forces, of course, have shifted their focus to southern Ukraine. We can confirm that over the weekend, Odessa came under attack as a key oil plant was hit and struck. Loud explosions were heard in that port city where Ukraine's Navy is headquartered along the Black Sea. And reports have suggested that they were hit with a missile attack. Black smoke was also seen rising above that city, and this information does correlate with the latest reports that suggest that Russia are shifting its focus out of northern and western Ukraine and now heavily into southern and eastern portions of the region. It's 7:41 here on the East Coast, and if you are just joining us, we do want to bring you the latest imagery coming into our newsroom of what is happening on the ground in this area in Ukraine, and we can bring you this imagery now. This is satellite imagery coming into our newsroom of the mass graves that we have been speaking about all morning long. A long trench at a Ukrainian mass grave site in Bucha. This one just so happens to be next to a church. This is the Church of St. Andrew, and these images coming into our newsroom over the weekend of this 45-foot long trench on the ground as mass graves have now been uncovered in these portions of Ukraine. I do want to, before we go into our next video, lower the volume here because you are going to hear a lot of natural sound. You're going to hear a lot of reaction from people on the ground there as Ukrainian officials re-enter these areas that were previously occupied by Russia. And here we're seeing flipped cars, debris on the ground, buildings just completely destroyed. Later on in this video, you'll also see the mass graves that we speak about, so viewer discretion is advised. These are civilians who were in this city to live all of this horror, and now they live to tell the story of what exactly happened. Here on your screen, you're seeing a Ukrainian member of the military who is now re-entering these areas, and they are surveying the damage. They are trying to get individuals who need assistance to that assistance. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense releasing this video showing the destruction in Bucha following the retreat of Russian forces. Once again, viewer discretion is advised. These are very horrific images, but this is the reality on the ground. And these are the types of videos and the types of scenes that will be used to bring justice to the people of Ukraine, and also in those trials, those war crime trials that we have been speaking about so often. This is the imagery coming into President Zelensky's desk, and this is what he is calling and considering a, quote, genocide. We will shift gears here and just continue to show you the destruction of buildings, move away from the very horrific imagery of the actual individuals that lost their lives, and shift our focus to the infrastructure damage here. That just, it's all very similar. It's the same type of destruction that we're seeing from city to city. All of this happening in the suburbs surrounding Kyiv, which is of course the Ukrainian capital. Russian forces were in these areas, and they have now retreated because they are shifting their focus to southern and eastern Ukraine. But we are seeing imagery coming in from all over Ukraine. This coming in from Mykolaiv. A government building was attacked, and the death toll has risen to 36 in that area. We have had our Fox News correspondents on the ground covering this situation since the very beginning, since over 5 weeks ago as we enter day 40 here. But the brutality of Putin's war on Ukraine is really coming into horrifying view today as Ukrainian forces take back control of these suburbs. Missiles are slamming now into the southern areas of Odessa and Mariupol. Russian forces are now focused on taking control of the southern and eastern Ukrainian regions. After a series of setbacks in the north, but we're seeing the devastation really as horrific as ever. Our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul, he is on the ground from Lviv with the latest. Let's take a listen.
With Russian forces now pulling back from Kyiv, more and more soldiers and civilians are now returning to the region. And as they do, the horrific images from what Russian forces left behind is only intensifying. And we have to warn you, the video you're about to watch is extremely disturbing. This video is just one street in the town of Bucha, just outside the capital city. And on this one stretch of road, as many as 20 bodies lay lifeless. These are civilians, not people in uniforms. Some images capture men with their hands tied behind them, others face down or in the middle of the road on their backs. The mayor of Bucha says they've also discovered dozens and dozens of bodies piled inside a mass grave. The Russian Ministry of Defense is claiming the gruesome scene in Bucha is, quote, fake. However, Ukrainian officials say what happened in the town is evidence of widespread war crimes.
The shooter shouted, "Don't scream or I will shoot," and they turned away. Then they shot off his left leg completely with the boot. Then they shot him all over this side, the chest. And another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
We're also learning Russian forces have targeted yet another fuel depot, this time near the port city of Odessa. Black smoke and fire could be seen from afar shortly after the strike. It's a major blow to Ukrainian forces who use the port as a main base for their navy.
I was at home and it was scary because the walls were shaking. I went out and saw that there was an explosion near my home, and I saw the tank farm burning. It was a big explosion, like if an airplane crashed. I have never seen something like that.
Farther up the coast, the city of Mariupol remains cut off from the world. More than 100,000 people remain trapped and without the proper resources to stay alive. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report. Here we're taking another live now look at the Polish-Ukrainian border. There you're seeing a man unpacking what appears to be supplies, food. This continues to be a very active scene, as we can confirm that 4 million refugees have left Ukraine since the start of this invasion. That is roughly just under 10% of Ukraine's entire population. So we are talking about a mass exodus of people and a humanitarian crisis ensuing thus after as a result of that mass exodus. And we just heard from Jeff Paul there, a very concise report on what is happening on the ground right now. We've been hearing from President Zelenskyy daily, multiple times a day. We heard from him just moments ago in his address to the Grammys, but he actually sat down with our very own Brett Baer for an exclusive interview where he is asked about his family, about how he personally is doing. Let's take a listen to this compelling sit down.
With this, how do you believe this war ends?
Only with our victory. A victory of truth means victory of Ukraine and Ukrainians. The question is when it will end. That is a deep question. It's a painful question. Besides victory, the Ukrainian people will not accept any outcome.
What are you willing to agree to get a peace deal? For example, are you willing to trade any amount of Ukrainian territory to achieve a peace deal with Russia?
We do not trade our territory. So the question of territorial integrity and sovereignty is out of discussion. There are difficult questions regarding temporarily occupied territories. There are principal difficulties. We are ready to put off some issues off the agenda, like the Crimean issue. We are prepared to talk about having the Crimea an issue. The occupation of Crimea should be resolved in a diplomatic format, maybe like 10 years later. Globally, the issue needs to be resolved, such as the end of warfare, and then diplomacy steps in. Diplomatically, we can find a solution, because Ukraine is a peaceful, peace-loving nation. And I said this in answering to your first question. It is what matters most is to save as many lives of our people as possible. We do need guarantees of security from leading nations. And the Russian Federation understands that. We may have argument about this or that country, but among the key states, there have to be guarantors, and those can be members of NATO or those outside it. And we are talking about key players, consider key players of the world. But once again, I'm saying that we want those countries that want it join this openly. In addition to the US, Great Britain, Germany, France, Turkey. Why I named this list, this is not all of them. We would like to have China join it. We understand that Russia needs to find a place in that agreement as well, because it will be an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, so that because they are a party to this war, they are a subject of this invasion, and they need to be bound by that treaty. And I know that several different countries want to be a member of this alliance. Among the security guarantors for Ukraine, I know Israel and Ireland, etc. But for now, I only named those countries which have already said that they are prepared to be guarantors, or those who we contacted and already exchanged some early drafts of the documents about them being guaranteed.
So short of NATO, short of Article 5 protection, you're saying a group of nations provide security guarantees. Has President Biden offered the U.S. as one of those countries?
We talked with President Biden. We talk with him quite often enough. We had a conversation yesterday. We are saying that Ukraine would like to see among the leaders of those guarantors those who are joining this important peace settlement process. We would like to see the United States led by the president among those leaders. And on our part, we received a message that the United States are considering this proposition. They're considering it in a positive way. We want to see specific guarantees. What will be our future if we now make an agreement with Russia, but 2 years later they come back with another war? What will happen, not in the next 3 weeks or a week, but or a year? We want to know what will happen within the first hours of a new war. If American intelligence says that there may be an invasion starting in January, then what? Will there be prevention sanctions? Will there be pressure on those individuals who push for escalation? What will be further steps regarding weapons, regarding troops? There are many questions. And we would like to have answers, even if not much, but some specific answers.
Mr. President, what do you think Vladimir Putin wants?
Vladimir Putin wants the world and Western countries what they give to him. Then appetites usually grow. I think the president of the Russian Federation is not an exception if you look in the historical time. And many people have such appetites grow. The more you give them, the more their appetite grows in terms of territories. So those appetites keep growing. And then your surrounding keeps saying, believe me, now is the time to take this step. That surrounding usually creates some kind of information bubble around the leader. Now you live in that information environment that they created for you. When you begin to live in such a world, then you get such information, and then you try to undertake certain solutions which are terrible. Not civilized, not democratic, but some kind of authoritarian. That's how they took our Crimea, they took away our Donbas, and now they want to take more of our territory. We will not let them, because one can't do things like that. Someone has to stop it. If not us, then there'll be others after us. Europe, countries of Europe, the European Union, the former Soviet republics, and then, of course, Poland, Romania, and so on. Those are big plans. So that's what he wants. And he will get it unless he is stopped. They talk about the ambition to bring back the former Soviet countries back into the Russian Federation, saying that their territory is much bigger than what they have, and it goes way outside of today's borders of the Russian Federation. So what he wants, is his personal business. The question is about us, what we can allow him to get.
Our military experts believe that you want to build on recent successful Ukrainian counterattacks by expanding to kind of a counteroffensive phase. And that's why you're requesting all these advanced weapons like long and mid-range air defense, combat aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, counter-battery, radar, etc. Our people also believe that the Biden administration is resisting this in some way. Is that true? Are they resisting that effort?
Regarding heavy weapons, everything's very simple. If the world is ready to tell the truth to their people, if we don't have heavy weapons, how can we defend ourselves? How can we fight against one of the strongest armies in the world? Our military, our people, soldiers are stronger than the Russian Federation. But they have a lot more weapons, so these forces are not equal. And they will say, excuse me, you now have enough of what you were given, and we cannot go and die for your territory. These are serious challenges. Powerful weapons are needed to Ukrainians. Heavy weapons will give us an opportunity to talk with them at the negotiation table.
Do you believe that President Biden wants Ukraine to win, or that President Biden and his administration fear Putin's reaction if Russia loses?
I have faith that President Biden, like any true American citizen, believes and wants the truth to win. And the truth is on the side of Ukraine. I believe that they want the values that make our nations closer to win. That's freedom, that's democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to choose, freedom to choose your dignified life, work, who to live with, who to love, how many children to have. And I think that those values are close to every human being. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. I don't know if President Biden is fearing President Putin. I believe that he doesn't. I want to believe that he doesn't. because he's the leader of a big nation, a great nation. I'm holding my fist. That's our tradition. I don't know if you understand this this standard. I hold my fists or cross my fingers so that this will never happen, that any president of the United States would fear Russia, because America for us was always a symbol of democracy, and I have faith that Ukraine is also now, for Ukraine, you're also a symbol of freedom.
Did you order the attack into Russian soil, the Ukrainian helicopter attack on a Russian military depot across from Kharkiv, across the border in Russia?
I'm sorry. I do not discuss any of my orders as commander-in-chief, the leader of this state, and there are things which I only share with the military armed forces of Ukraine and when they talk with me. You need to understand that on that territory that you mentioned, you have to know they were placing their shooting systems and firing those missiles themselves. And I know in some regions, this path to Mariupol, we had made a deal with the Russian Federation to open that corridor. They went, people went, but then the Russians shot at them. And they said, no, we didn't shoot, but they controlled 140 kilometers of that road. Our forces were not there, and they shot many of those convoys, and Russians were saying, we ordered not to shoot. So, in those temporarily occupied territories, there are all kinds of things happening which do not balance. The military do looting, marauding. It's not just Russian soldiers. We know that there are some Wagner group fighters, and there are Chechnya fighters, Chechnya guards, and some Syrians, all kinds of fighters there. So what's happening there? The Russians might not even know fully what happens there. What matters for us is that you and the whole world should know that we are a country at war. We were attacked. That is what matters. That is the biggest tragedy. But honestly, it's not professional to talk about it. They occupied our territory. They attacked us. It's been this war been going on for 8 years. So whatever happens in a certain situation, it's hard for me to comment.
Well, Vladimir Putin's history, Mr. President, on ceasefires, for example, is that he uses them to rebuild his forces, advance tactically. He always breaks the ceasefire, at least in the past, by initiating military action. If, for example, Mariupol falls to the Russians, some observers believe that Putin may offer a ceasefire in order to stop your successful counteroffenses and then have time to rebuild his forces. Would you accept a ceasefire?
Regarding an actual ceasefire, I don't think that it will be real until we have reached that agreement with the leaders. Like I said, an agreement can only be made with guarantors of our security. Yes, there may be an agreement about this or that regime for ceasefire for a day or two, for instance, to collect the wounded.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. If you are just joining us, it's 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we were just listening in to an exclusive interview with President Zelenskyy. But we here on Live Now from Fox, we send you out live, raw, and unfiltered wherever live news is happening. And I can confirm that we are getting in a press conference from the mayor of Mariupol right now as we speak. We are working to get you this feed right right now into our newsroom. But this would be a very interesting press conference to listen into, because as we know, Mariupol has been the site of some devastating attacks by Russian forces. There have been multiple efforts for humanitarian corridors out of that city. Some have been successful, some have been unsuccessful. But as we enter day 40 of this war, this has been a city that has been without water, food, basic supplies for quite some time. So I do want to bring you out live, raw, and unfiltered to this press conference right now. Let's take a listen.
And from Berdyansk, there was a route, like we created this route, and now this route is working, but it's very difficult and there are interruptions. For example, there are still 15 buses waiting in Vasilievka, and they reached town of Mangush, and now we have been rescuing them because they have been arrested. And today Mrs. Vereshchuk has been personally involved in getting them out of this trouble, to get them to the territory of Ukraine controlled by central government. Now that corridor between Berdyansk and Zaporizhia, which works, although it's very difficult, but it's worked. Almost 19,000 people have been evacuated by that corridor, and now we see that those people who were able to use private cars or just to walk or to use other routes to leave the city, they left it, and now around city of Mariupol and villages there have been about 70,000 people. In the city itself there are more than 100,000 people, and we are planning evacuation, but we cannot evacuate them. So we request from the international community to join efforts for full evacuation of residents of Mariupol. Vadim, could you please tell us, we all see that those occupiers do not only block humanitarian assistance, but also take humanitarian assistance which we send there. We have seen those videos where those occupiers, those in Mariupol, hand out that wheat flour, saying that their humanitarian aid. Do you have any information about that? I personally witnessed it. We went with that humanitarian mission to the city of Mariupol, and in Berdyansk, in that occupied city of Berdyansk, enemy's troops, those occupiers and those troops from so-called Donetsk People's Republic, they stopped our trucks and unloaded partially, not everything, they didn't take everything, but they partially unloaded those trucks, and there was that situation. About a week ago, we also had that opportunity. We sent 2 trucks to the city of Berdyansk, but they were seized by Russian troops and they disappeared in some unknown direction. And then we see how those troops from so-called Kadyrov's Republic, or Chechnya, give our humanitarian aid, saying wheat flour in Ukrainian. That's terrible. Vadim, could you please tell us whether you have any information in the recent days, whether that mass-scale bombing and shelling of Mariupol continues, or that action became less intensive? Unfortunately, since the 5th day, the war has been destroying, very brutally destroying our Mariupol. They use whatever they can. Some prohibited weapons, howitzers, multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smesh, Uragan, Buratina flame guns. Then there were aircrafts, 1 aircraft, then 2, then 5. They came to our city almost like working shifts. Every 30 minutes they would drop their bombs, they would destroy our city. And unfortunately, today I have to sadly say that 90% of our infrastructure has already been destroyed. 60% of it has been directly hit with enemy's artillery or aviation, while 40% of that we will never be able to restore. And today, too, there is artillery, and there are also enemy's ships which shell Mariupol from seaside. Vadim, could you please tell us, we keep hearing information about forced deportation of Mariupol residents to either temporarily occupied territory or to the territory of Russian Federation. And we even read that many people already described how they left Russian Federation after being forcefully deported there. Do you have any information how many of such people are there? What should they do? How to leave the aggressor's territory? You understand that this is indeed deportation. This is forceful movement from Mariupol to so-called Donetsk People's Republic or to the Russian Federation. I will provide an example. In the night time, somebody comes with weapons and says, this is evacuation. Then people waiting in those shelters, people who have been staying there for 20 days, they leave it, they board, they enter cars and they go somewhere, and then they see all of that this is not Ukraine, it's Novozovsk or even Taganrog. Then they are put on board the train and they are brought somewhere deep into remote part of Russian Federation, like Tomsk or Tambov, and from there they call us and inform us that they are there. What happens after that? They can, and we already have such examples where they move from Russian Federation to Georgia, and then from Georgia they reach Ukraine. We see that this sort of filtration there on the border with Russian Federation takes like a week or 2 weeks. They're like sieving, filtering everybody who is in their hands, and they treat in a very harsh days municipal employees. For example, my neighbors, one of them worked for us in some municipal utility, the other one worked for a metallurgy plant. They were split. That from the metallurgy plant went to the Donetsk People's Republic, and the other guy has been arrested, and he cannot understand why is he there. He is kept in some farm or some place, such sort of lustration place, and they're going to, I think, to exchange those people for their people or for their military or somebody. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Good afternoon. I'm Viktor Melnikov from CGTN. Could you please tell us how many innocent civilians are still waiting to be evacuated from Mariupol? Well, according to our estimates, based on our today's understanding, there is quite a lot of people still remaining in that absolutely blocked, absolutely sieged city of Mariupol in some inhumane conditions. There is no water supply, no electricity, no heating, no communications, no medicines. 130,000 people are still there in the city of Mariupol. There are heavy battles between enemy's troops of Russian Federation and our heroic military. Our Ukrainian armed forces, the National Guard, they have been defending the perimeter of our city, and they have been hitting the enemy. It's very difficult to do it, but they stay strong and they defend our city of Mariupol. Mariupol is a Ukrainian city. It was and it is a Ukrainian city and will be a Ukrainian city. Vadim, could you please tell us, we know that many residents of Mariupol managed to get to Berdyansk. From Berdyansk, then, is there any route to Zaporizhia? Do those humanitarian corridors operate at the moment, or again, there is no opportunity to take our people from there? Yes, they do work, but it's very difficult. Before that, we were waiting for 3 days. Waiting. We have our mission every day. We send a convoy, and that mission is managed by Ms. Vereshchuk and Mr. Kirilenko, and we join those efforts. We participate in it. And 3 weeks ago, we brought together 3 missions, and they were waiting for 2 days waiting for the enemy troops to let them through. It was a big mission. 5,000 residents of Mariupol were moving to the city of Zaporizhia. There were sick people, there were wounded people, but those enemies, they don't respect anything. They kept our Ukrainians under siege. They were rotating their troops, and to avoid defeating of their troops by Ukrainian armed forces, they used our residents of Mariupol as their life shield. Vadim, could you please tell us whether there's any information like about Mariupol itself and everything to Berdyansk or maybe even to Zaporizhia losing communications? Seems that the occupiers have switched off our telecommunications and mobile communications. Previously, people had some hope when they got to Melekin or Mangush, they would contact their relatives, but now they cannot do it. Is it true? Well, Mariupol and the surrounding villages, the suburbs of Mariupol, unfortunately have no connection, no coverage. But those who have internet connection are able to speak over the internet. So sometimes we get that connection, but it has been very limited because the enemy troops make every effort to have Russian fascist propaganda working there. They disseminate it among the residents of our city, saying that like everybody left them, both the central government and the local government. We understand why they're doing this sort of propaganda. Vadim? And it makes it very difficult. It makes it more difficult to evacuate the residents of Mariupol. And it's difficult to keep them in the Ukrainian information space. Any more questions? Journalists have no questions. Vadim, I would like to ask you, maybe you have some information for those who have left Mariupol. We understand that there are thousands of such people, residents of Mariupol, who have managed to get out of that hell. You may have some information for them. Where should they get assistance? What they should do? Well, first of all, there is our City Council's information channel and Telegraph, and there is official information. There are all contacts, on contact details. We have already restored the operation of our City Council and municipality. So there is a call center, our call center working. You can call and ask some questions for the local authorities of the city of Mariupol. Their phone numbers, I want everybody to hear it, 0503451555, 0673451555. These phone numbers of our call center. We are near you. We are working, and we will be making every effort, whatever we can. Thank you very much, Vadim, for joining us. Thank you for this important information, for finding time to join us. We had Vadim Boychenko, City Mayor of City of Mariupol. Thank you for joining us. And 3:40 p.m. we'll have spokesperson of the
And we did just lose that feed of that press conference from the mayor of Mariupol. So I figured I'd bring you out live here to a look at New York City and the Statue of Liberty as the sun is rising here on the East Coast, 8:20. But we do want to recap what we just heard there from the mayor of Mariupol, and I wanted to be sure to bring you out live because Mariupol is a city that we have been hearing quite often in all of our news reports. We've had various reporters stationed, and really a large amount of the coverage that we have seen over the course of the last 40 days. A lot of attention has been on Mariupol, which is a port city in Ukraine. That has come under heavy attacks by Russian forces. The mayor of Mariupol confirming there in that press conference that 90% of their infrastructure has been destroyed. He says that 40% of it, he goes on to list quite a few numbers, but he did confirm that 40% of it has been destroyed to the point of no return. Essentially, there is no rebuilding those portions of their infrastructure makeup there. He also confirmed early on in this press conference that the city is planning evacuations. It wants to get the 100,000 civilians still in that city out. But that we cannot evacuate, he says. And that has come because of Russian attacks on humanitarian corridors. At least those are the reports coming into our newsroom on what is happening there. This is a city that has been without basic needs, food, water, electricity, since very early on in this invasion. And we just heard from the mayor painting a very dire picture, once again calling for assistance from the West, from Europe on these humanitarian corridors. And once again confirming that the situation on the ground is worsening as we enter day 40 of this invasion. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are taking a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border here as the refugee crisis continues to climb. We can confirm that the refugee count is now at 4 million as we enter day 40 of this invasion. We do want to bring you the latest interview with an expert on everything that is happening on the ground in Ukraine, Hal Kempfer, where he breaks down where we currently stand, how Russia is shifting its approach. Let's take a listen.
Kempfer. Hal, good to see you on this Friday night. My first question to you, because this was quite something that we got word of last night, that this large fire was reported at this oil storage facility in Belgorod, that's just north of the Ukrainian border. It is inside Russia, Hal. This is significant because since the war began, there have been no Ukrainian, attacks or targets inside the Russian Federation. Do you think there'll be more? What does this mean?
Andrew, I think what it means is that the Ukrainians might be taking the war to Russia in a more significant way. If you remember, when World War II happened, we did a rather audacious attack over Tokyo, which was made into a movie called 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. It really militarily didn't do a whole lot except to show our resolve and to bring it home that Japan is not off limits. Same thing here. I think what we're doing is it was two different things. What we're seeing is probably was the Ukrainians. I'm a little dubious about the cigarette smoking thing the Ukrainians put out. They're smartly not taking responsibility. They have to. The strike was on a fuel facility, and that's the Achilles heel of the Russians is logistics. Fuel, food, ammo, these are all things that are in short supply. They don't have a lot of what we would call expeditionary capability or lift capability of these things. So when they take out an ammo depot, like what happened a couple days ago, when you take out a big fuel site, like what happened last night, this has a exponential impact on the logistics capability of the Russians. So they're smart moves. They don't need the publicity value. Matter of fact, not taking responsibility and kind of letting the Russians say whatever they say, but at the same time, leaving a certain seed of doubt as to whether the Russians actually did this to themselves or accidentally did this, doesn't hurt the Ukrainian position at all.
And Hal, we just heard from President Zelenskyy. He was speaking to Fox News' Brett Baer in a wide-ranging interview. We're going to play that interview in full when you and I are done speaking. But Baer asked him about this, to which Zelenskyy replied, "I do not discuss any of my orders as commander-in-chief."
Mm-hmm. I have to tell you, I'm actually impressed with the what I would call discipline that I'm seeing from the Ukrainians in terms of what they do, what they say they're going to do, what they take responsibility for. They know what they're doing. They're very smart. The other thing, too, is I think that was probably gut-wrenching for President Zelenskyy. The announcement yesterday that, a couple of his senior generals and by inference there were others involved, too, were actually spies. They were actually operating for Russia. That must have been gut-wrenching, particularly with all the humanitarian pain, the humanitarian impact of this invasion, to find out that people at that level within your own government are working for the enemy. That's just a horrific revelation. So I imagine they're playing their cards a little closer to the vest today than they were yesterday because of that. And also they're just being much shrewder about what they say or don't say publicly.
Yeah, and Hal, I think it's, or maybe this has been forgotten by some Americans here at home, that, before this all started, there were, many pro-Russian sympathizers in high levels of the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian government, the legislature, or parliament rather, in Ukraine. So I guess me personally, I had kind of forgotten that fact, even as this is all going on.
Well, there were, I think that was something that Putin was planning on, was that there would be more sympathy within the government. And of course, their whole plan was based on they would roll in and basically have a decapitation strike and be able to take over. But that didn't work out that way. They met fierce resistance all the way around. And, having been in multiple wars, I will tell you that you tend to harden your attitude about the enemy when they're out there. You tend to be much less magnanimous when you see, when people are actually being killed, and that's happening here. And their tolerance for any ambiguity on where they stand is pretty much gone at this point. I can't imagine there's any tolerance for any sort of pro-Russian or pseudo-pro-Russian feeling within the government. They would get them out, and I'm kind of curious what eventually does happen to those generals, because if they're actual spies, international law is pretty clear on that. You know, this is the law of war. It's an interesting little paragraph they have in the Geneva Convention, which is spying is not against the law of war, but spies can be executed as a disincentive to spying. That's a heck of a disincentive, but it is out there. Yeah.
Hal, let's talk about, because we've heard so many times from Ukrainian officials, Zelenskyy himself, that there really is no going back to relations with Russia. This has really severed them forever. That is very emotional language. We'll see what happens 5, 10, 15 years from now. But let's talk about the fact, especially when that has Putin come into the conversation. Will Putin, you think, ever be let back into the community of nations? Can he be ostracized forever? And of course, regime change comes into this scenario. But, I've just been thinking about this a lot. How can Putin, at the G20, at all of these kind of world summits that happen periodically, how can leaders in the West, interact with him, be taken, a photograph with him at these summits in the near term, in the long term? I just don't see it happening.
I think you're absolutely right. I've been thinking about this. Actually, when this thing kicked off, I thought about this, and my first thought was, that's it. He's done. He's out. He will not be allowed into any. There will be no G20 in his future. No world leaders, except for maybe Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea, are really going to welcome him in and want to be seen with him. He is an absolute complete pariah, and every day he digs himself deeper with these attacks on civilian sites. The suffering, killing children, women, innocent civilians across the board. Just a complete callous disregard for the norms of, not just the norms of normal civilized behavior, but the norms of war, the law of war. And I have no doubt that he and many members of his administration and critically that chain of command, however convoluted it may be, within Ukraine going all the way up to Putin, are going to be indicted on war crimes. And I think at some point in the future, the court in The Hague is going to be very busy prosecuting them, far more busy than they were after the Balkans. I think there's just going to be a lot of things happening. So I think you're absolutely right. I think he's as a world leader, he's really done. All he can really do is intimidate. That's it. He can't really influence.
Yeah, it's just something I've been thinking about so much lately. How does he come back from this? Will he ever be welcomed in? We know, leaders in the West, France, Germany, and so many more. I've been on the phone with him multiple times. But that's different than, having bilateral summits with Putin. And so what does a Russia without Putin look like? What does a Russia with Putin 10 to 15 years from now look like? Those are questions on top of mind. Hal, let's move on. The U.S. military canceled a test of its Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. Earlier, it had initially said it was only going to delay the test. This was a bid to lower the rhetoric, to lower tensions about the nuclear threat force posture. What does this mean? What is your assessment of where kind of everyone's talk about the nuclear threat is right now? Has it kind of abated in your eyes?
I think it's still right there. And I think what you're seeing with this cancellation is just don't do anything that could be misinterpreted. The problem with these, with our systems and their systems is we pick up, obviously, and so do they, we pick up when missiles have been launched. In fact, that's a Cold War legacy, if you will. We've been able to do that for a long time. And so we just don't want to be launching missiles that could be misinterpreted. Also, I think if we let's just say our confidence in the command and control communications and computers of the Russians is probably at a pretty low ebb right now. So if there was ever any doubt that they would be able to get it right. Doubt that they might mistake a test as the actual real thing. I think that's been highlighted by their failures across the board militarily, with everything dealing with Ukraine, from planning to preparation. Not to mention this, they're just, horrible execution. That I think there's just doubt. I think there's just doubt in the Russian military and all their services and all their command and control functions at every level. So I think that's a smart move.
Let's talk about a major power that has kind of been on the sidelines of all of this, tangentially, China. The Times of London had a report today, an exclusive, that China staged a huge cyber attack on Ukraine's military and nuclear facilities in the lead up to Russia's invasion there. That was according to intelligence memos obtained by the Times. What are we to make of this? Because from what everyone had known, China was being told since the invasion began, do not help Russia militarily, do not help Russia financially, per a request by the Russian Federation. But hearing this today, it doesn't seem like China's going to heed those warnings.
Andrew, you and I have talked about this before, and this has been an age-old discussion. Is a cyber attack an act of war? Lawyers have gone back and forth on this. Generals have gone back and forth on this. There's a lot of philosophical debate. Is cyber within the realm of war? Now, within the doctrine of China,
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Monday, April 4th, and of course, we are getting you all up to speed with the latest developments as the Russian invasion into Ukraine has entered day 40. This is the latest interview from our very own Andrew Kraft, speaking with former counterintelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He has literally joined our broadcast every single day since this invasion began. So we wanted to bring you that conversation here this morning if you are just getting up to speed on all of the developments. However, we are all about the live, raw, and unfiltered. And as we continue on with some more top stories that we are following, I do want to head out live to Atlanta, Georgia right now. That is where we've got Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens delivering his first State of the City address. He is speaking at the Georgia World Congress Center and is expected to discuss a variety of different topics that are affecting the city. Specifically, the main topic on the agenda is crime. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Now, before we get started, I am sure you saw the smart city kiosks in the lobby as you came in. These interactive kiosks by Ike Smart City will be installed on sidewalks throughout the entire city to assist residents and visitors as they look for restaurants and businesses, navigate using MARTA, find resources for the unsheltered, help them do job searches, or simply to take photos like some of y'all did out there earlier today. They do so much, even have Wi-Fi. These kiosks will convey information in many different languages. And the best part about it is they come at no cost to the city. These last 3 months have been busy. But before I tell you all about what we've been up to, I'd like to take a moment to recognize some of the people who serve this great city with me. Council President Doug Shipman, the members of the Atlanta City Council, and our municipal judges. Will you please stand so we can recognize each and every one of you? Please stand. And I have an awesome transition team whom I've enjoyed getting to know and working with over these past several weeks. At this time, I want to ask our co-chairs, Howard Franklin and Sharon Gay, our honorary co-chairs, Dr. Brian Blake, Dr. Raphael Bostic, Dr. Lisa Herring, and Wendy Stewart, to all, please stand. And all members of the transition team, please stand, all of you. Thank you. Thank you all. Our 53rd mayor, Sam Massell, was also a member of my transition team. Sadly, as we all know, we lost Mayor Massell just 3 weeks ago. but I was honored to know him and to seek his counsel. I am certain that his spirit will be with us as we do our work to keep our city moving forward. And I'm glad because he leaves big shoes to fill. So thank you for honoring Sam Massell as we all have done. I'd also like to recognize members of my senior leadership team, my senior advisor, Courtney English, Chief Operating Officer, Lisa Gordon, and Chief of Staff, Odie Donald II. Well, all of my cabinet members, the entire cabinet, all please stand. All the members of my cabinet. Thank you. We will be in lockstep over the next 4 years to do the work of our city. And I want to thank you for all you do to support this administration. Last month, we celebrated the 90th birthday of former Mayor Andrew Young. Thank you, Ambassador Young, for, we can clap for that. 90 years on this same stage, actually. Thank you, Ambassador Young, for being an example for a young child coming of age in Adamsville who aspired to be the mayor of this city. I knew that because of you and Mayor Maynard Jackson, my dream was possible. Ambassador Young, please wave so that the people of Atlanta can see you, and thank you for putting this city on the international stage. Thank you, Ambassador Young. Mayor Bottoms, you led our city through some pretty dark times, and you did it with tenacity and grace. Thank you. Thank you, yes. Thank you for passing the torch and for all of your support during my first days in office. I value your friendship, and I am just thankful for your leadership. Please give Mayor Bottoms a round of applause and thank her for her leadership. Now, of course, everyone knows I stand here in part today because of the belief of my mentor and friend, Mayor Shirley Franklin. Mayor Franklin, these are good people to applaud, y'all. Mayor Franklin, our relationship began, of course, through the relationship I had with your son, my dear friend Cabral. But our relationship has grown over the years, and I just want to publicly thank you for your continued guidance and your continued support. Everybody give Mayor Shirley Franklin a round of applause. And to all of the elected officials, past and present, I stand on your shoulders, and I am so very grateful for the path you each have paved and for the partnerships I enjoy with you today. If you're an elected official, please stand and be recognized by this crowd. Elected officials from all branches of government. I see county commissioners, state leaders, school board members. Thank you all. And finally, last but not least, to my family, my mom, Sylvia, my sister, Mia, my beautiful daughter, Bailey, and to my friends, of course, Nikki and Larry and all of my friends. Thank you for your love and support, which allows me to show up every day, ready to serve my hometown with boundless energy and steadfast commitment. I know that as long as you're in my corner, everything is always going to be all right. Give my family a round of applause, y'all, for putting up with me all this time. So it's been a tough couple of years for all of us, but thankfully, it looks like we are beginning to get to the other side of this pandemic. I want to begin today by saying a big thank you, a huge thank you to our frontline employees, literally thousands of men and women who have kept our city running through it all. Let's give our frontline employees a round of applause. Thank you. When I first took office, the City of Atlanta services, like in so many cities, were experiencing the worst of the pandemic. We had hundreds of workers out with COVID-19. 3 sanitation services were down, and Atlanta City Hall was not open fully to the public for business. But our public works, our watershed, our transportation, and our public safety departments stayed the course. To meet the moment, we hired contractors, raised our vaccination rates, and outsourced services where it made sense. And I am proud to report today that City Hall is open. We've lifted the indoor mask mandate. All of our city services are up and running again, and we are determined to keep our city safe and clean. Atlanta has always been and remains resilient and strong. That is why I am here today to tell you that the state of our city is strong. We are and will continue to be one city with one bright future. Just after I was sworn in some 90 plus days ago, I made the decision to put the city into overdrive. I have spent the past 3 months listening to constituents and stakeholders, business owners and residents, and one thing is consistent. People love this city. But the need to supercharge some of our services was apparent. So to make an immediate impact, we launched Phase 0 of Operation Clean Sweep. I challenged members of my leadership team to join me in picking up garbage and debris in neighborhoods from the north side to the south side and places all in between. We are showing residents that a beautiful Atlanta starts with its leadership. We did it together. We are also, we can clap for leadership working on the city streets. Now, one thing you guys are gonna love is we are relaunching the Pothole Posse. Go on and clap. Yeah. Don't leave yet. That's just part of the good news today. Our ATL DOT teams will be out around the city with a goal of filling 30 potholes a day. I know I should get a little bit of a round of applause for that. The Pothole Posse. Somebody up front is blushing. Mayor Franklin. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredible opportunity to do even more. In May, voters have an opportunity to support the extension of the Transportation Special Option Sales Tax. We're calling it T-SPLOST 2.0. With a $3 billion transportation need over the next 20 years, passing T-SPLOST 2.0 would set the foundation to get us there. 100% of the money raised through this special tax will go towards repairing our sidewalks, our bridges, and our roadways. And then there's the public improvement bond, also our infrastructure bond. That effort will yield more than $400 million for capital projects, including 3 new or renovated fire stations, our public safety training facility, our Center for Diversion Services, and other buildings and equipment used for public safety. Additional funding will go towards our greenway system, including parks and playground improvements, bicycle and transit lanes, and safety lighting for roads, sidewalks, pathways, and trails. Taken together, that's $750 million towards improvements across this city. Now that's what I call supercharging our city services. But to make this happen, we need everyone's support. As we emerged from this pandemic, we have a renewed appreciation for the outdoors. I'm talking about clean and green spaces where citizens can come together safely. That is why in February, I was pleased to announce my new Green Space Advisory Council. The 13 partner organizations on this council will advise our administration on a number of issues like equitable investments in green space across the city, land acquisitions for parks and green space, park safety and the protection of nature, and Atlanta city design. We have one of the most beautiful cities in all of the nation, and we want to keep it that way. I believe that everyone, regardless of zip code, deserves to enjoy quality green space close to home. So I was pleased when Park Pride announced a $2.3 million grant to fund capital improvements in local parks across the city. Nearly $750,000 will be matched by the philanthropic sector to benefit low-income communities. Now that is equity in action. Thank you, Park Pride. And thank you to Park Pride's Executive Director, Michael Halicki, for your commitment and leadership. Now, I was born and raised in Atlanta and have heard time and again how great our city would be if we just had a natural body of water. Haven't y'all heard that? Atlanta would be good if y'all had some water. All right. Well, I know y'all heard it too. Well, thanks to the work of my good friend, Councilman Dustin Hillis, as well as our partners at the Conservation Fund, Park Pride, the Trust for Public Land, and Riverwalk Atlanta, we are taking the city to the river. I am pleased to announce that the Department of Parks and Recreation and Watershed Management recently announced the acquisition of 9 acres of land to develop our first ever park that will have direct access to the Chattahoochee River. That's awesome. Together, we are moving Atlanta forward. Did you hear me say together? Together. Together, we're moving Atlanta forward. Be prepared to hear that a lot, because together, we are going to get this job done. Together is how Atlanta has always moved forward. But a few months ago, that unity was threatened by an effort to de-annex a part of our city. Thankfully, the move to carve out a portion of our city is off the table for now. And if I have it my way, it will remain that way forever. I am grateful to our friends under the Gold Dome for agreeing with me that we will be one city with one bright future. So thank you. Thank you to that leadership. And thank you, he was sitting here earlier, Lieutenant Governor Duncan, Speaker Ralston, and our entire Atlanta delegation for giving us the runway we need so our Buckhead residents and all Atlanta residents feel safe in their neighborhoods, but also feel heard by City Hall. Thank you all for putting in the work on this effort to keep Atlanta together. Yeah, one Atlanta. During my first 2 weeks in office, I was happy to join our police and city council to unveil our new Atlanta Police Precinct in Buckhead Village, located in the heart of Zone 2. Thanks to Cousins Properties, this will be a home for APD for at least the next 10 years, and construction is already underway. Thanks to the Buckhead Coalition and the Buckhead CID, who contributed $150,000 to build out the space, we will increase APD's presence in this area quickly by staffing the precinct with at least 12 officers by this summer. Thank you again to these great partners for helping to bring this new precinct online this year. Thank you all. You have heard me say that I plan to take a balanced approach to safety and justice. That starts by addressing some of the low-hanging fruit, like making sure our communities are well lit to help deter deadly accidents and incidents of crime. Today, our Light Up the Night campaign is well underway. Already, nearly half of the 10,000 lights that are a part of this effort have been installed. And thanks to our partners at Georgia Power, by the end of this project, we will have 60,000 working lights across this city. Thank you. Thank you, Georgia Power and Atlanta DOT. Additionally, I am excited to announce the establishment of a nightlife division within the mayor's office. This division will address establishments that have a history of high crime in and around them. They will host quarterly trainings to educate businesses on de-escalating violent altercations, security training, and first aid and emergency response. Nightlife is a significant part of who we are as a city, but bad operators and bad patrons will be kept in line. And now I'm also mindful that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department have been on the front lines of public safety issues for years, which is why we need to ensure that they are well-staffed and well-trained in de-escalation techniques and racial sensitivity. We're on track to bring on 250 officers within this calendar year. You see, recruitment efforts are yielding more applications, and for the first time ever, APD partnered with Lenox Square Mall to host a recruitment event there. So things are moving forward on our recruitment fund. And just so you know, we have one of the best police forces in the nation. Yeah, we can clap for that. The Atlanta Police Department has closed 72% of the city's homicide cases by arrest to date. That is considerably above the national rate of just 54%. So Atlanta Police Department, you're doing a good job in that. Thank you. We are using the Phoenix Air Unit, that's APD's helicopter unit, to track down car thieves from the air. And through our new initiative called Connect ATL, residents and businesses like yours can voluntarily partner with APD to connect their security cameras to our video integration system so police have eyes where they need them. Please sign up for Connect ATL. Now, just last week, in a partnership with Fulton County, APD, Atlanta Police Foundation, and our federal partners, we launched a repeat offenders unit to put habitual offenders on notice.
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. It is Monday, April 4th. We are slowly approaching the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour, and we've got the newest Atlanta mayor, Andre Dickens, up early this morning, delivering his first State of the City address. We are all about live, raw, and unfiltered, and bringing you press conferences and remarks like these almost in their entirety when we can. He is currently speaking at the Georgia World Congress Center and discussing a variety of different topics affecting the city. Now, crime will be a big focus, with the mayor promising to do what he can to stop the unprecedented violence that we've seen across Atlanta. Last week, Dickens and the Atlanta Police Department actually discussed a new unit aimed at keeping repeat offenders from cycling through the criminal justice system. According to him, 30% of the suspects arrested by the Atlanta Police Department each week are men and women who have already been convicted of at least 3 felonies. So wanted to bring you some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox, but we are monitoring several stories here on this Monday morning to start off your week. So some of you are going to see a quick break, and at the top of the hour, we will get you all up to speed on what we've got going on today. Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is April 4th, and my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we continue to bring you live, raw, unfiltered news, live reports. We've got a couple coming up for you here, and we'll also have some live events and feeds coming our way in just a little bit. If you were joining us before that quick break, we were live in Atlanta, Georgia, where the mayor was giving his first State of the City address. So we did want to bring you just a little bit of that. That is going to be a long address, so we will likely weave in and out of that, but we have reached past the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour, so I did want to give you the latest information on all of the top stories that we are following here this morning. Now, as you could see, we've got some video here from the scene. It was breaking news that we followed here for you yesterday on Live Now from Fox. An urgent manhunt still underway for the Sacramento shooters in California responsible for killing 6 and injuring at least a dozen more in a downtown mass shooting. It happened early yesterday morning, shortly after 2 a.m. in the entertainment district in the city. That's where multiple bars and restaurants are located, and it's just a block away from the state capitol. Police say there was a fight moments before the gunfire began. There's actually some video from the scene moments before shots were heard being fired. So actually be sure to stick around with us. We are going to have a live report from the scene this morning with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team as they bring us the very latest on that situation here. We also do have a very tragic and similar situation going on in Dallas, Texas. This is video from that scene. At least one person was killed and 11 others hurt in a shooting at a rap concert in Dallas. This also happened early yesterday morning. So at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to be heading out live to Dallas, Texas to touch base with our Fox 4 team on this situation. Meanwhile, it is a big day for Ketanji Brown Jackson. Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee are going to vote today to advance the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, bringing President Biden's nominee one step closer to a confirmation vote before the full Senate. Now, we should be getting live feeds of this starting around 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered of those conversations and that vote. Also today, we do have a development on a story we've been following for years at this point. Jury selection beginning in the penalty phase for school shooter Nicholas Cruz. Now, Cruz has already pleaded guilty to the killings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back in February of 2018, meaning that the jury will only decide if he receives a death sentence or life without parole. So we are working with our teams in Florida to see if we will be getting feeds from this jury selection process, maybe some remarks from the judge. So if and when we do, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we are also continuing the latest developments from the ground in Ukraine. Gruesome images from the country showing the extent of Russian atrocities against civilians. And it all comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressed the audience at the Grammys last night. Now, Ukrainian officials said bodies of at least 400 civilians were found in towns around the capital of Kyiv that were recaptured by Russian forces. And this invasion has now entered day 40. It's killed thousands of people and forced more than 4 million Ukrainians to flee the country. So we're going to be bringing you some more video, some really heartbreaking images coming out from the ground in Ukraine. Viewer discretion is advised. This video is actually of mass grave sites out there in Ukraine. So definitely a very sad story to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we are just moments away from a live report with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team on that Sacramento mass shooting that killed 6 people, I do want to bring you the latest update that we got from police as we approach that live report. We did get that update last night, so for some of you that missed it, let's listen in here for just a minute on Live Now from Fox.
Hey guys, yeah, sorry. And tips from members of the public. We are deeply grateful for that, and I want to thank the public for their assistance. I would also ask that this continue, and anyone with information about this incident contact us immediately. We have opened up City Hall as a meeting point and an information point. We also have a dedicated an investigator to be a liaison to ensure that they get as much information as we can share. What happened last night is the biggest and most recent example of what we all know. Gun violence is truly a crisis in our community and has increased not only here in Sacramento, but across the nation. This tragedy only strengthens our commitment to reducing violence in our community and finding meaningful and lasting solutions to the problem. We are working hand in hand with our community partners to focus our resources and efforts where they will have the greatest impact. I'd like to recognize some of our partners who have joined us here today and stand with us. We all understand that solving the problem of gun violence will require a community-wide effort because public safety is a shared responsibility. And with that, I would like to introduce our mayor, Mr. Mayor Darrell Steinberger.
Thank you very much, Chief Lester. In addition to all you said and what will be said in the next few moments, I hope the community at large sees the power of community behind me, which are my colleagues, my fellow elected officials, Vice Mayor Ashby, Councilmember Jennings, Councilmember Chenier, and of course, Councilmember Valenzuela. But beyond that, the business leadership of our community representing the downtown area, but also the community leaders, the community-based organizations that stand with us in saying enough is enough. I want to thank the governor as well, who reached out to me directly, as well as his chief of staff. I want to thank our first responders, the police and fire personnel that were on the scene in the middle of the night, as always, walking into uncertain situations, risking their own lives. I have every confidence that Chief Lester and the hardworking men and women of the police department are going to find who was responsible for this horrific and unacceptable murder, and they are going to arrest them, and that we will bring them to justice. For that must be part, and a big part, of our community's response. But it is much more than that. The chief alluded to the unacceptable increase in gun violence. I want to remind all of you of a day not so long ago, pre-COVID, when the city went 2 years without a single homicide involving Sacramento's youth. 2 years. And now we are living in a different era. And it's not to blame what's occurring in this spike on COVID or anything else. We must all take stock and ask ourselves, what can we do different? What can we do better to not ensure this will never happen again, because that's impossible, but to do everything we can to minimize the chance that we will stand here like this on a Sunday afternoon, mourning the deaths of innocent people and mourning their families. Well, here are a couple of quick thoughts. As we have changed the trajectory of our city to invest more in young people and more in gang intervention and more in youth violence, we need to continue to do so and, in fact, elevate those investments. The summer is coming. The summer is coming. And we now have an opportunity to do everything we can to build on what we're already doing to help save lives. And then there is the issue of guns. And of course, this is not a Sacramento issue. It's a national issue. No surprise that any city would be hit with this kind of terrible event. But here is what I know. It is beyond time to have a sane conversation about guns in America. We have a sickness. It's a sickness in our country. It's a sickness in our culture. Can't we agree that on one side of the line, firearms for hunting, for sport, even for self-defense is okay? And on the other hand, ghost guns, these guns that can be remade by parts that allow the firing of multiple rounds at a time, are absolutely unacceptable in our community and in our country? That's what has to happen here. And this sickness will be cured someday in this country, or we will destroy ourselves in this country, as we do in too many communities on too many occasions over too many years. We mourn the victims. We grieve for their families. But as I said this morning, thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. That's too easy. And it will be too easy to mourn for a week and then move on. We can't do that. In our city, we will take stock, and we will do everything we can on the investment side, on the public safety side, on the gun side, to protect the public. And finally, I know Michael Ald and others are here from the downtown. I want to repeat what I said this morning. I understand the apprehension of people who look at this and say, oh my God, is the downtown safe? Well, guess what? 3 major concerts this week. Incredible amount of happiness and celebration. The food scene is booming. It takes forever to get a reservation, eat at a downtown restaurant. Let us not forget that this is a downtown and a central city that we want to continue to build and to grow. We're just getting back our legs and our momentum. And I want to encourage people to come down. Come down, for a game. Come down for a concert. Come down to eat. Don't stay out till 2 in the morning. But come on down. We will stand with each other. We'll protect each other. And we will stand with our chief here as she and the department goes all out to make sure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. Councilmember Katie Valenzuela, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. As I mentioned this morning, we are heartbroken, but we are strong. And Sacramento will get past this.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, playing for you the latest update from Sacramento officials as an urgent manhunt is underway for the shooters responsible for killing 6 and injuring at least a dozen more in a downtown mass shooting. It happened early yesterday morning in the entertainment district in the city, where there's a lot of bars and restaurants. People were starting to head out, wrapping up their night before tragedy struck. So I did want to bring you some of these latest remarks from Sacramento officials, but we are going to depart this update and actually head out live to the scene there in Sacramento, California. That's where Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gina Silva is joining us from the scene. Gina, such a tragic situation, lots of emotions there from the officials that we just heard from. And I understand that, since this happened, a vigil has grown where you're standing. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, Regina, at this hour, no one is in custody. Police are still searching for the gunman. They have not given a description on those suspects, but they do believe there are at least 2 gunmen. We're at a park closest to where the shooting took place, and this is where people have been coming by to drop off candles for the victims. The names of those victims have not been released by police. The mass shooting happened on 10th and K Streets in downtown Sacramento. That shooting spread to a couple of blocks. A total of 18 people were shot early Sunday morning. 6 people died, 3 women, 3 men. Videos posted on social media show people fighting around 2 in the morning. Suddenly, gunfire can be heard. At least 76 shots rang out in less than a minute. It's a tragedy that many here in Sacramento are struggling to comprehend. The mayor of Sacramento called gun violence a sickness in America that must be cured. Investigators spent the entire day here yesterday searching for evidence, speaking with witnesses, and they were able to recover a stolen gun that was used in the shooting. They've also been able to recover a lot of cell phone videos. There were so many people just leaving the clubs at 2 in the morning when this fight broke out and then the shooting broke out, and people were able to capture some of those very disturbing images. You just see terror, people running for their lives. It was a horrific incident, and of course everyone here, the community, the leaders in the city of Sacramento, they are expressing grief and anger that once again in America we've had another mass shooting. Regina?
Yeah, and you know, Gina, we were playing some remarks from the mayor in Sacramento there right before you and I started speaking, and really you said it perfectly. You know, it's just upsetting, and I understand that. I don't know if it was considered a mass shooting exactly, but this is not the first horrendous, violent incident that we've seen just within recent weeks. Am I right?
That is correct. And that's why, you know, you can see the anger in the mayor's voice. You can see the anger in the mayor's face and hear his emotion. And it's not just the mayor. The chief of police also expressed that she, in her 27 years in law enforcement, has never seen anything like this. When officers arrived, they were near where the shooting took place because it's an active scene. This is the heart of downtown Sacramento. So they were in the area. They heard the gunshots. They ran over to the scene and they found the 6 people on the ground. In fact, they found more than 6 people. They found 18 people had been shot, but 6 people were already dead when they arrived. They tried to do what they could, CPR, and it just did not work. They were already gone. Again, the other 12 victims, the surviving victims, were rushed to a hospital, and that's where they are, being treated for their injuries. We do not know the extent of those injuries, and we are still waiting for police to release the names of those victims.
And when it comes to the police, Gina, do we know much about the investigation that is current, and the manhunt, I should say, that is currently underway for these suspects? Can you break it down? I do believe they said they believe there's multiple suspects. Do we know, is there a reward being offered? How far are they searching? Do we know much about that yet?
At this time, they have not mentioned a reward. What they did say is that they're looking at a lot of evidence. Again, they spent the entire day here collecting the evidence and also collecting the videos that were posted on social media. And people have been reaching out to law enforcement, giving them videos of what happened. So they're looking at all of that. And what they were able to determine was that there were multiple shootings, at the very least more than one. So they are saying at the very least 2 people, but it's possible there could be more shooters that were involved in this mass shooting in Sacramento. Again, they're not even sure if in fact it involved the fight. They suspect that the fight led to those bullets flying into the crowd, but that is something they are still investigating.
Yeah, still a lot of fluid details for sure, Gina, but we thank you for getting our viewers up to speed this morning. We'll be talking with you again later in our show, but thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Regina.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, stick with us because we will be speaking with Gina again later in our broadcast. And if we do get any more information on details regarding the investigation, any press conferences from Sacramento police, we'll be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show because that is who we are and what we do. In the meantime, we have been in touch with Gina and her team since this first happened, and they were actually one of the first on scene there. They did make the drive from Los Angeles to Sacramento, California, to speak with people who were either there, who knew somebody who was injured or tragically killed. So I do want to bring you that report for you here on Live Now from Fox. This is the latest report from their team just yesterday after they spoke with some people on scene.
A brawl at 2 in the morning turned deadly when at least 2 shooters opened fire on a large crowd in downtown Sacramento.
Is that 18 people were hit by gunfire. 6 have died. They were all adults. There were 3 men and 3 women.
12 victims are being treated for their injuries at nearby hospitals.
This is a real tragic moment here in Sacramento.
Community activist Barry Akias arrived at the scene at 10th and K Streets shortly after the shooting.
The morning was chaotic. As we got deeper into the morning, more family members coming and learning that unfortunately their family member didn't survive.
It's a tragedy many residents are struggling to comprehend.
So it was something irrelevant, probably something small, those stupid arguments. So they want to pull out guns and start shooting each other, not even think about the innocent people that is around.
It's sad, and I feel like something's got to be done about all these people with getting guns.
At the scene, police recovered a lot of evidence, including a gun that was used in the shooting.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg expressed heartbreak and anger over the latest mass shooting, this time affecting his community.
It is beyond time to have a sane conversation about guns in America. We have a sickness. It's a sickness in our country. It's a sickness in our culture.
President Joe Biden issued a statement that says in part, "Today, America once again mourns for another community devastated by gun violence. We continue to call on Congress to act. Ban ghost guns, require background checks for all gun sales, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines." The mayor of Sacramento couldn't agree more.
This sickness will be cured someday in this country, or we will destroy ourselves in this country.
And speaking of President Biden, I do want to bring you out live to Delaware this morning, where President Biden did just board Marine One to head back to Washington, D.C. We do know that a little later this afternoon, around 1:45, he's expected to deliver remarks on progress made on his administration's trucking action plan to strengthen our nation's supply chain. So that's going to be happening again at around 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. So when we do see that getting started, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are going to continue monitoring the situation in Sacramento, California. And unfortunately, it was not the only mass shooting that happened over the weekend. This is actually the scene from Dallas, Texas, where we do know that one person was killed and at least 11 people were injured after a shooting broke out at a rap concert that was outdoors there. So in just a few minutes, we are going to be speaking live with Fox 4 Dallas's Dan Godwin. He is out there on the scene with the very latest on the investigation. These suspect is also at large this morning. So 2 major investigations that we will keep you up to speed on as we learn more details throughout the day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears here and head out to Capitol Hill because today is going to be a big day for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Before the full Senate can vote on whether to confirm her nomination, she must pass today's Senate Judiciary Committee vote. Now, we are expected to get some feeds coming in regarding that vote here at around 10 a.m. Eastern time, so in a little less than an hour. When we come back, we'll get you all up to speed on what we could potentially see today and this week.
Yes, I am. I hear somebody talking in my ear. I am dialed in, I guess. Yes. Hi. Yes, I can hear you okay. Not as, it's same phone I used to for my work. But that one's always louder. You guys aren't as loud, but I can hear you okay, yeah. So this is Regina.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Monday, April 4th, and I thought that President Biden boarded Marine One, but it looks like he is just getting out there on the runway in Delaware. He is about to board Marine One to head to Washington, D.C., and at around 1:45 Eastern Time this afternoon, he is expected to make some remarks regarding his administration's trucking action plan in order to try and strengthen our nation's supply chain. So we'll be streaming that for you here live, raw and unfiltered, but we have gotten these feeds coming in from Newcastle, Delaware, so wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Today is also a big day for his Supreme Court nominee. Now, the road to securing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as the nation's next Supreme Court justice, it's been full of twists and turns, but one thing it seems to lack, however, is bipartisan support. Now, before the full Senate can vote on whether to confirm Judge Jackson's nomination, she must pass today's Senate Judiciary Committee vote. Now, Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez is giving us a closer look at what we can expect from this morning's proceedings, which are expected to get underway at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
I look forward to voting for Judge Jackson.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is on her way to becoming the first black woman appointed as Supreme Court Justice in American history. But first, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee will vote Monday on whether to recommend her nomination for a full Senate vote.
She's an extraordinary legal scholar.
Judge Jackson will need a majority vote to be recommended favorably. But while some Republicans say she's qualified, the 11 on the Judiciary Committee are expected to vote against her, claiming Judge Jackson, if confirmed, will decide cases in favor of a progressive agenda, while also accusing her of being soft on crime, citing her previous record of granting lighter punishments for child sex offenders. But if the 11 Democrats tie the vote with a yes, they can file a discharge motion to hopefully secure a full Senate vote by the end of this week.
Make this a bipartisan, historic event.
Democrats in the Senate don't need Republicans to confirm Judge Jackson, provided all 50 members stick together, with Vice President Kamala Harris providing the tie-breaking vote. In addition, Republican Maine Senator Susan Collins has said she'd vote for Jackson.
I didn't always agree with the results that she came up with, but I had no doubt that she applies a very careful approach to the facts of a case when she is judging.
Political analysts suggest Republican Senators Mitt Romney and Lisa Murkowski could possibly vote yes for Judge Jackson. Democrats are aiming to confirm her by Friday. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Ibanez for that report. Again, we should be getting feeds of this vote getting underway here at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, so we'll be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to shift gears back to a story that we have been following from over the weekend. Here is some video from the scene after at least one person was killed and 11 others were hurt in a shooting at a rap concert in Dallas. Now, so far, there have been no arrests. So this suspect still at large this morning. I do want to head out live to the scene right now. That's where we've got Fox 4 Dallas's Dan Godwin joining us with the very latest. Dan, such a tragic turn of events at a concert where people were just supposed to be enjoying their time. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, Regina, Dallas police are working to determine the circumstances that led up to this shooting, what the motives were. The violence, as you mentioned, left 12 people shot, 3 of them juveniles, and there was one fatality. It all happened during what was billed as a concert and all-day field party at a site in southern Dallas. Very early Sunday morning is when the shots rang out. Just after midnight, police found 26-year-old Keelan Gilmore lying dead near the stage. A preliminary police investigation revealed one individual fired a gun into the air and then another person fired towards the crowd. Based on cell phone recordings at the scene, there were dozens of shots fired, just what seemed like an extraordinary number of rounds discharged. Some who attended the event told us that parties at that large rural site are common. We were unable to get answers from the event organizers about any security or screening procedures that might have been in place. In total, there were 11 shooting victims who were taken to the hospital. One of them is listed in critical condition. The others are described as stable. At Dallas Police Headquarters, this is Dan Godwin. Back to Regina.
Yeah, Dan, and now obviously you mentioned that there is still a search underway for the suspect. Any idea, any inkling into possible arrest or any new details this morning about that?
Yeah, we're not hearing much from police in terms of what's happening with their investigation. We know that there's been no arrest up to this point, but certainly officers have conducted lots and lots of interviews and they've been gathering up what evidence they can.
And now, Dan, I want to take our viewers back to the scene for a minute because you talked about this, shooting breaking out at a concert. Were people more spread out? Were people leaving, or were they in close proximity to each other? Do we know much about those very moments?
As far as the attendance goes, we're hearing a couple of thousand people were there, and a few people have mentioned that the spectators were very tightly packed together. And when the shooting started, we did get a report of several people suffering minor injuries after being trampled as the crowd spread out and tried to rush for safety.
Definitely a scary situation again at a concert where people are just supposed to be having a good time. Dan, we really appreciate you getting our viewers up to speed, and we'll be sure to stay in touch with your team for any developments on a potential arrest or more information. Have a good day, Dan. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to stay in close contact with our Fox 4 Dallas team for any updates on that tragic situation. Another mass shooting breaking out here in addition to the one in Sacramento, California. Both situations, suspects at large. So definitely a lot of developments to come here, and we will keep you up to speed on all of the latest information throughout the day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have officially reached past the 9:30 a.m. marks, 9:33 here on the East Coast. And we've got stocks starting to trade out there in New York. The Dow Jones down to start this Monday, April 4th. We're going to keep a close eye on how those do throughout the day. I also do want to let you know that we have just gotten let inside to this hearing, and this is going to be, again, a big day for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. We do know that Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee will vote today to advance the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, bringing President Biden's nominee one step closer to a confirmation vote before the full Senate. So we just got this feed from inside of this hearing. It is expected to get underway at around 10 a.m. Eastern time, so a little more than 20 minutes. And when we do get this feed, or this hearing, I should say, beginning, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to bring you up to speed on the really tragic situation continuing to unfold in Ukraine. We've got new satellite images for you this morning showing mass grave sites being dug as so many civilians have been killed by Russian forces. We also had Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressing the 2022 Grammy Awards last night with a very powerful message to the audience there. So Fox's Douglas is going to get us all up to speed on what's happening out there in Ukraine as the invasion has officially entered day 40. Don't go anywhere. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We officially have this feed coming inside a hearing that is going to get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern time there in Washington, D.C. before the full Senate can vote on whether to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination. She must pass today's Senate Judiciary Committee vote, which this is what you are currently taking a look at. This is where it will take place. So we'll be streaming that for you here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Things are expected to get underway at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. But as promised, I do want to switch gears here for just a bit and bring you some more information when it comes to the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 40. Now, these are satellite images showing 45-foot-long trenches on the grounds of a Ukrainian church in the town of Bucha, Ukraine, where a mass grave was found. This is according to Maxar Technologies, who's been providing us satellite imagery throughout this entire invasion. Now, Maxar said that this shows the grave site with a long trench in the southwestern section of the area near this local church. It also shows bags that sources described as filled with human remains being lowered into a mass grave site next to the church. Bucha was recently retaken by Ukraine after Russian forces pulled back from areas near Kyiv. And these are just satellite images, and I do want to let you know that for this next report, viewer discretion is advised because so many gruesome images from Ukraine have emerged within the last couple of days, specifically out of Bucha, showing the extent of the atrocities caused by Russian forces. And this is coming as last night, if you watched the Grammys, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy reached out to their audience talking about this invasion. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
Russian forces are retreating from areas around the capital, but they appear to be slaughtering civilians as they leave. Ukraine says this is nothing short of genocide. As Ukrainian forces move in to retake areas once held by Russian troops, the graphic images you're about to see show what they're discovering. Hundreds of civilians, some with their hands bound, slaughtered, and a satellite image of what appears to be a mass grave.
This is genocide.
Despite Russian denials, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says the evidence is clear. And he took his message to an American audience as he spoke to last night's Grammy Awards.
What's more opposite to music? The silence of ruined cities and killed people.
Zelenskyy may accuse Russia of committing genocide, but NATO and U.S. officials won't yet go that far.
Do you see this as genocide?
Look, we will look hard and document everything that we see.
And that may include the attack on a theater in Mariupol that left hundreds dead. We are now seeing images of the aftermath inside. President Biden will return to Washington today after spending a long weekend in Delaware. He'll be briefed by advisors this morning, but he still faces some bipartisan pressure from Congress to do more.
I'm deeply, deeply concerned that you're dealing with a very unstable Vladimir Putin, and certainly Vladimir Putin only looks to strength.
A UN estimate now puts the civilian death toll in Ukraine at about 1,400, but they also caution that the actual number could be significantly higher. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. And of course, we have heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy on a daily basis since this invasion began. But as you just saw in Doug's report, he did address the Grammy Awards just last night. And that was followed by a very moving performance from singer and songwriter John Legend, featuring a Ukrainian poet as well as Ukrainian musicians. So we've got about 1 minute and 30 seconds of some of Zelenskyy's address. I do want to play that for you really quickly here on Live Now from Fox.
The war. What's more opposite to music? The silence of ruined cities and killed people. Our children draw swooping rockets, not shooting stars. Over 400 children have been injured and 153 children died, and we'll never see them drawing. Our parents are happy to wake up in the morning in bomb shelters, but alive. Our loved ones don't know if we will be together again. The war doesn't let us choose who survives and who stays in eternal silence. Our musicians wear body armor instead of tuxedo. They sing to the wounded in hospitals, even to those who can't hear them, but the music will break through anyway. We defend our freedom to live, to love, to sound. On our land, we are fighting Russia, which brings horrible silence with its bombs, the dead silence. Feel the silence with your music. Feel it today to tell our story. Tell the truth about the war on your social networks, on TV. Support us in any way you can, any but not silence. And then peace will come. To all our cities, the war is destroying. Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Volnovakha, Mariupol, and others, they are legends already, but I have a dream of them living and free, like you on the Grammy stage.
A very powerful message there from President Zelenskyy. Again, we've heard from him throughout this entire invasion, pleading for all of the world to continue telling these stories. Something that stuck out to me was our very own Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst back in the United States, speaking on reporting on this war in Ukraine, saying that this is not a movie. This is real people's lives. We do know that the United Nations has confirmed more than 4 million Ukrainians have fled since this invasion began. That's the biggest refugee movement since World War II in Eastern Europe. So we will continue bringing you all of the latest developments from out there on the ground. And we do want to show you some more video that we've continued to get into our desk. And again, I do want to let you know that viewer discretion is advised. Some of this video is very upsetting, very graphic, but just shows you the raw depiction of what war has done out there to so many innocent people. I'm going to lower the volume here for just a moment, but this is a video coming in from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense showing destruction in Bucha following the retreat of Russian forces from that area. You could see cars turned upside down. I do want to let you know that some of this video may contain dead bodies of innocent people there on the sidewalks and in the streets. Bucha was recently retaken by Ukraine after Russian forces pulled back from areas near Kyiv. So this is kind of around the capital of Kyiv there. Now, again, this footage was released by the Ukrainian military, showing bodies laid out across the street. It was confirmed at least 20 bodies wearing civilian clothing were just laying there in the middle of the road. They did report that at least one even had their hands tied. All of those killed appeared to be men, but Bucha's mayor told news agencies that people had been shot in the back of the head. He also said that an additional 280 people had been buried in mass graves, like we just showed you moments ago. So really, again, just bringing you the raw depictions of what is happening there on the ground. And I do want to continue on with some more video here. This is the destruction of the North Kyiv suburbs, is seen in this video by the Kyiv Regional Military Administration. Representative with them saying this is exactly what our Bucha, our Irpin looks like today. These horrible shots are the reality of Ukrainians. Hundreds were killed, infrastructure destroyed, homes damaged, some of which cannot be rebuilt. He said there is no gas, electricity, water, or communication. The situation with electricity very difficult. The occupiers purposefully destroying our substations. Therefore, the amount of work is huge. We brought medicine, food, and all possible humanitarian aid for those who still remain. Again, this video is just part of the growing evidence that people are saying large numbers of people were killed intentionally by Russian forces. Also, more video coming out of a situation that happened last week. Ukraine's Interior Ministry saying the recovery efforts are continuing at a regional government building in Mykolaiv that was hit by a missile on March 29th. The death toll has risen to at least 36 this weekend. So you can see recovery efforts out there, books on the ground, buildings completely destroyed, and at least 36 people dead. Meanwhile, everybody just trying to prepare to fight for their country out there. This is actually some really sweet video here, despite a horrible situation. This is two childhood friends from Georgia in Ukraine, suited up in fresh military gear before boarding a train to Lviv to join Ukrainian forces in defending the Kyiv region. Now, this video was taken by journalist Ed Quinn, showing Kygo, a soldier in the Georgian army, kneel down to help his friend, who is a PhD candidate in international relations, put on an armored vest in front of the train station. The two men have been friends since childhood and decided to join the fight in Ukraine together. They said, "Ukraine is our friend. We will help them." So So many civilians, so many people who have no military experience staying there fighting for their country. And as you know, we've said multiple times that 5 weeks into the war, more European governments are opening their doors to streams of refugees, all really for the entire duration of the invasion. We've had live cameras coming from Poland, from Romania, more than 4 million and counting fleeing since the invasion began, and more than half of those are actually in Poland. That's where our very own Alexis McAdams is with the very latest on this situation. Let's listen in.
More than 2 million Ukrainian refugees are here in Poland, and thousands come in by the day as they see those horrific images from Bucha and Mariupol. This comes as people here in Poland are opening their hearts and opening their homes to Ukrainian refugees. Take a look here. You can see this is in Jeju, Poland. This family of 6 from Ukraine staying with a local family in southeastern Poland. That homeowner, a Polish business owner, tells us he gave that family a place to live, food and clothing, all for free. The Ukrainian refugees tell us they traveled with just a few bags, not sure where they would even stay, grateful for the support of the Polish people who've stepped up in a time of crisis.
We were very much afraid for our lives. First of all, for lives of our kids. When we were in our summer house, also we heard shelling and missiles. None of us slept this night. Trip was horrible. You know, we were all the time afraid when there were missiles while we were standing in line.
Border crossings are still very busy, as you can see. Volunteers preparing for new waves of refugees who have finally been able to make their way out of those war zones. The EU granted Ukrainians who flee the war the right to stay and work throughout its 27 member nations for up to 3 years. They can also receive social welfare and access to housing, medical treatment, and schools. But how many more refugees can Poland take?
Well, not too many, I think, because we've already received around 2 million. And we, as the city and the region, we are just the reception point. So generally, we are not the place where they will stay permanently.
Officials here in Poland say they cannot take many more refugees because even the largest cities like Warsaw have hit their capacity. In Jeju, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as millions of refugees have fled, some of them are actually deciding to return home to Ukraine, and that's because they can't find anywhere to live or any work to support themselves. Some also saying that they're worried about family that they were forced to leave behind. So Alexis McAdams also has this report for us this morning that I wanted to bring you as Ukrainians who fled are trying to get back home.
Here in Poland, I'm talking to refugees who are leaving by the day, thousands heading home to Ukraine, and they say the reason why is simple, because their families are there. We have to remember these people did not have any notice when Russia started to attack their homeland. As that shelling continued, they had to just take what they could and leave. That means they left behind family members who couldn't make the trip and their loved ones who are fighting on the front lines. Take a look here. This is some video that we shot at one of the busiest border crossings along the Ukrainian-Polish border there. That's in Medica. Families there heading home, carrying their belongings and their young kids. Thousands leaving Poland by the day. Ukraine's president, though, has a stern warning for those refugees, telling them it's not yet safe to go home. Now, across Poland, rail stations like this are busy with refugees buying return tickets to Ukraine. Some say they have to go back because they've run out of money. Others cannot find a place to stay in Poland because there are more than 2 million other refugees here.
Ukraine is my home, and I have to stay at home, and I have to help my home. I'm not worried about safety. I'm worried only about my wife and my children.
The rail stations here in Poland are busy because people are still coming in as well, fleeing from Ukraine. Others never even had the chance to leave. Let's talk about Mariupol, where people are trapped in bunkers for days. No food, no supplies, and they have no idea if their relatives are alive. So still a lot more that is happening here on the ground in Poland and on the ground in Ukraine. In Jeju, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Meanwhile, this war tragically claiming the life of one of our own here at Fox News, the family of a veteran Fox News photographer who was killed while reporting in Ukraine last month, gave Pope Francis a photograph of him and a letter during a flight to Malta. This is some video of that exact moment. 55-year-old Pierre Zychetsky lost his life along with 24-year-old Ukrainian journalist Alexandra Sasha Kuzhinova when the car that they were traveling in came under fire outside of Kyiv. Alexandra had been working as a consultant for Fox News during the course of the Russian invasion. Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall was also seriously injured in the attack. He did survive, and he's actually being treated at a hospital back here in the United States. But as you can see here, the Pope looked at the photograph, then he handed it to an aide and spoke with the late photographer's family. He actually told the family members, quote, "He is up there." So a very sweet moment to bring you here on Live Now from Fox, coming out of such a tragic situation. Meanwhile, on the topic of Russia and Ukraine, the director of the Russian Space Agency says he's planning to end Russian cooperation with the International Space Station if the West doesn't lift economic sanctions, and critics say that that would effectively dissolve the International Space Station program. Molly Line has the latest on this story from Boston this morning.
Russia's space director is vowing to end cooperation with the West and NASA on the International Space Station unless all sanctions against Moscow are lifted. The head of Roscosmos, Dmitry Rogozin, argued this weekend that Russia's role is vital, that only their Soyuz spacecraft can transport American, Canadian, European, and other astronauts, noting America has no such craft. He also noted Russia's role in delivering fuel, avoiding space trash, and maintaining orbit, declaring this.
So working without Russia is impossible, just like working without America. If they pull us out of this, the ISS wouldn't exist anymore.
In a social media tear on Twitter, Rogozin claimed the aim of the sanctions put in place by a collective of nations against Russia's invasion of Ukraine is to kill the Russian economy and to put Russia on its knees. Here is part of the translation. I believe that the restoration of normal relations between partners in the International Space Station and other joint projects is possible only with the complete and unconditional lifting of illegal sanctions. The recent tensions raised fears that American astronaut Mark Vande Hei may be left behind on the space station, but he and 2 cosmonauts landed safely last week in Kazakhstan. Russia may now seek to strengthen its alliance with China on all things space, but former International Space Station commander Terry Virts says this.
But that partnership is going to be very different than it was with America. We treated them as equal partners with respect. We provided them with a lot of money over the last several decades. And their relationship with China, I think, is going to be much more, master and servant kind of relationship.
NASA is aware of the recent comments made by Rogozin. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson has responded in a statement, noting sanctions continue to allow the U.S.-Russian cooperation on the space station, that the professional relationship between cosmonauts and astronauts, quote, continues for the safety and mission of all on board the ISS. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Molly Line for that report. We are back live inside of this Judiciary Committee hearing that is set to get underway in just minutes. You can see Senator Dick Durbin is sitting there in his seat. The Senate Judiciary Committee planning to vote on whether to advance Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. Again, this is expected to get underway here in just minutes. Jackson would be the first black woman on the high court in its more than 200-year history and the 6th woman. So we'll be streaming this for you live, raw and unfiltered when it gets started. In the meantime, some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I'm going to briefly get you up to speed here on news that we are following out of Florida. Jury selection beginning in the penalty phase for school shooter Nicholas Cruz. Now, he already pleaded guilty to the killings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back in February of 2018, meaning that this jury that is going to to be selected in the next few weeks will only decide if he receives a death sentence or life without parole. So I'll bring you the latest details after this here on Live Now from Fox when we return. I'm also going to bring you up to speed here on another case that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox since the tragedy first happened more than a week ago at this point. We've got the state of Florida investigating the site where 14-year-old Tyree Sampson fell to his death on an Orlando amusement park ride, again, more than a week ago at this point. So we also do know that his family is in the process of filing a lawsuit, which comes to no surprise. Our Fox 35 Orlando team speaking with his attorney. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is officially at 10 a.m. here on the East Coast, 7 a.m. out there on the West Coast. But regardless of where you are watching from, thank you so much for starting off your Monday with us. We are currently live awaiting for this Judiciary Committee hearing to get underway here any moment now. You could see Senator Dick Durbin there being briefed by some of the staff out there. This is going to be the Senate Judiciary Committee voting on whether to advance Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. Now, we brought you her nomination hearings live, raw, and in their entirety just weeks ago. She would be the first black woman on the high court in its more than 200-year history and the sixth woman. After clearing the Senate panel, Democrats will then wind the nomination through the 50-50 Senate with a final vote in sight for President Joe Biden's pick to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. So again, this is expected to get underway here in, I want to say any minute now. It was slated to get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to keep an eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we do await for this hearing to get underway, I do want to bring you an update on some more stories that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. Also today, jury selection beginning in the penalty phase for school shooter Nicholas Cruz. Now, he's already pleaded guilty to the killings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School here in Florida back in February of 2018, meaning that the jury is only going to decide if he receives a death sentence or life without parole. Now, a jury will decide whether Cruz should face life in prison, again, or the death penalty. As many as 1,500 people will likely go through the jury selection process over these next several weeks, and the final panel will comprise 12 jurors plus 8 alternates. Now, the full trial could run for 4 to 6 months. Death penalty trials in Florida and much of the country often take 2 years to start because of their complexity, and Cruz's was even further delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic and extensive legal wrangling. Now, the parents and spouses of victims who have spoken publicly said that they are in favor if Cruz were to get executed, and today through Wednesday for most of the next several weeks, jurors will be brought into the courtroom in groups of 60, about 4 per day. So we're going to keep a close eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're working with our Fox News teams in the area to see if we could stream this for you live, but it would just be some remarks from the judge. The jury selection process, obviously a very private process for sure. So we're going to continue bringing you the latest details on that as we follow this phase. Meanwhile, of some very tragic story to bring you here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to bring you the latest. Now, this is happening out of the Tampa, Florida area. The body of Cassie Carli, who was a Florida mother who disappeared a week ago while trying to pick up her 4-year-old daughter from her ex-boyfriend. She was discovered in a shallow grave over the weekend. During a press conference yesterday, Santa Rosa County Sheriff Bob Johnson said the body was discovered in a barn in Alabama. Her boyfriend was arrested Saturday in Tennessee. Cassie Carli was last seen in Navarro Beach in the Panhandle last Sunday after meeting with her boyfriend, who is also, or her ex-boyfriend, I should say, who is also her daughter's father. Now, investigators recovered her car with her purse inside, but Carli remained missing, and unfortunately, she was found in a shallow grave over the weekend. All right, everybody, we do have this hearing getting underway there on Capitol Hill. The Senate Judiciary Committee planning to vote on whether to advance Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. We've got Senator Dick Durbin speaking live. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Vote on the nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to serve as the Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This is the 4th time the committee has voted on Judge Jackson in some capacity, a reflection of her extraordinary legal career. It's the first time that the committee has had the opportunity to advance the nomination of a black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. This is an historic moment for the committee and for America. During her hearing, Judge Jackson told us about her upbringing as the daughter of parents who attended racially segregated schools. She marveled at how her youth on the heels of the civil rights movement differed so much from her own parents' experience. Hers is a uniquely American family story. How much hope and promise can be achieved in just one generation. I'm proud we can bear witness to it. In recent weeks, members of this committee have gone through Judge Jackson's nearly 600 judicial opinions, her detailed responses to many bipartisan questionnaires, 12,000 pages of disclosures related to her time on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, 70,000 pages of materials produced by the Obama Library in response to a bipartisan request. Last week, we held 4 days of hearings. Judge Jackson was questioned for a total of 24 hours by this committee. Throughout this process, Judge Jackson has answered thousands of questions posed to her by members of this committee. In the course of this comprehensive review, a few things are clear. For one, she has impeccable qualifications. We don't agree on much in the Senate, but not one senator on this committee has questioned that she is well qualified. She has nearly a decade of experience on the bench at both the trial and appellate levels, clerked at every level of the federal judiciary, including for Supreme Court Justice Breyer. She has worked in private practice, and she served as a member of the Bipartisan Sentencing Commission. Judge Jackson would be only the second trial court judge currently serving on the Supreme Court and the first public defender ever to serve on the court. These critical experiences bring a missing perspective to the court. It is truly unfortunate that some are trying to use them as reasons to vote against her. These baseless attacks are belied by the broad support for Judge Jackson's nomination from across the political spectrum. Law enforcement, former federal prosecutors, Republican-appointed judges, and even more have vouched for her intellect, her intelligence, her ability to build consensus, and her even-handedness. On the fourth day of hearing, the American Bar Association came before us. They went through a laborious search of her record. I want to commend the law schools, including the University of Illinois, that poured through every written word that the judge has issued in her time on the bench. I also want to commend Judge Ann Williams, a former Northern District Court judge in the state of Illinois, and then a Seventh Circuit judge as well, who headed up the ABA committee. I asked her and those who were with her from the American Bar Association a basic question. Who did you talk to? And they said they reached out to over 250 individuals, judges, prosecutors, defense lawyers, co-counsels in adversarial situations, and asked them all to tell off the record confidentially what they thought of this judge. I asked about the allegation that's been made repeatedly by a few in this committee that she's soft on crime. They said there was no evidence, none, when they spoke to the group of 250 individuals. The net result of it, the American Bar Association rated Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson unanimously well qualified to serve on the Supreme Court. We've seen the evidence of her even-handedness ourselves. In her time on the bench, she has ruled for and against law enforcement, for and against immigration enforcement, for Republican administrations and also for Democratic administrations, for and against labor groups. At her hearing, she detailed the methodology she applies to ensure that she comes to each case with an independent mind. Frankly, I found her explanation far more insightful than if she had invoked contemporary labels to describe her judicial philosophy. Her methodology is one that promotes fairness, independence, and judicial restraint. It's reflected in her decision-making. In short, Judge Jackson showed us that she's committed to equal justice under the law and ensuring the Constitution works for all Americans, not just the wealthy and powerful. I was also impressed with her judicial temperament. On the whole, my Republican colleagues, starting with my ranking member, Senator Grassley, treated the nominee with dignity and respect. They promised not to turn this confirmation process into a, quote, circus, and most kept that promise. Some, however, did not. Instead, they repeatedly interrupt and badgered Judge Jackson and accused her of vile things in front of her parents, her husband, and her children. There was table pounding, some literal, from a few of my colleagues. They repeated discredited claims about Judge Jackson's record. They impugned her motives and questioned her candor. One all but called her a liar. They even suggested that Judge Jackson, a mother to two wonderful daughters, quote, endangers children. Judge Jackson is a better person than me. She stayed calm and collected. She showed dignity, grace, and poise. It is unfortunate that some moments in our hearing came to that. But if there is one positive to take away from these attacks on her, it is that the nation saw the temperament of a good, strong person ready to serve on the highest court of the land. President Biden assured the American public he would select a nominee who is, quote, worthy of Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence and decency, someone extremely well qualified, with a brilliant legal mind, with the utmost character and integrity. Judge Jackson herself characterized Justice Breyer's legacy as one of, quote, the highest level, and that's what we saw in this room last week. Rather than simply another Justice Breyer, she will be the one and only Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And Justice Jackson will bring to the Supreme Court the highest level of skill, integrity, civility, and grace. Throughout its history, this Senate Judiciary Committee has been the venue for some of our nation's most significant issues, debates, and nominees. I've often thought that if you had to choose one place to stand and witness the march of America, the noble and ignoble struggles of our democracy, I would seek out a chair in this room. Today's vote is such a moment. This committee's action today is nothing less than making history. I'm honored to be part of it. I will strongly and proudly support Judge Jackson's nomination. I now turn to Ranking Member Grassley for his opening remarks.
We have 6 judicial nominees, 1 executive nominee. I'll be supporting Jennifer Reardon. Ms. Reardon has spent her career litigating at some of the best law firms in the country. She's familiar with the types of cases in the Southern District of New York. Finally, take a few minutes to discuss Judge Jackson's nomination. Judge Jackson, of course, was very personal and engaging. I enjoyed the opportunity to meet her family before the hearing started. We obviously are, they obviously are, and should be proud of her achievements. Having carefully studied her record, unfortunately, I think she and I have fundamental different views on the role of judges and the role that they should play in our system of government. Because of those disagreements, I can't support her nomination. Over the last several weeks, I've talked about how the White House and Democrats have shielded important parts of Judge Jackson's record. We don't have any non-public documents from her time at the Sentencing Commission. The Obama White House held back more than 48,000 pages. Judge Jackson also gave the White House confidential, non-public probation recommendations for some of her cases. But last week, we asked for other documents having to do with probation filing in the Hawkins case. Judge Jackson told us.
All right, everybody, you are streaming, excuse me, you're streaming live now from Fox. It is Monday, April 4th, and we are live inside of the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing where they are planning to vote on whether to advance Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. Now, Jackson, if voted, would be the first Black woman on the high court in its more than 200-year history and the 6th woman. So we are going to revisit this hearing that is happening live, raw, and unfiltered here this morning because we are continuing to bring you information on a top story that we have been following since it first unfolded early yesterday morning. We've got an urgent manhunt underway for the Sacramento shooters responsible for killing 6 and injuring at least a dozen more in a downtown mass shooting. Now, I do want to head out live to the scene. The sun has officially risen on the West Coast, and we've got Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gina Silva out there in Sacramento, California. Gina, hard to believe that this is such a huge manhunt. We're going more than 24 hours at this point, and we still don't have a suspect in custody. Am I right?
That is correct. No one has been arrested. Police are still searching for those shooters. And this morning, Sacramento is just in shock, grieving the loss of 6 people, 3 women, 3 men, and of course, so many more injured. Here in downtown Sacramento at a park near where the shooting took place, people have been coming by to leave candles for the victims of the latest mass shooting in this country. It was a chaotic scene early Sunday morning. People were seen running for their lives as the gunfire erupted. It happened on 10th and K Streets in the heart of downtown Sacramento. A total of 18 people were shot. 6 people died. Videos posted on social media show people fighting around 2 in the morning. Suddenly, gunfire can be heard. At least 76 shots reportedly rang out in less than a minute. It is a tragedy that many here in Sacramento are struggling to comprehend. The mayor of Sacramento was angry, was hurting, and he called for gun violence. He called gun violence a sickness in America that must be cured. Now, again, at this hour, no one is in custody. Police are still searching for the gunman, and no description yet on those suspects, but investigators believe at least 2 people were involved. They are also asking for the public's help. This happened at 2 in the morning, just as people were leaving the clubs, and there were a lot of people out here. So obviously nowadays everyone has a cell phone and they capture everything. They know there are a lot of videos out there. They've managed to recover some of them, and they're asking for anyone who witnessed it, if they have not spoken to investigators, to please call the Sacramento Police Department. They need all the help they could get. Again, the victims have not been ID'd yet. They have not released the names of those victims, I should say. and no description on those suspects. So it's not something that we can give the public to help the authorities in this case. So any information you may have on this, please contact the Sacramento Police Department. Regina?
Yeah, and Gina, I think about when people like you and me, we just you go to the bars, you go out, you have a good night. It was the weekend, and just tragedy unfolds like this. I understand that you have been up there since this first happened. Earlier, we actually played your report from yesterday, where you were speaking with people who were just in Sacramento, who may have known somebody. What has the reaction been from people out there in the community?
Well, the first reaction is shock. They can't believe this has happened in their community. The second is anger over gun violence. They talk about how, you heard the sound of them saying that they're tired of this, and over something so stupid, most likely a fight, and all of a sudden you pull out guns and start shooting at people that are in a large crowd. So who knows exactly what the motive was, but police do believe and suspect that it had something to do with that fight that was caught on video, and that video was posted on social media.
All right, well, we do appreciate you bringing our viewers up to speed on this very heartbreaking situation. Obviously, a lot of details that are still forthcoming, so we'll be in touch with your team. But until then, stay safe out there, and we really appreciate your time, Gina.
Thank you. You bet.
All right, everybody.
Thank
Regina
you.
Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue to touch base with all of our reporters and teams out there on the West Coast. As you heard Gina say, we still have no identity released of these victims. We also don't have any descriptions of potential suspects. So if we do get any sort of update from Sacramento officials or from police out there, we'll definitely be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to head back out to Washington, D.C., as the Senate Judiciary Committee is planning to vote on whether to advance Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. We brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Jackson previously facing more than 30 hours of hearings and interrogation over her record just last month. So we'll be back here live, raw, and unfiltered when you return.
Consideration of applying retroactivity to the First Step Act when it's not explicitly provided is extremely concerning. It's a radical position, and it's outside of the confines of law. Judge Jackson's interpretation was so extreme that she got Senator Cotton to even defend the First Step Act. I don't think that's what the White House had in mind when they said she was a consensus builder. The other troubling part about this case is that Judge Jackson gave a different explanation for her reasoning in the sentencing hearing than she did before the committee. She found that Mr. Young's health and COVID were extraordinary and compelling reasons that warranted the reduction in the sentence. But the reasons have to justify the reduction. Reducing his sentence based on current health conditions and a pandemic, but leaving him in prison for another 7 years makes no sense. Here, it meant that Judge Jackson got to sentence the defendant to the sentence she wanted to do all along. The compromise that I brokered with Senator Durbin on the First Step Act and many others wouldn't have been possible if we thought that the activist judge would insert their own views into the law. Decisions like this represent serious separation of power concerns and will make bipartisan work harder in the future. Young is just one example of Judge Jackson's lenient approach to criminal law and sentencing. She's declined to apply a number of sentencing enhancements Congress put into the sentencing guidelines. I've worked to reform sentencing for nonviolent offenders, but Judge Jackson's approach applies across most areas of criminal law. She has consistently applied minimum sentences for dangerous crimes. Another case shows that Judge Jackson can apply her methodology to reach a result that goes against the plain meaning of the statute. The case is Make the Road New York. It involves a question over meaning of statutory provisions to commit a decision about when illegal immigrants are subject to expedited removal to Homeland Security's sole and unreviewable discretion. But Judge Jackson concluded she could still review the agency's decision because this language didn't mean the decision was, quote, committed to agency discretion by law, end of quote. By reaching that strange conclusion, she gave herself the power to oversee Homeland Security's decisions about expedited removal. And of course, the D.C. Circuit reversed this ridiculous ruling. I think there's been bipartisan frustration with how little nominees say and how candid they are in hearings. But Judge Jackson wasn't ready to answer a number of questions other nominees were willing to answer. One senator asked Judge Jackson about the judicial philosophy for 3 sitting justices. She said she wasn't familiar or had a hard time or didn't have time to research the issue. This is a question asked in almost every interview for interns and law clerks around the country. We don't expect a nominee to say that they will agree with a specific justice 100% of the time, but it's not asking too much that a nominee be able to explain the justice's approach to the law and where they might differ. Judge Jackson also said she didn't watch and wasn't familiar with the Kavanaugh confirmation. That's pretty surprising for a sitting federal judge who worked in the same courthouse as then Judge Kavanaugh. As a member of the committee, it's hard to satisfy everyone. I've had calls to my office complaining about Senator Durbin saying good things about me, and they argue that I didn't say enough about Democrats' treatment of Kavanaugh and Barrett. And then I have Democrats who are saying I was too mean to the nominee. Throughout this process, I focused on thoroughly and fairly assessing Judge Jackson's record. I think I've done that. We need confidence that judges will interpret the law as they're written. Judge Jackson's reinterpretation law I've helped write doesn't give me that confidence. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Senator Leahy.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair Durbin, and I will also say nice things about you. Senator Grassley and I have both been chairs of this committee, and you've run the committee through this difficult time very well. I do have a statement before I begin. I constantly hear the name of former Judge Bork coming up, and as one of those who was here for the Bork hearings, I do remember what was described as a confirmation conversion as he changed his position dramatically during the hearings. I know that when it was coming to it came to a vote, he did not pass the committee. As we all know, the White House was quietly trying to get him to withdraw his name, but the Democratic-controlled Senate said if he wanted a vote, we'd have a vote on the Senate floor, even if he didn't make it to the committee. He did have a vote on the Senate floor. There were at least a couple of Democrats who voted for him. There were so many Republicans who voted against him, he lost. Had all the Republicans voted for him, he would have won. But I think a number of the Republicans felt the same way that the White House quietly did. The name should have been withdrawn. It makes a nice slogan, but I think it'd be wise if we use the honest history. But now we are going to undertake one of our most consequential duties, to consider and vote whether to advance a nominee to the United States Supreme Court. Our nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, in my mind embodies the highest ideals of our judiciary and the legal profession. During the confirmation proceedings, she put on a master class about what it means to be an independent, fair-minded justice. Her grace, intellect, temperament, wit are exactly what Americans want and deserve on our nation's highest court. I will proudly and confidently vote aye to advance her historic nomination to the U.S. Senate. This is my 21st Supreme Court confirmation process. I voted to confirm Supreme Court nominees nominated by Republican and Democratic presidents alike. I think I've voted for more Republican-nominated nominees to the Supreme Court than many of my Republican colleagues on this panel. I voted against party lines, even when it's not popular to do so. And I've always approached the consideration of Supreme Court nominees in the same manner, with an open and objective mind, giving weight to the qualifications, temperament, and record of the individual who's been nominated. That's because I've always believed, and still do, that our independent judiciary should be above partisan politics. Now, when I say Judge Jackson is one of the most objectively well-qualified Supreme Court nominees I've ever considered, it is rooted in decades of experience in evaluating these nominees. I know that's going to fall on deaf ears with some members of this committee, members who unfortunately cared more about seeing their sound bites on the social media field than seriously and respectfully question the nominees. Members who badgered Judge Jackson refused to let her answer questions, even refused to respect basic rules and decorum of the committee.
But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight, and we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal, and what's happening in Bucha is outrageous, and everyone's seen it. No, I think it is a war crime.
Are you going to do more sanctions on Russia?
I'm seeking more sanctions, yes. I'll have time to announce that to you. He should be held accountable. Well, no. Go to the war crime tribunal. Yes, I'm going to continue to add sanctions. Thank you. I'll let you know.
All right, sorry for that quick departure, everybody, but sometimes President Biden doesn't always address the media when he returns from his travels. So you did just hear him speaking on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the latest on the war in Ukraine to reporters, saying that the situation in Bucha is tragic, that these are war crimes, and that he is going to continue to issue sanctions. So he is stepping into his vehicle, heading back to the White House And like we mentioned a little bit earlier, at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, he is going to speak on the progress that his administration has made with a trucking action plan to help strengthen the nation's supply chain. So wanted to bring that to you here really quickly on Live Now from Fox. I'm actually going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be back in Capitol Hill.
Judge Jackson's given me every reason to be hopeful.
Still got that audio up for you there, but we will continue listening in as the Senate Judiciary Committee is planning to vote on whether to advance Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate when we return. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We are live inside of this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing as they are going to vote today on whether or not to advance Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination to the full Senate. Now, Jackson would be the first black woman on the high court and the sixth woman. Now, after clearing this Senate panel, Democrats will then wind the nomination through the 50-50 Senate with a final vote in sight for President Joe Biden's pick to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. We're going to continue listening in here live, raw, and unfiltered. And in just a couple of minutes, we will also run you through some of the top stories that we are following very closely here this morning on Live Now from Fox.
It was trying to make the court look more like America. So he has a political decision he made. I respected that. Now, all of us are in politics over here. Again, I'm inclined to vote for judges of the other side, but this choice of Judge Jackson was really embraced by the most radical people in the Democratic movement, to the exclusion of everybody else. After 4 days of hearings, I now know why the left likes her so much. It became obvious to me why she was their first and apparently only choice. So there are people that President Biden could have picked that would have been in the liberal camp in terms of voting on the Supreme Court, and they could have gotten 60 to 65 votes. The White House didn't go down that road because it feels that they must pick somebody that's more appealing to the hard left. They made that choice, and we'll see how it plays out. So why am I voting no? On our side, we like judges to be bound by the written letter of the law. The immigration case that got to be sort of famous here, let's see, what was it? Make the Road, New York et al. Versus McAleen, was a decision by President Trump and his team to fully utilize expedited removal procedures within the statutory authority granted by Congress. You couldn't have written this thing more clear that it's in the sole and unreviewable discretion of the Secretary to use expedited deportation involving people who've been here 2 years or less. Judge Jackson ruled for the Arabella-funded, supported plaintiff. I think this was probably a tryout for her. And she was overruled by the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Not exactly the bastion of conservatism. There could hardly be a more definitive expression of congressional intent to lead the decision about the scope of expedited removal within statutory bounds to the Secretary's independent judgment. The forceful phrase, sole and unreviewable discretion by its exceptional terms, heralds Congress's judgment to commit the decision exclusively to agencies' discretion. Well, she took the plain meaning of the statute, set it aside, did legal gymnastics to basically issue a temporary injunction. That, to me, says everything I need to know about how she's going to govern. She wants the outcome, she's going to find it. She's going to get it. Activist to the core. The child pornography cases. Didn't know much about it until we sort of had the hearing. About the way I questioned her, I found if I'd left it up to her, I'd have gotten one answer in 30 minutes. So I don't know how you question witnesses. I interrupt when I think they're being evasive. I let them talk when I think they're answering the question. But this hearing is coming to an end. If you compare this to Kavanaugh, you've missed a lot. I've never complained about Kavanaugh or anybody else being asked a hard question. I have complained about their lives being destroyed by a coordinated effort of Democrats and the mainstream media trying to destroy somebody to keep the seat open. That didn't happen here. So I found her completely evasive. But when you did dig into it, after a lot of digging, you found out something, I found out something that was astonishing. In the area of child pornography cases, it's not so much that she is out of sync with the average sentence, which she is, and Senator Cruz, you did a great job proving that. Senator Hawley, you dug into her philosophy about how you sentence somebody, and I'm glad you did. What I found was that she routinely sets aside 2 enhancement factors when it comes to increasing sentence. She will not, as a general policy disagreement with respect to these 2 enhancements, that is computers and the number of images. She does not hold that against the defendant, the perpetrator. I couldn't disagree more. And if you're a judge out there coming before this committee and you want to get promoted, you have this philosophy, you're going to run into a problem with me. There are 85 million images of children being exploited on the internet. The statute was written to deal with mail, where child pornographers were mail images of children. Along comes the internet, as she said. Now it's so easy in the confines of your office or your home to hit a button and download hundreds, if not thousands, of images, and she felt like that would be unfair to the defendant. I don't. Every time you hit a button downloading an image of a child being sexually abused, I want you to go to jail longer, because every time you hit a button, you're destroying a life. I think she's got this completely backwards. I think you should be enhancing the sentence. The more you download, the more you go to jail. And if you don't do that, we're never going to get this right. And she doesn't hold it against the defendant to go to the venue of choice. I want to deter people from going to the internet and downloading a bunch of child porn by putting them in jail longer, not less. The fact that she took those 2 sentencing enhancements off the table because she thought it'd be unfair to the defendant because it's so easy, to me, she just lost me completely in this area. I'm not suggesting she likes what's happening in child pornography. She's not offended. I'm sure she is. I'm sure she's seen a lot of things that offends her, but she's a judge. She has a chance to deter the crime. She has a chance to impose a sentence that would deter it, and she chose not to. I think that is a terribly bad choice. And this committee, if anything comes out of this hearing constructively, is that we will pass a law changing that so every judge has to hold it against a child pornographer. The more you download, the longer you go to jail should be the rule. And we should insist that using the internet is a bad thing in child pornography, not a neutral thing. So I'll like to work with my colleagues on both sides to do that. Now, about her being the first African-American nominee before this committee of the Supreme Court, that's true. And the reason that's true is because of what y'all did to Janice Rogers Brown. The only reason that's true is because my Democratic colleagues back in 2005 filibustered for 2 years, 2003 to 5, Janice Rogers Brown, a Supreme Court justice from the state of California that was picked by President Bush to be on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeal, the same court that I voted for Judge Jackson. It's kind of a one level below the Supreme Court. And for 2 years, there was a wholesale filibuster of her. And when it got to be possible for her to be on the Supreme Court as a possibility, then Senator Biden said she would be filibustered. Senator Durbin, Senator Schumer, all filibustered her and told this body that if you pick her, she's likely to be filibustered. That's why Judge Jackson is the first African-American nominee to come before this body to be on the Supreme Court, because you made it that way. Because when you had a chance to support an African-American conservative, you used her ideology against her. You blocked her from being considered by this committee, and we're supposed to be like trained seals over here clapping when you appoint a liberal. That's not going to work. We live in America today where your ideology is held against you if you're a conservative, and when you're a liberal, we're supposed to embrace everything about you and not ask hard questions. That's not the world we're going to live in. And I'll say this, if we get back the Senate and we're in charge of this body, and there's judicial openings, we will talk to our colleagues on the other side, but if we're in charge, she would not have been before this committee. You would have had somebody more moderate than this. So I want you to know right now, the process you started to go to a simple majority vote is going to rear its head here pretty soon, where we're in charge. Then we'll talk about judges differently.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased that the committee is moving forward with our consideration of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, and I want to tell you why. I find that she's an exceptional nominee with impeccable credentials. She has broad and relevant experience and a clear record of well-reasoned legal decisions from her 9 years on the federal bench. Now, where do I get this? She has been before us 3 times already, receiving bipartisan support to serve first on the Sentencing Commission in 2010, as a federal district court judge in 2013, and as a federal appellate court judge in 2021. She has been tested. And based on her record and the testimony, I believe she's again deserving of full support. She is precisely the type of nominee that senators on both sides of this aisle should want on the Supreme Court. First, she applies a clear and fair method in deciding her cases, has demonstrated a remarkable judicial temperament. She faithfully applies the law in each case. In her 8 years as a federal district court judge, she had the very low reversal rate of only 2%, which is well below the national average. And it's especially impressive.
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. It is Monday, April 4th, 10:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are currently listening in to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing whether or not to push a vote for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's Supreme Court nomination. Some more words from South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who already said that he wouldn't vote for Jackson, expressing concerns about her record despite supporting her confirmation as an appeals court judge last year. His announcement had been expected after he criticized Jackson during her 4 days of those confirmation hearings. Did get pretty heated when he spoke at multiple times during those hearings. And then in a speech on the Senate floor, he actually said his decision was based partly on what he sees as a flawed sentencing methodology regarding child pornography cases, and he did just mention that in his remarks as well. So We're going to continue listening in here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. But before we bring you back out to this live hearing, we are going to get you all up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here this Monday morning. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, April 4th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. If you've been tuning in for about the last hour, I should say a little more than 45 minutes at this point, we have been out live on Capitol Hill. That is because we currently have Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee voting today on whether or not to advance the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, which would bring President Biden's nominee a step closer to a confirmation vote before the full Senate. So we're going to head back into this hearing live in just a moment here. But in the meantime, I do want to let you know that we are monitoring several stories here on Live Now from Fox. So I just want to run them through with you here really quickly. We do have some video playing right now from on the ground in Ukraine, where gruesome images, heartbreaking images, have shown the extent of Russian atrocities against civilians. It comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressed the audience at the Grammys last night, pleading for the world to continue telling this story, to continue helping Ukrainians get medical supplies, get the support they need during this very tragic time. Ukrainian officials also saying about 400 bodies of civilians were found in several towns near the capital that were recaptured from Russian forces. And this invasion is now entering its 6th week. It's killed thousands of people and forced more than 4 million Ukrainians to flee the country. We did just hear from President Biden as he spoke with the media as he was returning from a trip to Delaware over the weekend, and he did just call Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal, saying that he is going to continue issuing sanctions on Russia. So we're going to continue bringing you any of the latest developments from on there in the ground in Ukraine. Also showing you some video of the scene as an urgent manhunt is underway for the Sacramento shooters responsible for killing 6 and injuring at least a dozen more in a downtown mass shooting over the weekend. It happened early morning yesterday out there in the entertainment district in the city. That's where multiple bars and restaurants are located. It's just a block away from the state capitol. Police say there was a fight moments before the gunfire began, and there's actually video of that, but we do not have confirmation right now on whether or not that fight is what started the shooting. We did have several shots being fired. I do believe more than 70 shots fired just within a couple of seconds. So a very tragic situation unfolding there in Sacramento. We still have at least 2 suspects that they believe were responsible at large. We don't have any identities of the victims, and we don't have any description on the suspects right now. So if we do get more details here throughout the day or any update from authorities, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a very similar tragic situation happening in Dallas, Texas. This is footage from the scene where at least 1 person was killed and 11 others hurt in a shooting at a rap concert in Dallas over the weekend. This suspect still at large also, so we are continuing to touch base with our Fox 4 Dallas team throughout the day and get you any more details regarding that situation. Also following the latest when it comes to the Parkland school shooter, Nicholas Cruz. Now, I do want to let you know that we have actually gotten this feed into our Live Now from Fox desk. So jury selection is beginning today in the penalty phase for school shooter Nicholas Cruz. Now, he's already pleaded guilty to the killings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, which happened back in February of 2018, meaning the jury will only decide if he receives a death sentence or life without the possibility of parole. So jury selection is expected to take weeks. This trial could take years, depending on the situation. So we're going to keep a close eye on this, but this is inside of the courtroom. We will also be streaming this for you here live today when it gets underway. So those are just a couple of the top stories that we are following here this morning. I do want to head back out to Capitol Hill for this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Is not a judicial philosophy. I'm glad when she tells us that she proceeds from a place of neutrality, but that tells us nothing as to whether she believes that the Constitution has a fixed meaning. The order in which she decides to read the parties' briefs tells us nothing as to whether and to what extent a judge, now quoting Justice Breyer, her mentor, will look to consequences including contemporary conditions, social, industrial, and political, of the community affected when deciding cases. Now, the main types of contrasting judicial philosophies include judicial activism versus judicial restraint, loose construction versus strict construction, and a living document approach versus original intent. Justice Barrett, for example, called herself an originalist and a textualist, an approach championed by her mentor, Justice Scalia. That would place her in the judicial restraint and strict constructionist camp. In other words, she might be skeptical of invisible or unenumerated rights. For us to fulfill our constitutional duties, we need answers to our questions about how a judge views judge-made law. My concerns were further elevated as I reviewed Judge Jackson's record and I saw examples of activism bleeding over in her decisions. One of the opinions from her time on the D.C. court demonstrates the serious concerns I have about her ability to follow the clear letter of the law as opposed to her personal preferences. Others have mentioned, and I will as well, the case of Make the Road New York versus McAleenan, where the American Civil Liberties Union and others challenged a regulation requiring expedited removal for people who illegally enter our country. The Immigration Nationality Act gives the Department of Homeland Security, and I quote, sole and unreviewable discretion to apply expedited removal proceedings. That does not leave any gray area for interpretation. Sole and unreviewable discretion is about as clear as it comes. But Judge Jackson, who presided over this case, decidedly did not stay in her lane, as she says she attempts to do. She went beyond this unambiguous text to deliver a political win to a progressive group, and in the process entered an injunction barring the use of this important tool that's needed by our Border Patrol and immigration authorities to deter people from violating our immigration laws. Unsurprisingly, as we've heard, her decision was overruled by the D.C. Circuit Court. I believe this is a clear-cut example, about as clear as you can possibly get, of Judge Jackson ignoring the written law in order to achieve a result that she preferred. There have only been 115 Supreme Court justices in our nation's history. That's why it's crucial that we use these proceedings to understand if a judge will truly stay in their lane, or whether they will attempt to legislate from the bench and deliver what Justice Biden and his Democratic colleagues are unable to achieve through the legislative process. A judge must call balls and strikes, and given what I've seen and her unwillingness to disclose her judicial philosophy and to disavow an expansionist view of unenumerated rights, I have concerns that Judge Jackson will be pinch hitting for one team or the other. I will vote no.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. What plays out here in this room with Supreme Court nominations is often driven and directed in other places. And the real action is too often offstage in an archipelago of right-wing, dark money front groups out to capture the court. That is where the real story lies. When Republicans appoint to the Supreme Court, the selections come out of that archipelago of front groups, paid for by big anonymous donors, what we call dark money. When Democrats appoint to the Supreme Court, their objections come out of that same archipelago of front groups, paid for by big anonymous donors, the dark money groups. We have heard a lot about judicial philosophy during the course of this. Well, if you bring a judicial philosophy to these proceedings, I think we do need to examine it, because the judicial philosophy is so often a mask for predispositions. Originalism works very nicely for you if you'd like to look back before the civil rights movement in making decisions about civil rights. Originalism works very well for you if you'd like to look back before industry regulation at a time when there was no industry big enough to regulate and serve the interests of corporate deregulation. And originalism works very well for you if you want to return to old social norms that society has moved beyond. So let's not pretend that a judicial philosophy is a neutral thing. It is a tool, and when a judge says he or she has one, it's worth looking into. But that doesn't mean you have to have one. There's a group called the Independent Women's Law Center, which, like many of these right-wing front groups, is twinned with another group, which is called Independent Women's Voice. One is the 501c3, one is the 501c4. Their funders are Leonard Leo's 85 Fund and Concord Fund, another pair of 501c3, 501c4 twins at the heart of the court capture scheme. They're also funded by the Koch and Bradley Foundations, who I've talked about before in these proceedings. Indeed, for years, the president of one of these groups was actually a Koch Industries lobbyist and overlapped for a while with Americans for Prosperity, the Koch brothers' huge dark money political operation. And they, on February 24th, before they even knew who the nominee was going to be, sent a memo to GOP Senate members. Ray suggested SCOTUS talking points. Date February 24th, 2022. Here's the punchline. It is therefore important that you focus not on the selection process or on the nominee's paper qualifications, but rather on the need to learn more about the nominee's judicial philosophy. Ask unanimous consent that the memo from those two front groups be put into the record.
Without objection.
The other theme we hear a lot about is how this judge was going to be dangerous for children. And once again, we turn to a right-wing dark money front group as the source for that concern. On the day of her announcement, February 25th, a group called the American Accountability Foundation came out with an investigative report. Now, let's look at the American Accountability Foundation. It shares an address,
and senior staff with a group called the Conservative Partnership Institute, which employs, among other people, that wonderful Cleta Mitchell as a senior legal fellow. Indeed, the Conservative Partnership Institute is the so-called care of name in the filings of the American Accountability Foundation, and it also shares an address with something called America First Legal. American Accountability Foundation is funded by Donors Trust, which is described as the Koch brothers' right-wing ATM, and the Bradley Foundation, which I've again spoken about before in this hearing in this context. And it was founded by the opposition research director of none other than Cruz for president. So they got right to work the day she was announced. And AAF founder Tom Jones said, after calling her a radical leftist, which I guess they figured out that very first day she was announced, Americans want our judicial system to protect children and citizens from sexual predators. I'm ask unanimous consent that that dark money release be put into the record.
Without objection.
So the continuing problem of these outside groups that are funded by huge interests that hide who's behind them and that exert control when Republicans are in charge in the selection of the nominees and when Democrats are in charge in the objections to the nominees is something that I think needs to be brought to the surface. So I wanted to make that point with those two arguments. I'd also like to point out, just because I've been a prosecutor and seen some of this stuff, and spoken to Rhode Island judges, federal judges about this, I'm told that the two most disfavored guidelines in the entire sentencing scheme are the crack powder cocaine disparity and the pornography possession guidelines. And that's widely accepted throughout the judiciary, which we've heard from many other members of the judiciary. And that would help explain why in so many of these cases, the government actually recommends below the sentencing guidelines. The government, which usually is making the harshest sentencing recommendation, is actually recommending below the sentencing guidelines. It's hard to fault a judge for a sentence below the sentencing guidelines when the harshest participant in the courtroom, the government, is recommending below the sentencing guidelines. And as those of us who've been there know, every judge faces three data points in a sentencing hearing. One is the position of the government. The second is the position of the defense. And by the way, in our system of justice, a judge is pretty much honor-bound to give fair consideration to the recommendation of the defense. You can't rule out the defense's recommendation just because they're representing the defendant. They're entitled to an honest consideration of their views. And then there's the probation office, which serves the court and makes its own recommendation based on an exhaustive personal review of the defendant, of the family, of the victims, of the circumstances, and comes up with a sentencing recommendation. And when you look at all three of those data points that a judge has to face, and when you look at the widespread acceptance of the fact that this particular sentencing guideline is widely thought across the judiciary to have a serious problem with it, and you actually look at where these sentences fall in that actual matrix, there is nothing to see here. This is all part of what was cooked up by the former opposition research director for one of our colleagues, this dark money funded American Accountability Foundation. With that, I think it's unfortunate what she had to go through. I think what's really unfortunate is whoever's behind all this nonsense doesn't just stand up and show who they are. Admit it. Show who wrote the check to the Judicial Crisis Network for $15 million or $17 million. It's a pretty big check to write. Who wrote that check to get the ads up on the air for Kavanaugh? Who wrote that check to get the ads up on the air for Gorsuch? Who wrote that check to get the ads up on the air for Barrett? And what business did they have before the court that caused them to write checks that big? That is a mystery that we need to solve. There's been a lot of criticism of dark money on all sides of the panel here during the course of this discussion. Well, everybody's going to have a nice chance to prove it in the months ahead when we bring up the Disclose Act for a vote, and we're given the opportunity to get rid of this poisonous stuff for once and for all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated the willingness of Judge Jackson to come before our committee and answer questions. I've enjoyed getting to know her. She seems like a wonderful human being, one who's dedicated to her family. She comes with some impressive qualifications academically and professionally. She's someone who's clerked at all three levels of the federal judiciary and, if confirmed, will have served at all three levels of the federal judiciary. Itself a significant and valuable experience. It is important to understand what kind of Supreme Court justice she would be. And that's why this can't be something that simply focuses on the historic nature of the nomination. By the way, on that point, as to the historic nature of the nomination, earlier today there was a Politico tweet. Politico sent out a tweet reading as follows, saying, Ketanji Brown Jackson will likely be confirmed as the first black Supreme Court justice by the end of this week. Here's how we expect it to go. Now, if that were true, that would come as news to the family of Thurgood Marshall. It would come as great news to Justice Clarence Thomas and his family. When we hear, as we've heard today, calls for making sure that we respect the need to show inclusiveness, let's remember how members of this committee have treated others. Let's remember how they treated Justice Clarence Thomas. Let's remember how they're still treating Justice Clarence Thomas. How people on the left are savagely attacking him. One of the most decent human beings that I've ever known, one of the most decent human beings and brilliant jurists ever to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States, or any court for that matter. Let's remember how members of this committee and people on the left treated Janice Rogers Brown and Miguel Estrada. So if you're going to make it about inclusiveness, let's remember to be inclusive in our discussion of inclusiveness. It's also important to talk about judicial philosophy. There's a reason we talk about that. We talk about it not just because it's jargon that makes us feel good or sort of comfort food. We talk about it because we must talk about it, because that's how we make sure that our government functions as it should. When you have someone serving on any federal court, but especially the Supreme Court of the United States, if they don't have a proper understanding for the limited role of the federal judiciary, for the separation of powers between the three branches, the judicial branch can become very dangerous, in which the will of the people can be thwarted by justices who are not willing to recognize limits on their own power, limits on their own jurisdiction. Judges and justices who can't recognize what they're empowered to do, and that their role is not a policy-making one, but an interpretive one. That's why we ask so many questions about judicial philosophy. For a judge that wants to achieve a particular outcome, for a judge who looks at a case from the standpoint of figuring out what result he or she would be comfortable with, then that becomes the judicial philosophy. The achievement of a fair result, of a result that the judge or justice feels comfortable with, is the guiding principle. The judicial philosophy matters also because there are a lot of consequences to having a bad judicial philosophy. Now, when we asked about Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. When we asked her, when we asked others, we were told frequently that we should look at her record. So we looked at her record. We've got a lot of things in her record that we found concerning, including a couple of cases in which she acted without jurisdiction. The Make the Road New York case is a troubling example of this, as is the AFGE versus Trump case. In both circumstances, she took an executive action taken within the Trump administration, action that she apparently disagreed with, and issued declaratory and injunctive relief to invalidate those actions. And in both cases, she was overturned by the left-leaning U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. These cases haven't gotten as much attention as some of her other rulings, as some of her sentencing decisions, but they're very, very significant. They're deeply troubling to me, because when someone's willing to act when they lack jurisdiction and or when they don't have a valid cause of action upon which to grant that relief, that's someone who's cutting at the heart of the limits on judicial authority and creating a dangerous set of circumstances. So we're told to look at her record, and yet much of what we see from her record is disturbing. We're told to look at her record, and yet we still don't have significant portions of her record on another disturbing line of rulings, those dealing with her sentencing imposed in child pornography cases. Now, she made the argument, and many on this committee have made the argument for her as well, that all judges sentence this far out of the guidelines, as far out of the guidelines as she did in those cases, as if she were somehow within the mainstream of judges on sentencing cases like these. But based on what we've seen, she sentences 47% below the national average. Then just 3 days ago, and over a week after the hearings were concluded, we received the sentencing transcripts from a case where Judge Jackson gave yet another light sentence to a violent child rapist who failed to give truthful information to the court, falsified his address for purposes of requiring a sex offender registry participation. In this instance, the defendant, Mr. Weeks, sexually assaulted another female family member shortly after being released. He then bribed the victim, apparently, into refusing to testify against him. Mr. Weeks would have been in prison and unable to sexually assault his sister-in-law if Jackson hadn't sentenced him below the guidelines range and below the government's recommendation. Now, Judge Jackson insists that her sentences are based on mitigating factors, those articulated in 18 U.S.C. Section 3553, and that we could understand that if only we had the record before us. Now, for whatever reason, the White House and the Democrats on this committee aren't all that concerned about making sure we have that record. And in fact, they seem determined to do the opposite of that. And Judge Jackson puzzlingly claims that she doesn't have access to those records, even though it appears that she, through her chambers, got key pieces of that information that could have been drawn from the pre-sentence reports, which we've requested, and sent sensitive information from those reports over to the White House. Well, something doesn't add up here. So when we ask about her judicial philosophy, we're told to look at her record, and yet when we look at her record, what's there is troubling to us, and very often there's a whole lot that simply isn't there. I'm also concerned about her inability or unwillingness to answer certain basic questions, whether it's in response to whether it's in response to a question from Senator Blackburn, a simple question, what is a woman? To her refusal to respond to my question.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Senate Judiciary Committee is going to be debating whether to vote out Judge Jackson, to a full vote on the Senate floor. It is all expected to happen here. And Fox News is projecting that Judge Jackson will get anywhere from 51 to 53 confirmation votes when it's all said and done. We just don't know the timeline right now. It could happen anywhere, a full Senate vote. Granted, it comes out of this committee, barring anything crazy really from happening. They are expecting that vote to happen anywhere from Thursday to Saturday of this week here. So we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on all of those developments and, of course, the latest debates that are happening in this committee. But we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll give you an update coming up on the very latest out of Sacramento as the hunt is on for suspects involved in that mass shooting that happened early Sunday morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Just like that, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. The Monday edition continues to roll on. A lot of news to get to today, and we're expecting a lot later on as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you the top stories and latest updates revolving around that breaking news situation that happened early Sunday morning in Sacramento with that mass shooting where police say 6 adults and 12 others were shot downtown in a bar/entertainment district, really. Sacramento police believe multiple shooters were involved in this mass shooting that happened just after 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. And the Sacramento police chief said just yesterday afternoon that the shootings broke out after a large fight happened just near the bar there as bars were getting out there. So we will continue to follow it for you at every step of the way. If there are more updates coming today, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. Take a look at the markets right now. Really just mixed and flat to start the week here. Just up about 14 points now. Really the biggest stock news, though, today is that Elon Musk took a 9% ownership of Twitter. So that was the big news and sent the stock flying. Right now, it's up more than 24% there. We'll keep an eye on that and all the developments there as Elon Musk investing heavily now into Twitter. And a lot of word there and speculation. Could that maybe because Elon Musk has now the largest investor share, Could it open the door potentially for Donald Trump coming back onto Twitter? That is what some are speculating there, so we'll keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to take you out to the live event that is happening, and, it is a big one for the Supreme Court there, as we are now in the Senate Judiciary Committee. They will be voting later today to send Judge Jackson out of committee and then on to a full Senate vote for her confirmation. Let's watch right now. We have Senator Klobuchar speaking right now in favor of Judge Jackson.
She knows the importance of public service from her parents, both teachers, and she has that perspective of knowing that life isn't always easy. She's had family members who served in law enforcement, and I think this might be a good moment to get at some of the arguments my colleagues have and will be making. And I think I might be a good person to bring this up because I'm someone that has consistently asked questions of nominees. I always ask about antitrust, even though they don't want me to ask it. I always ask about the First Amendment and many detailed questions about stare decisis and the like. And I was the one on this committee that one of the nominees actually apologized to, not for what I did, but what he said. And I want to get at some of the criticisms that we have heard lodged against this great woman. When we hear about this child pornography, what I see a mom who opened up her heart to all of us and explained to all of us how no one can be the perfect mom, no matter how hard you try. I see a woman of deep faith who was questioned about that and explained her deep faith many, many times. Let's look at the facts. In 8 of the 11 child pornography cases that Judge Jackson handled, she gave a sentence at or above either the probation office recommendations. And when she imposed other sentences, it was because she looked at the case carefully. And by the way, she made her own decision. Maybe not everyone in this room would have agreed with it, but she was being a judge. Just like judges that were supported by my colleagues made that decision. I'm not even going to mention these judges' names that I'm about to talk about because I don't think they should be dragged into this just because they happen to make decisions that were below guidelines. One of them on the Second Circuit, strongly supported by one of our colleagues and commended, said when he sentenced a defendant to 60 months, he sentenced a defendant to 60 months, which was 60% lower than the bottom of the guideline range at 151 months. Another one who was complimented on the 11th Circuit by our Republican colleagues, he sentenced a defendant to 84 months, which was 44% lower than the bottom of the guidelines. Here's some Trump nominees. One in the Eastern District of Missouri, who's a judge, sentenced a defendant to 60 months when the guideline range was 135 to 168. Another Trump nominee that was supported by our colleagues, Eastern District of Missouri, sentenced a defendant to 60 months when the guideline range was 78 to 97 months. Another, I will not go on, but they could all have been dragged through the mud too. They could have been dragged through the mud and called names with these kinds of implications. Last week, the committee received a letter from a former federal child exploitation prosecutor in the District of Columbia who wrote that Judge Jackson, quote, had a reputation for carefully considering the circumstances of every case, and that former and current prosecutors note that she was thoughtful and individualized in her approach to these cases. And if you really want to go deep into the details here, Senator Cruz released a chart saying the average sentence imposed by Judge Jackson in possession cases, possession of porn, is 29.3 months. But it is based on only 4 cases and omits one that would raise her average to 52 months, much closer to the reported national average of 60 months. And if you were considering all of her non-production cases, possession, receipt, distribution of pornography, and yes, as a former prosecutor, I know these differences, the average sentence imposed was 65 months. I literally cannot even believe that I'm going into these details, but I am. Last, when we hear about judicial philosophy, let me quote Judge Roberts in his own hearing. He said, well, I have said I do not have an overarching judicial philosophy. I think we heard this great judge and how she's going to decide cases. She's going to decide cases with fairness, and she's going to do the best thing, and she's going to look at the facts, and she's going to look at the law, and she's going to make a decision. She recognizes, as she told me at her hearing, that public confidence in the court is crucial. That's why she's always written such long and transparent decisions to explain to the public her reasoning. She told me about her deep commitment to judicial independence. When I asked her about stare decisis, she said that if there were massive shifts every time a new justice came on or every time new circumstances arose, there would be a concern that public confidence would be eroded. As she put it, stare decisis, looking at the past cases, I'm just paraphrasing that, furthers the rule of law in this country. She is someone that understands and has shown her ability to take on complex matters. But just as importantly, she's someone who understands the real-world impact of court decisions. She understands that those words on the page aren't just words. Those words on the page can change people's lives, whether they can get health care, what their options are, if they can have clean water and air, even if they're going to be able to vote, when they're going to be able to vote, and how they're going to be able to vote. At this critical moment in our history, Judge Jackson has the qualities to make sure that the court and the Constitution, in Justice Breyer's words, work for the people of today. She will bring to the court her rich experience as a judge, a working mom, a family member who has law enforcement, a child of teachers, a former public defender, and a deeply committed public servant. Her story is a quintessentially American one. And as she put it, her success is, quote, a testament to the hope and promise of this country. Now, it is our duty as senators on this committee to take on that hope and promise of America. And remember, as this day moves forward, and as we hear from our colleagues, and we take this vote, that this is all about that spirit of hope and promise. And let's make Maddie Morgan proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a few more consequential decisions the Senate undertakes, or this committee undertakes, than the nomination and confirmation of Supreme Court justices. Judge Jackson is charming. She's talented. She has an inspiring life story. If she's confirmed, she will be an historic first, the first African-American woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. I've known Judge Jackson for 30 years. I've always liked her personally. But the assessment this body is charged with the Constitution with making is whether her records demonstrate she will be a justice who will faithfully uphold the Constitution. Now, our Democratic colleagues and their cheerleaders in the corporate media have repeatedly tried to suggest that any opposition to Judge Jackson's nomination is rooted in racism or sexism. There's some irony in that, because all of the Democrats on this committee were only so happy to vote against the confirmation of Justice Amy Coney Barrett without facing any concerns about the sexism they were showing. And there's greater irony in Democrats celebrating this historic first, because it would have occurred 20 years ago. An African-American woman could have served on the Supreme Court 20 years ago, except for the fact that Democrats filibustered a qualified African-American woman, Judge Janice Rogers Brown. Indeed, if members of this committee were asked to raise your hand, have you ever filibustered a qualified African-American woman in order to prevent her from going to the U.S. Supreme Court? 3 hands would go up. Not on this side of the aisle, but the 3 most senior Democrats would all be obliged to raise their hand. Also, Joe Biden, if he's at home watching this on C-SPAN, Joe Biden would raise his hand as well. Chuck Schumer would raise his hand as well. So this historic first could have happened a decade ago, but for the unified partisan opposition of Democrats to letting it happen with a judge who was not on the hard left. A number of Democrats complained that there were hard questions asked. Well, that's our responsibility. Every one of the questions focused on her record as a judge, her sentencing record, her academic writings, her speeches to law schools. Not a single Republican senator asked her about her high school yearbook, engaged in the kind of personal slanders that Democrats have made a business about. If the questions were hard, it is because her record is at the extreme. There have been 115 men and women who have served on the Supreme Court. If Judge Jackson is confirmed, I believe she will prove to be the most extreme and the furthest left justice ever to serve on the United States Supreme Court. She will be to the left of Justice Sotomayor. She will be to the left of Justice Kagan. She will be way, way, way to the left of Justice Stephen Breyer. That's why radical leftist groups have pledged to spend over $1 million supporting her nomination while they demanded the Biden White House pick the furthest left, the most extreme nominee. That's their agenda. Now, our Democratic colleagues like to pretend they don't support the agenda this justice can be predicted to follow. Based on her record, if she is confirmed, I think the odds are virtually 100% that she will vote to overturn Heller versus District of Columbia, which means she will vote to overturn, to take away the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms of every individual. If she is confirmed, the odds are virtually 100% she will vote to overturn the Citizens United case, which means she will vote to take away the free speech rights of Americans to participate in the political process. If she is confirmed, the odds are nearly 100% she will vote to strike down every single reasonable restriction on abortion across the country. That includes restrictions on partial birth abortion. That includes requirements for parental notification or consent. If she is confirmed, the odds are nearly 100% she will vote to overturn efforts to enforce our nation's borders and to deport those here illegally. The Make the Road case demonstrated her willingness to put left-wing policy above the law. If she is confirmed, the odds are over 100% she will vote to give away U.S. sovereignty to international tribunals and international bodies. If she is confirmed, the odds are overwhelming she will vote to undermine our religious liberty and to overturn decisions like Zelman versus Simmons-Harris, the 5-4 landmark decision that upheld school choice. Understand the consequence of this nomination. If she is confirmed, the odds are very, very high she will vote to throw out school choice programs all across this country. And then there's crime. No topic has been the focus of this hearing more than her record on crime, and her record on crime is out of the mainstream. Her record on crime is extreme. Now, our Democratic colleagues have responded with a straw man. They've responded saying, well, judges all over the country sentence below the guidelines. When you look at her record, it's not just below the guidelines, though. In 100% of the child pornography cases where Judge Jackson had discretion, 100%, she sentenced not just below the guidelines, but below where the prosecutor asked, and usually substantially below. But my colleagues say everybody does it. That's their defense. Everybody does it. Well, let's look at the facts. In criminal cases nationally, this is all criminal cases nationally. If you compare Judge Jackson's record in criminal cases nationally, her average sentence is 29.9 months. The national average is 45.1 months. So that's all crimes, murder, rape, anything that's a crime, all of them on the national statistics. She sentences a third lower than the national average. The Democrats' argument, everybody does it, doesn't withhold doesn't stand up to the scrutiny. But when you look in particular at child pornography, a topic that is disturbing, the Democrats say, well, gosh, she doesn't like child pornography. Of course she doesn't. No rational person does. It's horrible. My Democratic colleagues go to the Senate floor and they read from her statements talking about these are not victimless crimes. These are little boys and little girls being horribly, violently assaulted. It stays with them their whole lives. I agree with what she says, but she says that and then turns around and gives the defendant, the criminal, a slap on the wrist. And if you look at the records, possession of child pornography, the national average is 68 months. That's every federal district judge in the country. What is Judge Jackson's average? 29.2 months. She's sentence is 57% lower than the national average, 57%. Even more disturbing, distribution. The national average for distributing child porn, videos of little children being sexually assaulted, the national average is 135 months. 11 years. That's a long sentence because it's a horrible crime. Her average is 71.9 months. That's 47% less, but this is even more striking when you realize that the mandatory minimum for distributing child porn is 60 months. That under federal law, you can't go below 60 months. What that means is that judges across the country on average sentence those distributing child porn to 75 months longer than the mandatory minimum. And Judge Jackson sentences them on average to 11.9 months longer. Now, the Democrats suggest this is cherry picking. This is based on every single child pornography case she's decided. And by the way, we just last week after the hearing got information on another case, United States versus Weeks, of an individual who raped his 13-year-old niece. Judge Jackson sentenced him to half what the prosecutors wanted because he failed to register on a sex registry and went to work at a daycare. While he was released early because of Judge Jackson's sentence, he committed another sexual assault, a rape. Again, she had him before her, and again, she sentenced him to half what the prosecutors sought. This is a pattern. Now, Democratic senators like to say they don't want to abolish the police. But I'll tell you what, if Judge Jackson is confirmed, her record demonstrates that it is 100% certain she will vote to overturn the death penalty, and that repeatedly she will vote to overturn strict sentences on violent criminals, to release violent criminals from jail, to overturn strict punishments on sex offenders. And my Democratic colleagues like to say when crime is skyrocketing, when murder rates are skyrocketing, when carjacking is skyrocketing, when sexual assaults are skyrocketing, my Democratic colleagues say it's not my fault. Well, I'll tell you what. When you vote to confirm justices who release criminals over and over and over again in a way that is wildly out of the mainstream, it is the Democrats' fault.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley. Thank you for maintaining, to the extent you can, the decorum of these proceedings, a respectful process, and I am particularly grateful to President Biden for nominating Judge Jackson and to Judge Jackson for her courage and her engagement in this process, which at time has been withering, even abusive. I was impressed by the fact that she was raised by a family committed to service, that raised her with a sense of dignity and integrity and a very strong sense of self with which she carried herself through what have been some challenging moments here in this committee. I believe the majority of the members of this committee have made a good faith effort to learn about Judge Jackson and her record. And through hours of one-on-one meetings, an extensive review of her record, and hearing from organizations and advocates nationally, they've come away with a view where they are certain of her both outstanding character and impeccable qualifications. Anyone who watched these hearings saw Judge Jackson give a clinic on judicial temperament and how to conduct oneself in a poised and thoughtful way that I thought gave voice through action of her impeccable character. To be sure, there have been a number of attacks lobbed at Judge Jackson, some of them really quite recently, and so I think some brief rejoinder may well be worth a few minutes of our time. Judge Jackson is not far, far from the mainstream. In fact, in over 250 reviews conducted by the American Bar Association, and that includes judges and prosecutors, defense attorneys, fellow practitioners, from her time as a public defender, her time at different law firms, her time on the bench, and her clerkships, not one found her far outside the mainstream. Judge Jackson has nothing to do with critical race theory, despite a number of engaging posters. As she testified, and as the record shows, she's never cited or relied upon critical race theory in her 9 years on the bench and in her more than 570 written opinions. She is not a radical liberal activist judge, and I don't think any of us should be making proclamations about what we are certain she would do to the trajectory of American law. As all of us who were here for the first day remember, Republican-appointed conservative Judge Thomas Griffith from the D.C. Circuit testified in front of us that in Judge Jackson's 9 years on the district court bench and more than 570 opinions, she demonstrated a diligent and careful approach. As Judge Griffith told us, Judge Jackson is an independent jurist who adjudicates based on the facts and the law and not as a partisan. Judge Jackson is not soft on crime. I think it is particularly hard to square the fact that two of the largest, best informed, most active law enforcement advocacy organizations in our country, the National Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police, have spoken up in support of her nomination. It is hard to square that with some of the mischaracterizations that have been lobbed in her direction. She is from a family dedicated to service to our nation, service as educators, as police officers, her brother who was with us serving in the military, people who've devoted their lives to the American cause, to improving and caring for other families and communities. And she is absolutely not an enabler of child abusers. One conservative prosecutor, Fox News opinion writer, said that these repeated assaults, mischaracterizing her entire character and record based on just a few sentencing decisions, are meritless to the point of demagoguery. That's an elegant way of saying worthless. Of the 100 offenders she sentenced, there have been just 5 cases for possession of child pornography, and in every case, she sent the offender to jail. As my colleague from Minnesota ably and thoroughly reviewed, she's in the mainstream of judges sentencing in these cases. I'll just add 2 more pieces of evidence to this ongoing debate, if I might. An ABC News review of federal judges appointed and confirmed during the previous administration found a dozen had handed down similar below-guideline sentences in cases of defendants who were charged with viewing, possessing, transporting, or distributing child pornography. The committee also received a letter from judges, 9 retired district court and circuit court judges, retired. This is affiliated with Harvard Law School. A letter that attests that her practice in sentencing, and let me read if I can, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's record in individual cases is entirely consistent with the nationwide patterns described by the U.S. Sentencing Commission and what the DOJ prosecutors and U.S. Court probation departments recommended. To the extent she departed, it is well within the mainstream of what other judges were doing nationwide by judges appointed by both Republicans and Democrats. Finally, I thought this was in some ways the hardest to understand. Judge Jackson is not going to pack the Supreme Court. There were a whole series of efforts to ascribe to Judge Jackson the views of different advocacy organizations. And as Senator Whitehouse thoroughly, repeatedly, and actively has laid out, we have too many groups that are advocating and engaging in trying to pre-cook what our work is here on the Judiciary Committee by digging into backgrounds, by pre-packaging, by advertising, and by selling. We can and should make real progress in opening up these dark money groups by voting for the Disclose Act. If later this year, when we have a chance on the floor of the Senate, my colleagues refuse to vote so that the American people can know who's really funding all this stuff, then they don't really want to know the truth. There's a lot more that I could present this morning to lay out the truth behind all of these aggressive and I would say often baseless attacks on Judge Jackson. Sadly, I think the truth about this is less relevant because a principal goal here is about stirring up division and scoring political points. Instead of a conversation about the significance of Judge Jackson becoming the first black woman to sit on our nation's highest court, what it will mean to have a Supreme Court justice who's served as a trial judge for nearly a decade and as a federal public defender and as a private practitioner and as a clerk at all levels, what it will mean for her experiences, her life, her grounding, her faith, her character, to be part of the deliberation of our nation's highest court. Instead, sadly, we are treated to a series of, I think, meritless attacks that were more distraction than substance. So let me close, if I can, with just a few thoughts that I think matter as we move towards a vote. Judge Jackson testified she cares deeply about our Constitution and the rights that make us free. The truth of her statements borne out by her own life experiences, by her career in the law, her record on the bench, and her thoughtful and measured responses to all of our questions, even those presented in the most aggressive of styles. Her judicial methodology is rooted in her understanding that the role of a judge is a limited one. She is the kind of judge humble enough to know that the Constitution and the laws passed by Congress say what the law is, while judges have a limited role to decide questions based on the law and the facts presented. This nominee brings me joy and a sense of pride that as a nation we are moving in the right direction, based on our constant project of delivering an America that lives up to the aspirational words written by our founders. The Supreme Court decides cases that mean something, that have an impact in the lives of millions of Americans, that teach the world what our system of democracy and the rule of law can actually accomplish. And I think having her, as someone who served on the Sentencing Commission, as a trial court and appellate court judge, as a public defender, in that court will continue to improve our nation in ways we don't yet fully know, but where I have confidence that in her bones, she knows how important our Constitution and the rule of law are to securing liberty and equality before the law for every American. Mr. Chairman, I mentioned Ruby Bridges in my opening now a week ago. I had the honor of meeting Ruby Bridges when I was on a civil rights pilgrimage with the late Congressman John Lewis. What's always struck me about the painting that Norman Rockwell did of Ruby Bridges was that as a very young girl marching into school, that by an action of the United States Supreme Court was open to her for the first time. There were tomatoes and slurs on the wall behind her, and yet she held her chin high, she was straight, and she marched forward with a sense of confidence, despite just outside the frame of that painting there being a howling, angry mob. So too, I found that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson conducted herself in questioning here with her head held high, with a sense of confidence in our Constitution, in our democracy, and in the rule of law. Our role in confirming a justice to the highest court is among our most solemn obligations, and I am honored to vote in support of confirming Judge Jackson to be the next Associate Justice of our Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Coons. Senator Cotton.
You know, Democrats in the committee and Judge Jackson herself have repeatedly said that senators should look to her record to see what kind of justice she would be. Although some of our Democratic colleagues now claim that it's engaging in conspiracy theories to dare to ask Judge Jackson about that very record. Her record and her answers are clear. Judge Jackson may be a fine woman, but
we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have much more from this upcoming committee vote coming up soon, right here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We are back out to the Senate Judiciary Committee for the upcoming vote here to get her out, for Judge Jackson out of committee, and a vote later this week on the floor there of the Senate.
Make it retroactive. She also said that there were no victims in the case. Fentanyl trafficking is not a victimless crime. And anyone who doesn't understand that does not belong on the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson also granted compassionate release to a man who brutally murdered a deputy U.S. Marshal by shooting him on the steps of a church at a funeral. He was repeatedly denied parole, and in prison he had racked up infractions for things like threatening prison staff and possessing a dangerous weapon. Not exactly a reformed saint. Judge Jackson granted him compassionate release anyway because he had high blood pressure. In 2013, a sex offender had repeatedly raped his 13-year-old niece and was arrested for falsifying sex offender records to avoid telling the government where he was living, or that he was working at a daycare despite a restriction on his contact with children. The government asked for him to go to prison for 2 years. Judge Jackson gave him just 1 year. During that second year, when he should have been in prison, yes, he went on to try to rape again and then bribe the victim with $2,500 to recant her testimony. Judge Jackson habitually sympathizes with criminals over victims. These are just a few of the many cases in Judge Jackson's record that all make one thing clear. If you are a criminal, you would be lucky if your case is assigned to Judge Jackson. If you are the victim of a crime or anyone else seeking justice, you better hope your case got assigned somewhere else. As a trial judge, Judge Jackson could only give the benefit of the doubt to one criminal at a time. As a Supreme Court justice, she would be able to give the benefit to criminals nationwide in all cases. Let's consider her terrorism cases. She seems to have a real interest in helping terrorists. Now, it's true that you shouldn't judge a lawyer solely for taking on an unpopular case, and defending criminals doesn't necessarily make someone ineligible to be a judge. But during the Bush administration, representing terrorists was all the rage in liberal legal circles. These were not unpopular cases, but instead, lawyers at liberal law firms and public defender's office fought with each other to be able to work for these terrorists. Judge Jackson represented 4 terrorists as a public defender, one of whom she continued to represent in private practice. She also argued in favor of terrorists in 2 other cases in amicus briefs while in private practice. Her backers try to have it both ways. On the one hand, they say this is all just assigned work, but on the other hand, they celebrate her as a hero for volunteering for so-called assigned work. Well, whether it was assigned or volunteered, the fact that Judge Jackson didn't do a very good job. In 3 of the 4 cases, her filings were identical, word for word, comma for comma. She alleged identical facts and legal arguments in every one of those cases. The only differences was the swapped out name and case numbers. So let's look at those terrorists. One of her terrorist clients designed the prototype shoe bomb that was used in an unsuccessful attempt to blow up a passenger airplane. Another of her terrorist clients planned and executed a rocket attack on U.S. forces in Afghanistan, and another of her terrorist clients was arrested in a raid on an al-Qaeda explosive training camp. Yet in every case, she claimed that her clients had nothing to do with terrorism and had never been affiliated with al-Qaeda or the Taliban, despite having no reason to believe that her alleged facts, copied and pasted from one brief to the next, were true. Judge Jackson also has a habit of refusing to answer simple common sense questions in her hearing and in questions for the record. Famously, when Senator Blackburn asked her what a woman was, she claimed that she had no idea. I asked her who has more of a right to be in the United States, new American citizens who follow the rules, waited their turn and came the right way, or illegal aliens whose very first act in the United States was to break our laws and who continue breaking them every day that they remain here illegally. Judge Jackson declined to answer. And when I asked Judge Jackson whether releasing Guantanamo Bay terrorists would make us more safe or less safe, she again pretended to have no clue. And of course, she refused to take an opinion on court packing, unlike the justice she would replace, Stephen Breyer, or the sainted Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Judge Jackson plays ignorant not because she doesn't know these answers, but because her liberal judicial philosophy is based on denying reality and trying to invent a new reality through the brute force of will as a judge. Judge Jackson's attempts to invent a new reality demonstrate a willingness to skirt the law when it doesn't fit her preferred outcome. Not only did she engage in what the Sixth Circuit called an end run around Congress to make the First Step Act retroactively reduce the sentence of that fentanyl kingpin I mentioned earlier, she also worked hard to strike down a Trump administration policy of removing recently arrived illegal aliens. The law passed by Congress granted DHS, quote, sole and unreviewable discretion on the issue. But Judge Jackson inserted herself to strike down what she called, quote, a terrible proposal by DHS, as if it's the judge's place to decide what is and is not a terrible immigration proposal. The D.C. Circuit Court, no hotbed of conservative activism, reversed her and noted that, quote, there could hardly be a more definitive expression of congressional intent than the clear language of the statute she disregarded, because she didn't care. She had an anti-Trump op-ed to write in the form of a judicial opinion as part of her audition for the political left to put her on the Supreme Court one day. Last week, Senator Durbin said that despite Judge Jackson saying explicitly that she doesn't have a judicial philosophy, she does have one, but, quote, you have to take the time to read any or all of her 578 opinions that she has issued. And for once, Senator Durbin and I see things similarly. Judge Jackson has a judicial philosophy, and that philosophy is obvious from her record on the bench. Judge Jackson will coddle criminals and terrorists. She will twist and ignore the law to reach any result that she wants. That is not what we need from a Supreme Court justice, and that is why I will vote no on her nomination.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in thanking you and the ranking member for conducting these hearings in a really judicious way. To adopt my colleague's baseball analogy, we've seen not only wild pitches, but more than a few brushbacks and even some beanballs. And I think you have conducted these hearings in a way that encourages us to look at the truth and look at our role in history. We've seen a lot of meritless demagoguery, concocted outrage, and in fact, even this morning, nothing really new and nothing true in many of the attacks on Judge Jackson. The fact of the matter is that Republicans have repeatedly supported Trump-appointed nominees that had similar sentencing records as Judge Jackson. There are 6 of them in the record, but they've chosen to raise this hypocritical line of attack on the first black woman to be nominated to the Supreme Court. When these kinds of lies have become so blatant that even the right-wing media echo chamber can't support them with a straight face, it really is saying something. The latest Republican attacks in recent days continue that trend. And in fact, even this morning, nothing really new and nothing true in many of the attacks on Judge Jackson. The fact of the matter is that Republicans have repeatedly supported Trump-appointed nominees that had similar sentencing records as Judge Jackson. There are 6 of them in the record, but they've chosen to raise this hypocritical line of attack on the first black woman to be nominated to the Supreme Court. When these kinds of lies have become so blatant that even the right-wing media echo chamber can't support them with a straight face, it really is saying something. The latest Republican attacks in recent days continue that trend, cherry-picking data and slanting analysis to try to disingenuously smear a distinguished jurist. We all recognize that child sexual abuse material is abhorrent. That's the reason why I have led bipartisan legislation with members of this committee to stop it and hold accountable anyone who would enable it, and we have voted unanimously to bring that legislation to the floor. The American people really are having nothing of these attacks. She has wowed America. Any of us going home over these past weekends have seen a standing ovation for Judge Jackson from the American people. And the reason is that her nomination will be historic. We are, in fact, making history. It is a joyous and exciting moment for all of America. Her nomination will make the Supreme Court look more like America and hopefully think more like America. It is, in effect, a giant leap into the present, because the present of America looks like Judge Jackson and a more diverse judiciary at every level that President Biden has sought to achieve. And we have supported in achieving on this committee. Representation matters. It matters for the legitimacy and credibility of our whole judicial system. Judges are the voice and face of justice in America. Their credibility matters. They have no armies. They have no police forces. They have no power of the purse. The United States Supreme Court depends on its credibility and the trust of the American people that it will think like they do. It is unelected, appointed for life, one of the most undemocratic kinds of institutions you could possibly imagine. And so, as excited and proud I am on this day, I also am sad that we are seeing this partisan divide on this committee and in this Congress on this extraordinarily well-qualified nominee. My colleague, Senator Cornyn, talked about legitimizing consent. Legitimizing consent means that the American people consent and legitimize the Supreme Court. If we treat the Supreme Court like another political branch, it will become one. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and right now we are fulfilling it. The United States Congress, and most especially my Republican colleagues, are fulfilling that prophecy by engaging in a party line vote against a nominee that is superbly qualified by character and intellect and will make history as the first black woman to be confirmed. Voting along strict party lines means it is more likely that the Supreme Court will vote that way too. Regardless of how the court votes go, the public will perceive the court as more political, more polarized, and less legitimate. The court has many self-inflicted wounds. The failure to adopt a code of ethics is one of them, and I have advocated that code of ethics, and I asked the nominee about it, and she said she would talk to her colleagues. But the partisan combat we're seeing today is a wound that the United States Congress inflicts on the court. Now, this nominee has an emotional intelligence in addition to legal intellect. She is a bridge builder. She aims at consensus. My colleagues question whether she had a judicial philosophy. Well, normally, the way you determine judicial philosophy is to look at decisions and opinions, not asking the judge to describe it. She has ruled for and against the Trump administration, for and against labor and collective bargaining, for against qualified immunity, for and against class certification, because her methodology is to follow the facts and the law. And as she said in Mobarez v. Kerry, where she declined to evaluate the plaintiff's claims because doing so would have required, quote, making and imposing policy judgments of her own about the wisdom and or reasonableness of decisions, end quote, she knows her lane. That's her methodology, to stay within the judicial lane. Finally, as to law enforcement, I found overwhelmingly persuasive her description of what it was like for her to grow up with members of her family involved in law enforcement. Her uncle, who was a chief of police, her brother, a cop on patrol. Quote, I'd make three observations in response to those critiques, meaning the critique of her law enforcement background. She said, the first is that as someone who has had family members on patrol and in the line of fire, I care deeply about public safety. I know what it's like to have loved ones who go off to protect and to serve, and the fear of not knowing whether or not they're going to come home again because of crime in the community. As you said, my brother patrolled the streets of Baltimore, and I had two uncles who were career law enforcement. She is someone who knows what it means to respect and enforce the law, and she has a respect for the law, not just words on the page, as my colleague Senator Klobuchar said so well. She has respect for the impact of the words of judges in opinions they write and what they speak in their courtroom, the effect and the impact on everyday Americans, just as Justice Breyer has done throughout his career. These abstract legalisms, the abstruse pronouncements from the bench, they affect everyday Americans. She knows it. And that's how she will make the Supreme Court think more like America. We are making history here, not only for ourselves, but for generations to come. Quote, one of the things that having diverse members of the court does is it provides for the opportunity for role models. Since I was nominated to this position, I've received so many notes and letters and photos from little girls around the country who tell me they are so excited for this opportunity and that they have thought about the law in new ways. All of America will think about the law and about the court in new ways. And little girls, women, all American will hopefully have more respect and trust for the courts. She is, as she said, standing on the shoulders of others who couldn't be here today. Constance Baker Motley, John Lewis, her parents, and thousands of others who fought, and some died, for changes in the laws so that we would think about the law in new ways, and she would become our first black woman on the United States Supreme Court. I will proudly vote for her. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank you for the way you've conducted these hearings. And also appreciate the hard work on the part of your staff, especially your Chief Nominations Counsel, Phil. Thank you all for the work you've done. As I said last week, I'm not going to be supporting Judge Jackson's nomination. I sat through the majority of the hearings a couple of weeks ago and submitted more than 300 questions for the record. I just have come down to believe that she may do the very thing I'm most concerned with, and that's rule on cases in a way that achieves a preferred policy outcome, not necessarily what the Constitution dictates. Probably the Make the Road case is probably the best example where the plain text of the statute was looked past. A nationwide injunction was imposed only to be struck down by the D.C. Circuit. But the other thing that makes me feel like it may come to pass that she does rule outside of the plain text of the Constitution or the law is the number of people who do support her that I take at face value what she said. I asked her if she had any connection with the Arabella Group or Demand Justice, some of these other radical liberal activist organizations. She said she didn't, but she's on their top pick list everywhere you go, whether it's Demand Justice, short list for President Biden, Sierra Club, a number of the other organizations within the Arabella radical liberal activist groups seem to think that she would be a good addition to the court. And their activist outcomes couldn't be further from what I want to see with respect to the future of our nation. But I'm also concerned that Judge Jackson wouldn't take a stand on my question about packing the court. Now, I know some people have said that Judge Barrett, now Justice Barrett, did not answer the question directly. It's a very different question now than it was when Judge Barrett was here. Because now we have these same groups, Demand Justice and others, they have organizations focused on nuking the filibuster. And on January the 19th, we came really close to doing that. And we all know that if that occurred, it laid the predicate for expanding the Supreme Court. I, for one, it won't be the sole factor, but I, for one, if I have an opportunity to sit on this committee and consider a future Supreme Court justice, it will be a weighted factor in my decision whether it's coming forward from a Democrat judge or a Republican judge with respect to being considered on the Supreme Court. I think a simple answer, very similar to what Justice Ginsburg and Justice Breyer done, would have been a great way to calm my fear about the worst possible thing. We could talk about these hearings being politicizing and divisive, but nothing would be more politicizing, divisive, and destructive to the Supreme Court than to expand it and pack it. So those and other reasons, including some of the responses to my more than 300 questions for the record, I'm not going to be supporting Judge Jackson. I am a realist. I know that she's going to be confirmed. I think we've had a colleague on our side of the aisle also announce support. And I just wish her family very well. I got an opportunity during one of the breaks to go up to her parents, and I told them that they clearly raised her right. I mean, she's the realization of an American dream, and they should be very proud, and the supporters here should be very proud of her. This is not about the content of her character. I think I judge that to be very strong. This has to do with future decisions where I believe, and I hope that I'm proven wrong, that Justice Jackson may go in a direction that runs counter to much of what we've talked about today. I will not be supporting her nomination, but I do wish her and her family well, and I look forward to maybe everyone listening to what they said today, and in the future, whether it's a Supreme Court hearing or a Circuit Court hearing, exercise some of those words with respect to
All right, everyone. So this debate will be going on for quite some time. We'll get back to it a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are going to get some of the latest updates coming out of the tragedy that is continuing to unfold with the massacre in Ukraine. And what we will do is play out some of those updates coming for you in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ukraine. They will try to capture more territories in Donetsk and Lugansk regions. They will try to entrench and root themselves in the Kherson region. They will try to capture bleeding Mariupol. What you've seen, the horrors that we've seen in Bucha are just a tip of the iceberg of all the crimes that have been committed by Russian army in the territory of Ukraine so far. And I can tell you without an exaggeration, but with great sorrow, that the situation in Mariupol is much worse compared to what we've seen in Bucha and other cities, towns and villages nearby Kyiv. Horrors of Bucha, Mariupol and other places demand serious G7 and EU sanctions. I appreciate everything that has been done so far, but Liz is right. The West continues to fuel Russian war machine with payments for fossil fuels, with trade that is still taking place between Russia and Western countries, with financial transactions conducted through Russian banks that have not been disconnected from SWIFT yet. And when we discuss the sanctions that must be imposed on Russia without any delay, actually we have the same speaking points with Liz, and I appreciate that the fact that Ukraine and the United Kingdom are aligned on this issue too. Half measures are not enough anymore. I demand from our partners, on behalf of the victims of Bucha and the people of Ukraine, to take the most severe sanctions against Russia this week. This is not the request of Ukraine's foreign minister. This is the plea of the victims of rape, torture, and killings, their relatives, and the entire Ukrainian nation. I have heard thousands of arguments why this or that sanction cannot be imposed against Russia. It's time to put all hesitation, reluctance, business-wise arguments aside and think about human sufferings and the need to stop the Russian war machine until it kills and destroys more on its way. I invite foreign representatives, my colleagues, those who still have doubts whether to disconnect Russian banks from SWIFT or to continue buying Russian gas, oil, and coal, or to receive Russian vessels in ports and process products either sold to Russia or bought from Russia. I invite all of them to visit Bucha without any delay, to visit a small village and stand in front of the mass grave, to see the bodies of dead Ukrainian women who had been raped before being killed and whom the Russians tried to set on fire to hide the traces of their crimes. And I do this address to all foreign ministers who will be meeting this week at NATO, at the European Union, at the G7 ministerial. If you have doubts, reluctance, or arguments about the need to keep doing business with Russia, go to Bucha first and then talk to me. The same goes for weapons. There have been some hesitations and reluctance to provide Ukraine with all weapons that we are asking for. The same approach should be applied to the issue of weapons. The more weapons we have, the sooner we will be able to win this war and to prevent Russia from committing more crimes. I appreciate the United Kingdom's readiness to work closely with Ukraine on the investigation of the committed war crimes and to bringing perpetrators and their commanders to account. International justice takes time, but we will be focused on making sure that they pay the price for what they have done to the people of Ukraine. After everything we've seen, I believe I would like to echo what Lee said and also demand the expulsion of Russia from the Human Rights Council. Ukraine has been raising this issue before. We now insist that this must be done immediately. Finally, I would like to say that 2 points. We discussed how Ukraine, United Kingdom, and Poland can further build up our relations in the trilateral format that we created shortly before the aggression. This last month demonstrated that Poland, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom are the closest friends, and they can do a lot together. And I see that there is a political will in both London and Warsaw to do more. And finally, I would like to thank Liz and the entire UK government and the people of the United Kingdom to everything that you have done so far and your resolve not to stop until Ukraine wins and justice prevails. Because the victory of Ukraine will be the victory of justice in Europe and in the world. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions now, and the first one goes to BBC Adam Easton.
Thank you. The sanctions imposed so far have not stopped Russia from committing awful acts. You mentioned some of the things that you're proposing, barring Russian ships from ports, the UK from stopping buying Russian energy. Can you give us some detail or a date specifically of when you would like to introduce that? And can you realistically get other European countries to agree to the sanctions, such as barring Sberbank, Gazprom Bank from SWIFT, that, you know, those sanctions, tougher sanctions that you would like to impose, are you realistically confident you can get the agreement on that?
We have shown a unified approach so far. We've done 4 waves of sanctions. We have crippled the Russian economy. We've sent it back 15 years. But I'm very clear we need to do more. We need to do more on oil and gas, which are key to funding Russia's war machine. We've agreed that the United Kingdom will end our imports of oil by the end of this year. We are in discussions with other countries about a timetable for gas, oil and coal. And it is only by cutting off the entire supply to the Western world that we will see the revenues go down from Putin's war machine. On the subject of the port ban, that is something the UK has already done. We would like to see others do the same. We also want to see further sanctions on gold so that the Russian central bank can't circumvent the current sanction. But as far as the UK is concerned, nothing is off the table in terms of sanctions. Dimitra is absolutely right. The scenes that we have seen are appalling. And they are not, I'm afraid, the end of the atrocities that will be uncovered. And we simply should not be doing business with this country. We simply should not be doing business with Putin. And we have to stop it, and we have to stop it with our allies. That's the case we're making, together with Ukraine and our allies across Europe and across the Western world, and in fact across the free world. We also have the Japanese Foreign Minister that will be here this week as well.
We have some Ukrainian media here, Ukraina 24, if you're here. Мікрофон, будь ласка.
Україна 24. Пане міністр, скажіть, будь ласка, як ви вважаєте, той саміт G7, що має відбутися незабаром, питання про запровадження енергетичного ембарго, наскільки ці розмови можуть стати реальністю? Чи буде це запроваджено, це ембарго? І маю ще таке запитання. У п'ятницю до Британії, до Лондона має прибути Олаф Шольц. І має бути розмова з Борисом Джонсоном з приводу збільшення тиску і санкцій на Росію. Як ви вважаєте, чи будуть ці перемовини результативними? Дякую.
Just a moment for translation.
So the first question is about the forthcoming G7 summit. How realistic do you think the energy embargo is going to be? And the second is about the visit of Olaf Scholz on Friday to the UK and about the discussion between Boris Johnson and Olaf Scholz. What is going to be? What are the expectations?
Yeah, I will respond in Ukrainian if you don't mind. Ми вже почали роботу ще на вихідних з країнами Сімки для того, щоб зустріч міністрів закордонних справ Сімки в четвер стала успішною з точки зору застосування всіх тих санкцій, які я озвучив, в тому числі нафтогазового ембарго.
So we started discussions with the G7 countries last weekend so that we could have a proper consultation on energy embargo well in advance of the event.
Я не можу зараз сказати, чи ці санкції будуть застосовані в четвер, тому що остаточне рішення залежить не від України, ми, на жаль, ще не належимо до групи 7.
I cannot say for sure that this embargo will come into force straight away on Thursday, because unfortunately Ukraine is not one of the G7 countries.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Але я хочу повторити українською те, що я говорив англійською. Я знаю, що у деяких країн, які належать до групи 7, все ще є сумніви.
And we were listening there to the Ukrainian foreign minister saying now is the time where they need more than just sanctions here. They need more help from NATO countries when it comes to these horrible war crimes that we are seeing. Even today, President Biden once again doubled down on his message there that Putin is performing war crimes there in Ukraine, and then also went a step further today and also said that Putin needs to be held accountable there at a war crimes trial. And a little bit later, we will have a White House briefing. We'll also hear from the president a little bit later as well. We got all of that for you coming up in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. We got you covered right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take it back out to the debate going on right now with the Senate Judiciary Committee there over Judge Jackson right now. And we got Senator Josh Hawley speaking, a Republican senator. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Read the transcripts. The prosecutors come into court, and when they appear before her, they say, Judge, we know that you have policy disagreements with the guidelines. We know that you think they over-sentence. We know you think they're too harsh. They know it. They argue with her based on it. Some cases pleading with her, at least give the defendants. In the Hawkins case, this is the 18-year-old who had thousands of images, all those videos of young children. They plead with her, at least give him 2 years. That was below the guidelines. At least give him 2 years. She gave him 3 months. I think this is why, this core judicial philosophy is why we see her doing things like apologizing to some of these offenders, just like she apologized to Wesley Hawkins. She said she was sorry for him. Now listen, I just have to say, I'm not sorry for him. I'm not sorry for these offenders. I am not sorry for the offenses they have committed and where they have gotten themselves to. They should go to jail. They should go to prison. And my fundamental disagreement with Judge Jackson is not based on her character or her integrity or her accomplishments. I think those things are beyond question. It's based on her policy and her philosophy. And I think on these core issues, she is just dead wrong. Now, let me just say this finally in conclusion. We've heard in Judge Jackson's defense, and I don't know it's really much of a defense. I know she didn't say these things, but in her defense by the White House and members of this committee, we've been told things like, The child pornography is actually all a conspiracy. It's not real. It's just a conspiracy. It's made up. Let me just say for the record, sex crimes against children are not fiction. They are not a conspiracy. There are 85 million images of children being exploited available on the internet. I'm a former prosecutor. These are real crimes. I'm a father of 3 young children. These are real children. And these aren't victimless crimes. Just because they're images doesn't mean real kids aren't involved. As we heard testimony from prosecutors and experts just 2 weeks ago, child pornography creates a cycle of trafficking, of exploitation, of abuse. It is the children here who are the victims, not the criminals. On that core point, I disagree fundamentally with Judge Jackson. I wish her well, but I cannot support her nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Booker.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the ranking member for doing everything you could to have a good hearing. And I really mean that, Mr. Chairman. You have been, to me, one of the great mentors of mine in the Senate, but watching you here is the best of Durbin, your best hits, I think, in trying to do this. And I will say to the guy you're smiling at right now, I don't know if I help you or hurt you when I say such nice things about you, sir, but you are a gentleman. I spent a lot of time in Iowa. And you exemplify Iowa nice, and I appreciate the way you've done it. This has been an interesting experience. I often think maybe we should be holding this hearing during December because, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you know about the vaunted holiday of Festivus, which is the holiday for the rest of us during the holidays. And one of the aspects of Festivus is the airing of grievances. And I think that we've had probably the best Festivus celebration here in this hearing over the last week or so, because there's been a lot of airing of grievances. Now, I'm one of these people that thinks that there's no false equivalency here, that the grievances that I've seen since I've been here, from the ridiculousness of Merrick Garland and when he was nominated, not even having a hearing, not even meeting with him, or even some of the language. I recently looked at one of the quotes from one of the people on this committee on the Republican side, who talked about if Hillary Clinton won, we should just leave any Supreme Court vacancies if the Republicans control the court. But I'm also self-interrogated enough to know that I shouldn't just sit here and air my grievances and listen to their grievances. And that's why I'm really appreciative of Ben Sass, Senator Sass, and I think the Oxford English Dictionary is now a new word for next year, jackassery. I want to thank Tom Tillis. I don't, again, agree with his equivalencies on everything, but I see an earnest person trying to figure out how we can make sense of this place and return more to patriotism, less towards partisanship. And I've listened to every time he spoke. He's made appeals to those higher angels, and I'm grateful for that. I really do worry about where we are spiraling towards. I worry about hearings like this, where the majority of people on both sides, I think, were well within the zone, but I heard things that were just ridiculous and painful and hurtful. And I do worry, and I hope that maybe when the cameras are off and some of us can get together and talk about how do we repair and how do we heal. I have not resigned myself to the inevitability of this is where the United States Senate is going. And the collateral damage to this, and it's not all us, I think the Supreme Court has done enough damage to itself with its lax ethics rules, but the legitimacy of the court has sunk pretty dramatically over the last years, and I think a lot of it is because of the spectacle that we've seen here and now, and that really concerns me. Look, I think it was I know it was President Lincoln who said, "The world will little note nor long remember what we say here," and I know that's from my words as well. This is a frustrating experience to see this happen, but I want to make a couple points and then shift to my final point. I think we do real damage to our own agendas here as elected leaders when we so vilify each other that we create these caricatures. I made the mistake in one Supreme Court hearing, and it was not intentional, but even when it came out of my mouth, in talking about a Supreme Court justice, I used the word evil. I did not intend to do it, and if context, I think, might save me, but how horrible it is to describe another human being with terms like I've heard here, evil. I remember my governor, who was a Republican, my friend, was running for president, And the right had so vilified Obama, had so dehumanized him, that when my governor and Obama hugged after a natural disaster, it was used in campaign commercials against my governor, and he dropped over 10 points because he did the sin of somebody that we had so vilified, so demonized, that human interaction, that a hug is such a violation of our tribe that it actually hurt them. I sometimes see some of my friends that might run for president on the other side. I think I might foil their campaigns by going around hugging them. Because that's where we've gotten in America right now. We've so vilified each other. And that's why I just want to address the absurdity of the vilification of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Even the rhetoric I've heard used here, I kept writing things down. Judge Jackson is not an extremist. She is not out of the judicial norm. I've heard language, I won't read through all the attacks on her that I've heard in this hearing today, not to mention the previous days. I'm sorry, who does the American public want to believe? A bunch of elected senators or the independent folks are out there? To say she's an extremist on crime belies the fact that she has law enforcement group after law enforcement group supporting her. So if you want to say that she is an extremistly soft on crime, then you're saying that about the FOP, you're saying that about the IACP. Go through all the organizations. If I hear another person trying to wrap themselves in the obvious that all 22 of us find abhorrent sexual crimes, and somehow want to glorify themselves to being, hey, I'm a prosecutor. Well, both people on both sides. I got my back full of prosecutors over here. And I see noble people that did the Lord's work of prosecuting these crimes as well. But here's the absurdity to say that somehow she is not strong against these cases. Again, these are just lies. A senator just said, I believe the guidelines are right. Well, obviously, Republican-appointed judges don't agree with him because the norm in many states is 70 to 80% of judges going before the guideline. And if that statement is correct, then why didn't you vote against every one of those Republican judges that was not following the guidelines, as most don't? You could try to create a straw man here, but it does not hold. And it's just frustrating to me to listen to people trying to create a caricature of a human being whose family is law enforcement, who is a parent, and who is well within the norm on these cases. And again, I'm an elected official just like my colleagues on the other side, so don't believe me. Believe all the victims' rights advocates that have written in on this issue. There are organizations that represent hundreds and hundreds of organizations on victims of sexual assault, women and children. I don't need to read the horrific stuff that they deal with every single day, but God bless America. The National Children's Alliance, a national organization that works on behalf of children who have been sexually abused. They have 924 member organizations. All would concur with the a conservative magazine that called what my colleague and Senator Hawley is saying, that these things that he's saying are meritless, on the verge of demagoguery. And so I could go through all the things that balance the world out here, because you come in here and the way we talk about each other, the way we talk about injustice is so disrespectful. I respect the criticisms. I voted against Amy Coney Barrett. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but the way we talk about each other, the rhetoric that is so disrespectful, so much of a caricature, so far out of the lines of what independent groups and law enforcement and victim advocacies that support this candidate would say. Which brings me to the final point I want to make. I am hearing from people, not just black women, but particularly black women, who have been relating to me their stories about having to come into a room where you're more qualified than the people who are sitting in judgment of you, and having to endure the absurdities of disrespect that we saw Judge Jackson endure. The stories I'm hearing are replete from folks in all kind of jobs and all kind of experiences in their lives who are so qualified, so worthy, and what they've had to endure. And that's what struck a chord this week. I don't think, again, we are going to have our political substantive disagreements, but it was the treatment in some of these questions that triggered a hurt in so many people I know and have encountered. How could they create these caricatures? How could they create these exaggerations? How could they disrespect a person like her who's done everything right in her life and in her journey? How? How qualified do you have to be, double Harvard? How qualified do you have to be clerking at all levels of the federal judiciary? How qualified do you have to be 3 times confirmed by the Senate in a bipartisan manner? And so, Senator, I have to say, today is the birthday of a great poet named Maya Angelou. And so I'm just going to end with those words. Why does this poem strike a chord with so many Americans? Because they feel it to their bones. And so this is in honor of Maya Angelou and the next Supreme Court Justice of the United States of America. Happy birthday, Maya, Dr. Angelou. You may try to write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me down in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Rise, Sister Jackson, rise, Judge Jackson, all the way to the highest court in the land. And when we have that final vote, I will rejoice, ancestors will rejoice, and we will say, Lord, this is a day that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all appreciate having had the nominee's time and her willingness to meet with us. And I think we all enjoyed meeting her family. And indeed, she has a very impressive resume. She has worked hard to build that, but our concerns and our disagreements do lie with how she has addressed child pornography, how she has addressed her sentencing practices, her release policies, her work with terrorists, her work with agencies, overreach that is there, and indeed her immigration policies. And I want to talk a little bit about one of the exchanges that I had with her. I did ask her about the United States versus Virginia case. That was the Supreme Court's landmark women's rights case. And it did strike down VMI's male-only admission policy. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I understand from so many attorneys that this is a case that anyone, first-year law school, would be familiar with. They would know this case, but Judge Jackson claimed not to be familiar with the case, so I asked her whether she agreed with Justice Ginsburg in that case that there are physical differences between men and women that are enduring, and she refused to answer. So then I asked her a very simple question. I asked her to define the word woman. Wasn't a trick question. It's something that everybody learned in grade school science class. But Judge Jackson refused to answer. The fact that she couldn't or wouldn't answer that question speaks volumes. It tells me that Judge Jackson is beholden to the radical left that is teaching our children that they can choose their own sex. It tells me that she is more committed to woke progressive ideology than she is to common sense and the rule of law. And it tells me that she will not be able to decide with impartiality the cases that are sure to come before her as a Supreme Court justice. How, for example, will Judge Jackson be able to resolve sex discrimination claims if she can't decide whether the parties before her are women? How can she decide Title IX cases if she doesn't even agree with Justice Ginsburg that there are enduring physical differences between men and women? We recently saw a Ninth Circuit judge issue a written opinion stating that, and I'm quoting, people of all genders can become pregnant, end quote. And disputes over biological males competing in women's sports are working their way through the federal courts. How can a Judge Jackson decide any of these issues as a Supreme Court justice if she is too afraid of the radical left to give this committee a definition of the word woman? Judge Jackson's refusal to answer my question underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive ideology that she endorses. In the time since Judge Jackson sat before this committee, Disney has eliminated saying boys and girls. The State Department announced you can select X as a gender on your passport. The TSA will implement gender-neutral security screenings. The left has slowly but surely stripped words of their meaning in an attempt to eliminate dissent. And the latest victim of this campaign is the word woman. Americans from across the political spectrum want a Supreme Court justice who isn't divorced from reality, who has common sense, and who will protect their children and their right to rear their children as they see fit. Parents live in fear of the progressive ideology that is being pushed in some of our schools. I hear from them regularly. But Judge Jackson's answer to my question made perfectly clear to me and to everyone watching that she will be a certain vote for government overreach in private family decisions. She has written, and I'm quoting her, these are her words, that every judge has personal hidden agendas, end quote. That influences the cases they decide. While that may not be true for all judges, it is of concern at many cases, and it is of concern that this is her view. This hearing, the judge's record, have made it clear that she will interpret the Constitution through the lens of progressive ideology. Her culture war. She promised the committee that she would decide cases from a neutral posture and that she would rule consistent with her judicial oath. While she may be sincere in that pledge, I still have concerns that her ideology may influence her jurisprudence. As I told her, her primary commitment must be to the Constitution, not progressivism. For those reasons, I am certainly going to vote no for Judge Jackson. Before I close, Mr. Chairman, I did want to address a point of process. You have repeatedly dressed down my Republican colleagues in asking Judge Jackson tough questions. You did it throughout the hearings, you did it at last week's markup, and you've done it repeatedly in the media, including before we even had a chance to ask a question. You called our questions vile, baseless, and imputed dishonorable motives to us. My colleagues and I expressed legitimate concern that Judge Jackson sentenced child pornography offenders to less prison time than the national average. Judge Jackson and my Democrat colleagues claimed that the probation reports justified her decision, so we asked to see them. It was a reasonable request, but you responded by insinuating that we wanted to hurt children, and you specifically questioned why I, as a mother, would take that position. That was a surprising comment. We want to make one thing clear. Questions are not attacks. Confirming a Supreme Court justice is one of our most important duties as United States senators. This is a lifetime appointment, and it would be a dereliction of duty to our constituents not to ask tough questions.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Since you raised a question about me personally, I'm going to respond personally.
less prison time than the national average. Judge Jackson and my Democrat colleagues claimed that the probation reports justified her decision, so we asked to see them. It was a reasonable request, but you responded by insinuating that we wanted to hurt children, and you specifically questioned why I, as a mother, would take that position. That was a surprising comment. We want to make one thing clear. Questions are not attacks. Confirming a Supreme Court justice is one of our most important duties as United States senators. This is a lifetime appointment, and it would be a dereliction of duty to our constituents not to ask tough questions.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Since you raised a question about me personally, I'm going to respond personally. And I would just tell you that I have said repeatedly, and will repeat at this moment, the majority of questions coming from the Republican side of the aisle were fair, respectful, and asked tough questions because that's what we're here for, to ask tough questions about somebody aspiring to a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. I took exception to several of my Republican friends. I never named a name, so if anyone took it personally, that's their decision. If the shoe fits, I think they went too far. And I think some of the things they said about this judge don't reflect the reality of who she is and what she has accomplished in her life. And I think it was my responsibility to try to keep us on the straight path of judging her in a fair manner. The point about pre-sentencing reports, I will repeat so there's no question. This Judiciary Committee has never requested pre-sentencing reports. And I was not going to be party to that effort that some of them suggested in writing to me. I then spoke to several Republican senators, and we talked about the details, and they said, oh, I didn't realize that's what we were asking for. You're right, we shouldn't get those reports. Why? Those reports are created by courts to sentence an individual. They are confidential in nature. They interrogate not only the defendant, but they interrogate a lot of innocent third parties, even children who are survivors. They come up with information which is seen only by a judge, as it should be. And they have to realize that what they say about the defendant or about the defendant's family or their relationship with them, and some of it can be very personal and very specific, is never expected to leave the courthouse and find its way into this committee. I'm just not going to be party to that, Senator. I'm sorry. I said it clearly. I'll repeat it again. I'm not going to have it weigh on my conscience that a mother of a child who's been exploited lives in fear that that pre-sentencing report, which she thought was confidential, is not. Too much to ask. We've got plenty of information to go on around here. And I don't think we should ever consider that. I will vote against it consistently, whoever's in the chair, Democrat or Republican. Senator Assaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Grassley, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening and leading and at times moderating these proceedings. It has been a real honor on behalf of my constituents in Georgia to participate in this process. And there are few nominations as significant or as deserving of seriousness of purpose, due diligence, and hard work on our part as senators than a lifetime appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court. I have approached these proceedings acutely conscious of the gravity of our obligation to do our constitutional duty, as my constituents in Georgia expect. And I entered this process with an open mind. I met at length with the nominee in private. My staff and I reviewed her record and writings and qualifications in detail. I had the opportunity to ask questions of Judge Jackson for nearly an hour in the several days of public proceedings that we held here in the committee. And you know, as a new member of the committee, Mr. Chairman, I'll confess that some of the back and forth about process and precedents dating back decades was new for me. And it's clear that there are some hurt feelings, some grudges that members of the committee may be nursing, and I understand that. But we're tasked with something extraordinarily important here. And at its best, these proceedings should be a pinnacle for the Senate, a moment when we come together in public and we grapple with some of the basic principles of constitutional law. We subject a nominee for the highest court in the land to tough but fair questioning about their qualifications, their approach to the law. And so again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for consistently working to elevate these proceedings to their highest purpose. While she was testifying before the committee, I asked Judge Jackson about her approach to freedoms of speech, of assembly, to her understanding of the historical roots and significance of the First Amendment protection of the free exercise of religion. Engage with Judge Jackson to understand her approach to the Fourth Amendment, protections against unreasonable searches and seizures, and how she would approach such cases as new technologies present the court with new facts and circumstances. I engaged with the nominee about the Sixth Amendment right to counsel, the Gideon v. Wainwright decision, and her experience as a federal defender. We discussed the separation of powers, her understanding of the constitutional history and her approach to questions of the constraint of governmental and executive power. Throughout this process, I have been deeply impressed by Judge Jackson's professionalism, by her depth of knowledge, by her deep understanding of relevant case law, and by the seriousness with which she approaches her duties as a judge. Her record is one where she's ruled for labor and she's ruled for management. She's ruled for the Trump administration, she's ruled against the Trump administration. She's ruled for business, she's ruled for environmentalists. She's ruled in ways that would make liberal members of Congress happy and rules that would make conservative members of Congress happy. Without regard for her personal preferences, she has applied the law, and she walked us through the methodology by which she ensures that she arrives at neutral, fair, and impartial decisions. She conducted herself with great poise and strength and grace while under heavy questioning and at times attacks that, in my view, were cruel and unfair. And we had the opportunity, thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, to question independent, nonpartisan investigators from the American Bar Association who testified under oath that in the course of interviewing her colleagues from the bench and the bar, folks she had worked with throughout her life, undertaking a systematic review of her writings and decisional history, that they found no derogatory information whatsoever that raised concerns about her integrity, her impartiality, or her credibility, and in fact, that she has a sterling reputation with colleagues, whether they were arguing against her, whether she ruled for them or against her, throughout a legal career where she has built impeccable qualifications. She's worked as a federal defender. She'll bring that unique perspective to the Supreme Court. She's worked in private practice as a litigator. She's served as a federal judge at the district and appellate levels. And throughout her career, she has not just favorably impressed, but demonstrated superb and exceptional professionalism and capabilities, and that came through in the work that the ABA investigators did in reviewing her record. Mr. Chairman, Judge Jackson is poised now to make American history and to demonstrate to our fellow Americans and to the world what this country stands for at its very best. She has earned the respect of the nation through her exemplary conduct throughout this process. She will be a superb addition to the U.S. Supreme Court, and I look forward to enthusiastically voting to move her to the floor today and supporting her on the floor And I thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the privilege of being a part of these proceedings.
Thank you, Senator Assaf. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Men are free. The author of this quotation today would probably say people are free. And human life begins on the far side of despair. That, of course, is a famous quotation from a preeminent 20th century French philosopher. That philosopher went on to say, in another way, to be is to act. In other words, all we are, from at least one perspective, is the sum of our actions. Put yet another way, what you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. I found Judge Jackson to be smart, well-versed in the law, and how can I put this, extraordinarily deft and artful in her ability to speak at length without saying anything of substance on critical questions, especially the limits of judicial power and the importance of judicial restraint. That is not a characteristic solely of Judge Jackson's testimony. It seems that many of our nominees, not just for the United States Supreme Court, have adopted that approach for some time under other administrations. I regret that. For that reason, I spent a lot of time reading Judge Jackson's opinions. She hasn't written a lot of law review articles. That's not a criticism. She just hasn't. And I did take a look at the piece she wrote when she was much younger. But given the length of time, I put more emphasis on reading her opinions. And my conclusion is, and I think the best evidence of that, if you take a look at, read one opinion by the judge, I would encourage you to read Make the Road New York case, which was her case on immigration. Well written, but I think her true feelings about the limits of judicial power are expressed in that opinion. She was reversed by the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. I don't agree with the judge on where, based on her opinion, she draws the limits of judicial power, and I don't think she places as great an importance as I do on judicial restraint in a Madisonian system of checks and balances and separation of powers, and for that reason I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Let me say a few words about where we stand in the committee. I don't think there's anyone else who's not been recognized. At this point, every senator in attendance has had the opportunity to speak. We have a problem, and it could have happened to any one of us. One of our colleagues, Senator Padilla, got on the overnight special out of Los Angeles last night, took off, and a medical emergency on the airplane forced them back to Los Angeles. And so there he was, stranded and unable to return until this morning. It's my understanding that he's going to be on a flight that will return this afternoon. And so he will have a chance to assemble with his presence. This really calls on all of us, and in terms of the Senate and its traditions. There was a time when pairing for a vote was common, where someone with two senators with opposite positions on a vote would agree that neither one of them was going to vote so that the outcome would not be affected. Those days are rare. There's been one exception, and I point to Senator Coons of Delaware, who made an accommodation to the late Senator Johnny Isakson in that circumstance. We still remember it, Chris. It was a magnanimous gesture on your part. But we're in a little different position because this is not a run-of-the-mill ordinary vote. This is an important one that everyone here has thought through very seriously, and we should take very seriously. So it is my intention to recess subject to the call of the chair. I believe that Senator Padilla will be back in time this afternoon for us to consider this nomination and a record vote and the 6 other nominees who are pending before the committee. I will keep you posted through your staff as to the progress that he's making in his return. He thought he'd done everything right. He put his whole family on the plane last night, and they all were brought back to Los Angeles. I know it troubles him, it pains him not to be here. So that is the circumstance. And if nothing further comes before the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Leahy.
I just wanted to respond very briefly to a conversation we had about pre-sentence reports a moment ago. I want to be very clear. Not one of us has suggested that any PSR should be released to the public. What we have said is that she made them relevant. She opened the door to them by saying that it was necessary to understand how she imposed sentences in those cases. That it would be apparent if we could see everything, including the pre-sentence report. So she opened the door to that, making them relevant. Not one of us has suggested that those ought to be publicly disclosed. Having handled those at previous stages of my career, I know they are sensitive. I also know that we, as a committee, have handled documents that are sensitive before. We could review them in a SCIF, treat them as classified, just as we have on countless occasions, treated other sensitive documents that way. To the extent that the circumstances require it, we could even redact out victim names and replace them with John Doe 1, 2, and 3 or Jane Doe 1, 2, and 3 references. There's no reason why we couldn't review those. And it's, in any event, it's not fair. It's not a correct characterization to suggest that the decision is whether to make them public or leave them private. We're not arguing for that. We never have.
Senator, that issue has been debated, and I'm glad to give you your point of view to express. But I just want to tell you, not on my watch. Not on my watch. Some mother protecting that child is not going to understand redaction and the oath to keep things secret in the United States Senate. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be the first senator to open up that door. I think too much of the process and the promise of confidentiality to do it, nor do I think it's necessary to judge this judicial nominee. So if there's nothing further, I'd ask that the committee stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
And there you go. Some breaking news right there. They're going to have to delay their vote sometime later today for Senator Padilla, a Democrat out of California. He was trying to make it last night to D.C., but there was an emergency on his flight, had to go back out to L.A., and right now he's in a holding pattern to get back to D.C. Obviously, Democrats need that vote for Judge Jackson to get out of the committee. If they just went along with the voting right now, she would not make it out, and that would not happen at all right now. So we'll keep an eye definitely on all of those movements for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here always worldwide, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here, always bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. It's always great to be here with you as we continue to give you these updates all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Well, it's no doubt about it. Everywhere you go, gas prices are surging, and you see those gas prices, and you're thinking, wow, how are you going to, continue to fill up there and continue to go to work? That's what a lot of middle-class families are saying right now. But I want to take you out to Florida, in the Tampa area, because some suspects were just arrested here on, it's called Operation Empty Tank. They weren't paying for gas, they were just stealing it. So let's go to the sheriff there in Hillsborough with the very latest on how this operation all got started here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. On February 25th, we received a phone call that two Circle Ks, one located in the Ruskin area, one in the Apollo Beach area, that have discovered tremendous fuel discrepancies when they do their fuel checks, to the tune of about $25,000 worth of fuel that was missing. Our detectives that work the south end of the county did an absolutely phenomenal job of responding to the gas stations and doing their due diligence, that tedious investigative work of reviewing surveillance footage to identify who these individuals could have been. They immediately recognized a pattern where 7 separate trucks would come into the 2 different locations and begin to steal fuel. Now, how did this happen? How did this occur? These individuals would defeat the lock mechanism on the pumps, and they would remove the pulsar device. The pulsar device is the device that calculates the gallons that are pumped, but the price per gallon and what the total cost would be for the fuel that's dispensed from that pump. They would remove that device and insert their own homemade device, a device that had a block of wood, a steering rod, along with a battery and electrical board that would defeat that mechanism, where they were able to pump that fuel into large bladders that they would have on top of their truck or sometimes inside a van or beneath the truck, where they would steal hundreds and hundreds of gallons of fuel. Fuel for a total that we know of at least $60,000 in 7 different times that these suspects, these individuals, have victimized these 2 different stores. We know that 6 of them have been arrested. 1 of them, we believe, may have fled back to Cuba. We're not exactly sure yet. We're still looking into that. But 6 of them have been arrested. 2 turned themselves in over the weekend. Some have bonded out. You will be provided all this information. What would these individuals do with this fuel then, right? They steal it. They steal $60,000 worth of fuel. What were they doing with the fuel? How would these suspects, this organized crime ring, this big scheme to defraud, what would they do with this fuel? They would take it to 2 different bulk sites. Our detectives and the Florida Highway Patrol, during conducting surveillance, identified 2 different sites, one by the Tampa International Airport and one by the Orient Road Jail. And these are just vacant lots where individuals would pay to keep their commercial trucks. Well, these individuals, these thieves, saw this as an opportunity to sell this fuel at a significant reduction. These individuals would immediately take it from the gas pumps to the bulk fuel site that they created, this larger fuel bladder that they had there, and they would sell the gas immediately. I mean, that's how quick that they would go profit from it. They were even wise to the fact when they saw that the fuel prices in the Tampa Bay area or across the nation would rise, they would raise their rates. So at one point they even charged almost up to $3 a gallon to fill their tanks. Now, why is this important? Because a lot of people say, okay, it's the Circle K Corporation at these 2 different locations. Well, realize that corporation, yes, they become the victim, but all of us that are feeling the sting, feeling the financial pain from the fuel increase, We become the victims because this corporation has to recover their losses. They're gonna cover these losses by dispersing the losses onto the ultimate consumer. That's what we are. So here in the Tampa Bay, we'll be paying higher fuel prices because these thieves saw an opportunity to take advantage of others during a time when we're already feeling the financial pain and strain from the price of the increase that all of us are feeling. I have to take a moment just to thank the Florida Highway Patrol. You're such a tremendous partner. Captain Glennie, you, Troop C, and all the troops in the different areas for being such a great partner and helping us keep in our state roadways and on investigations like this. Thank you for helping us cross these jurisdictional boundaries and keeping these individuals responsible who want to victimize our community. Now, we do know that these 2 gas stations were victimized, but we believe there are other gas stations that have been victimized in the Tampa area alone, and these phenomenal detectives will keep working on that. We also have looked historically back to see where this same method of operation has been completed up in Pasco and Hernando County. So yes, we're proud today. We're proud that we've put an end to these thieves stealing from us, where we're all going to feel an additional financial pain from how these individuals wanted to victimize our community. But we don't believe we're the only community alone. We believe that Pasco and Hernando County, we believe that where they have discovered some fuel discrepancies, that these individuals may be responsible for those thefts too, and this will be coming out. Another question that we asked ourselves is, these individuals that own these 2 lots where they park that commercial equipment, and where they were allowing, at least had to have the knowledge, I believe, that these individuals were selling fuel on their private property. I would if it was my property. What was their involvement? How involved are they in this? So again, that will be the next steps as this investigation continues to, I believe, flourish and continue. We'll start finding out, are there other people involved, like these landowners? But again, we think we have the 7 ringleaders. 1 still at large, but at least 6 out of the 7. And they face charges ranging from RICO, conspiracy to commit RICO, grand theft, and accessing computer electronics without authority. Some of them have singular counts. Some of them have multiple counts, depending on what their involvement was. And again, we'll provide all this information to you. Again, let me just say one last time what a tremendous asset the Florida Highway Patrol is. And again, to our detectives, unfortunately, who work undercover and sit in the back of the room and work nights and weekends and were tedious to identify how these individuals would spend 12 hours at a pump, how these individuals would even keep someone at the pump so one of us couldn't use that pump. They defeated the mechanism at that pump. They wanted to make sure they were the only ones benefiting from stealing fuel from the Circle K corporations. To all of you in the back of the room, thank you for what you do each and every day to protect and serve our community. I'm taking questions. I think that they would have to be blind to not think that something's wrong here. Why is the rest of the world not here buying where we're buying? But to believe that they were involved in criminal activity, that would be a stretch. I think it's some consumers who feel the financial pain of the fuel increase that we're all facing and saw it as an opportunity to take advantage of a situation. Anything from dump trucks to lawn care equipment trucks to anything commercial. That's what. They would not be. Again, shame on them. They would have to know why the rest of us are paying double the price. Why are they special and paying this other rate? But the fact that they took advantage isn't that it doesn't reach the threshold if they were involved in criminal behavior. The landowners, some others involved, that would be a different story. They should have had the knowledge. But again, these individuals won't be charged. I think they took advantage of an opportunity that was created. Shame on them because, again, we all suffer from this.
Where are the Circle K's located, and are you guys working with Cuban law enforcement authorities
The two locations were the Circle K located at 3702 Highway 41 in Rescomb, Florida, and the other Circle K that we've identified is 5904 U.S. Highway 41 in Apollo Beach. We are working with Homeland Security to identify if that seventh individual had fled Cuba. The other individuals, there's been some question about their documented status here in America as well. We know they have some type of visas. Again, these detectives are working with our federal authorities to find out exactly, are they supposed to be here, are they not supposed to be here, and working through that as well. $60,000. 7 times we have them at the gas pumps on 7 different days for a total of, at least that we know of, that we can prove right now, $60,000. We believe they're involved in much more. That will continue.
Did they pay like a reduced rate for the gas, or did they dispense it for free?
Yeah, great question. Depending on the pump and how it worked and their device would work, some were newer pumps, some were older pumps. Sometimes it was a zero cost. At one point, our detectives identified that they paid $6 after pumping 600 gallons.
And then did they, at the end of this, did they replace the original device back in there, so none the wiser after that?
Yes, and I apologize for not pointing that out. After they were done with the pump, after their 12-hour shift at that pump where they would steal thousands and thousands of gallons of fuel, they would insert the original pulsar, that device, again, that calculates the price per gallon, how much fuel is dispensed. They would replace it, close the pump, and move on. They would have an individual that was staged there, so you couldn't park your car there. They would have someone almost reserving the pump as they kept rotating these 7 trucks between 2 separate locations.
Isn't this a process to remove some kind of equipment and then add it in? I mean, how long were these people there each of the 7 times? It was hours?
They spent these 7 different times they were there. They spent 12 hours each time. I don't believe it's easy to do. This was quite an intricate process of what they completed to do. Other than that, I know you just asked about wouldn't someone at Circle K identify this? We all have the same question. Why weren't these employees being a little more diligent? We know these Circle Ks are busy. There's a lot going on, from food that they sell to serving customers to people coming in and out of the gas pumps. But that's certainly a way that we hope that anyone in any gas station in our county would take the opportunity to check those gas pumps. We always recommend checking them on the hour and changing the different, what looks like evidence tape, to make sure that your pump hasn't been tampered with. If we have individuals working at these gas stations that are being a little more vigilant, I believe we can make sure that and ensure that this doesn't happen again. This is the same thing we talk about when they're implementing these skimmers. Some of them you can't even tell. It's not the old ones, the ATMs that stick way out. It's a device that they'll change and put inside, like a little processor, and they're able to steal people's credit card numbers. Well, we know some individuals are becoming more sophisticated in stealing this fuel. This device that you see, the homemade device that we'll provide to you, there's some now that have an electronic device that they put in there, and they almost have a remote that they can turn it on and off when they want to get there and hit it, so they get fuel for free, or they can turn it off for the next person to come to have to pay for it, so no one's wiser of what they're doing. So this is evolving.
Have you ever dealt with anything similar to this in the county in recent history?
We have, but most of it's been with diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is always more expensive than normal fuel, and with the agriculture community that we have here, we've seen individuals stealing from farmland owners who have fuel. They're stealing the fuel that way. We haven't seen it as prevalent as it is with this organized crime ring that sole purpose was to collectively come together to defraud these gas stations by stealing the amount of fuel that they did. Thank you, everyone. Captain, thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate the partnership. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, a very serious incident indeed, especially at a time, like we said, when gas prices are so high. I do want to let our viewers take a look at what's still coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have President Biden. You can see we at least have our podium shot for now, but he is set to be making some remarks on our supply chain issues, also on how trucking how we are trying to help with the trucking industry to make up for the backlog of our supply chain. So expect these remarks to be made here very soon on Live Now from Fox. They are actually scheduled to take place here in about 15 minutes. That's if President Biden is running on time here today. Of course, I'm sure there will be a lot of reporters there ready for a lot of questions to try to be shouted out at the president after his remarks on some of the other things that have been happening in our country, including the shooting in Sacramento over the weekend, plus also the war in Ukraine that continues to be intense despite some of the most recent comments made by President Putin about the removal of some of their troops. So we are going to be stepping away for yet another 2-minute break. Don't worry, we're going to keep our eyes on these shots we have coming to us from just outside of the White House. Again, you're going to be hearing from President Biden. Here's just one more angle we have of that podium. So once this does get underway, of course, we'll be jumping into this live here for our viewers, but stick around. More to come right here in just 2 minutes on the other side of this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show our viewers here that we are going to be keeping you informed as far as when President Biden is going to be stepping out to make some remarks on our supply chain, especially when it comes to the trucking industry. Those, again, are set to take place here in about 10, 11 minutes, but that is if everything is running on time. So until then, we always like to keep you up to date on other press conferences that have been happening here across the country. Earlier today, we did have Secretary Blinken. He was at this statue unveiling of former Secretary James Baker. It is a bronze bust of the former secretary. So there was a little celebration that happened just earlier here this morning where we had a number of speakers, also including, again, right now, our Secretary Blinken. So let's go ahead, listen into those remarks. We'll keep President Biden here for you in a triple box as we continue to bring you news across the country right here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Secretary, former Secretary of State Baker, Special Envoy Kerry, ambassadors, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, we are so delighted to have you here today, and we thank you for your support for the National Museum of American Diplomacy. I'm Susan Cleary, the acting director. We are the first and we are the only museum dedicated to the story of American diplomacy, its history, its practice, its challenges, its lessons, and the fascinating people who make it happen. It is a story we believe is not well known and not well enough appreciated. So today we're here to unveil a specially commissioned bust of former Secretary of State James A. Baker III that will be part of our permanent collection. Secretary Baker, you've been a steadfast supporter of the museum, a major donor. We thank you for being here today. We thank your family and friends for being with us as well. It's very meaningful. Thank you. Now, our ambition is to complete the long-planned 40,000 square foot public museum exhibition space here in our nation's capital. And it's right here around this wall that our main entry to our exhibitions will be our exhibit halls. And so every visitor to the future museum and visitor to the State Department who comes through historic entrance will pass this beautiful work of art that commemorates the historic contributions of Secretary Baker. Now, we're delighted to have with us today the talented Swedish artist Johan Falkman, who created this work. Johan is a renowned portrait painter and sculptor. Secretary Baker has not yet seen the bust, but I have. And I have to say, Johan, it's beautiful. Congratulations, it's such an accomplishment. I'd especially like to acknowledge Secretary Baker's friends, the philanthropists Dan and Christine Olofsson. And it's through your generosity that this work was commissioned and is donated to our permanent collection. Thank you so much, Dan and Christine. And I want to thank, of course, the Diplomacy Center Foundation. We have the chairman and the president here, and we have so many of the distinguished members who have been with us along the way building this museum. Thank you all for what you do for our joint project. And Mr. Secretary, we especially appreciate having you here today with us. At this moment of heightened awareness of the central importance of U.S. diplomacy to international stability and security, it's so meaningful that you're able to take time to participate. Secretary Blinken and former Secretary Baker come from different backgrounds, different generations, and yes, different political parties. And yet, in their tenures, they've been asked to confront momentous challenges that demanded the most of American statecraft and diplomatic leadership. And so with that, I would like to invite you both up to come and to unveil the bust of Secretary Baker. Thank you.
Susan, thank you so much. And to everyone here today, this is a special moment. Jim, welcome home. To the leaders of the Diplomacy Center Foundation, including my longtime colleague and friend, Tom Pickering, Ambassador Papaduke, thank you. It's wonderful to have you back in this building as well. And it is simply an honor to have an opportunity, Mr. Secretary, to hail you in this moment. To all the Baker family who are here with us today, thank you so much for joining us. I know your most trusted diplomatic advisor is your wife, Susan. Grateful for her. 3 of your 8 children are with us today, Coulter, Doug, and Jamie, and their partners as well. We so welcome having you back. I know that the Secretary's years of public service, not just here, but in other institutions in Washington, demanded a lot from all of you. The sacrifices that you made were major contributions to the success that he had and that our country has had as a result. So, on behalf of the American people, thank you, each and every one of you, to the Baker family. So growing up, as I've read it, Jim's grandfather, Captain Baker, gave him this advice: work hard, study hard, and stay out of politics. For 4 decades, you managed to do that. But, Jim, by your telling, it was the tragic loss of your first wife, Mary Stewart, and the advice of a dear friend, George H.W. Bush, that led you to break with the family maxim and putting you on the path, as my dear friend Tom Donilon once said so aptly, to becoming, simply put, the most important unelected official in America since World War II. The Secretary is the only person to have served as Chief of Staff to 2 presidents. He directed 5 presidential campaigns. He was Secretary of the Treasury in that other building down the street. But, as I've seen written, and as I think I know from hearing you speak, there was no job that he loved more than being Secretary of State. And he showed exceptional leadership in guiding the foreign policy of our country with a lasting impact on this country and on the world. James Baker served as Secretary of State for 43 months. I think it's safe to say that there are few times in history when the world has changed so profoundly, what you called, Jim, a whirlwind of history. Or, as you said late one night in April 1991, to a young staffer by the name of Bill Burns, sitting in a rundown hotel in the Caucasus, have you ever seen so many things changing so damn fast? During that period, the Soviet Union disintegrated without conflict. The Berlin Wall fell. The US and the USSR undertook the most significant reduction ever in nuclear arms. Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait was swiftly routed. The Madrid Conference made visible for the first time a horizon of Middle East peace. We were talking about this just a short while ago. It's easy looking back at hinge moments in history to view these seismic shifts as somehow inevitable, particularly when the world moves from conflict and toward peace, away from autocracy and toward democracy. But to study those 43 months is to learn that these outcomes were anything but certain. The arc of history bent the way it did because people bent it, and no one more so than Secretary Baker. Like on November 9th, 1989, when Secretary Baker was hosting a luncheon upstairs in the Ben Franklin room for President Aquino of the Philippines, he was handed a folded note informing him that the Berlin Wall was coming down. As he rushed over to the White House, he scribbled notes that read, "Something we've wanted for 40 years. Europe that's whole and free. Reunification on the basis of Western values." Now, that last part was very uncertain. Secretary Baker not only immediately saw where he wanted to end up, a democratic, reunited Germany, he cleared the path to get there. He staked out the principles that Germans, not outside powers, should get to determine their own future, and that Germany should be reunited within NATO, and then methodically brought our allies and the Soviets around to these positions. President George H.W. Bush, your doubles partner on the Houston tennis courts and professional partner in so much of life, summed up your leadership best. The President said, he acted while others were still struggling to comprehend, and he got things done. As I've tried to look at those who've held this job before me, the thing that struck me so much about you, Jim, is this ability to have a vision for where you want it to go and then figuring out a way to get there. It's an extraordinary and rare combination, and one that inspires me every single day. How you got things done is something I try to learn from every day, and diplomats will continue to study for generations. And if I can, I just want to take a moment to suggest at least 3 lessons that I take from reading and learning about you. First of all, diplomacy ultimately comes down to relationships. And building the trust at the core of those relationships takes time. It takes effort. It takes empathy. As you later wrote, to persuade foreign leaders, it's often helpful to put yourself in their shoes. Now, I had some opportunity also to see that in practice when I served as John Kerry's deputy. I saw the kinds of relationships.
Thank you again to everyone listening in here with us on Live Now from Fox as we are listening into the remarks being delivered here at this unveiling of that statue. We do want to remind everyone who's here with us, we will be taking President Biden's remarks live if we see him step out to that podium. He is set to be begin with this remarks very shortly. Some of you also going to be seeing a 2-minute break here as we continue to listen with Secretary Antony Blinken.
There's no better example, we had a chance to talk about this a little, than the friendship that you built with the then Soviet Foreign Minister, Edward Shevardnadze. In the summer of 1989, you took the unprecedented step then of inviting him to your ranch in Wyoming. You met in Washington that fall. You broke protocol by flying together to Jackson Hole rather than taking separate planes. And on board, you shared a meal and talked for the hours of that flight. Over the coming days, the Secretary took Shevardnadze fishing on the Snake River. I got an account of who caught what or who didn't catch what. And, as I understand it, gave him a pair of custom black cowboy boots made in Houston. Chevy, as you took to calling him, later invited you to come fishing with him in Siberia. That relationship was at the foundation for so many of the historic steps that were taken by our two nations. And I suggest that if not for the trust that you were able to build, the Soviet Foreign Minister may not have been willing to stand side by side with you at a Moscow airport to jointly denounce Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. The first time the great powers spoke together on a seminal foreign policy issue, an act that was seen as a bookend to the Cold War. Second, Secretary Baker understood that while American leadership was indispensable to tackling global challenges, we need allies, we need partners to get the job done. And those relationships have to be built. They have to be nurtured. That was how Secretary Baker assembled the coalition to stand up to Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. Ahead of the November 1990 vote at the UN Security Council, authorizing the use of force against Iraq, the Secretary recognized the importance of rallying the broadest possible coalition. So, he wanted to meet with every head of state or foreign minister from every country on the Security Council, 15 of them, including us. He had 3 weeks to do it. In that time, he traveled to 12 countries on 3 continents. And he didn't just show up. He practiced the 5 Ps that his father had taught him. Prior preparation prevents poor performance. So that's another one I'm inscribing on my own desk. That preparation allowed him to meet each country where it was, bringing to bear the right combination of persuasion, charm, and maybe just a little bit of pressure too. Ultimately, 12 Security Council members voted for the resolution. Third, while the Secretary was a master at getting things done, he never lost sight of the principles guiding his actions. He wrote, and I quote, "An American political diplomat should always remember that power divorced from the purposes valued by our democracy will ultimately prove empty." Jim, I suspect that's one of the reasons you loved being Secretary. You could use that gift for getting things done to advance the values that you believed in most and that represented everything that's good about this country. Yes, we all know the Secretary could whip votes and run a campaign better than anyone. I can attest to that. I worked for Michael Dukakis in 1988. But the greatest campaign he ever waged was for a more secure, a more peaceful world. So once again, we find ourselves in a whirlwind of history. A more assertive China is challenging the rules-based international order that has long been the foundation of security and prosperity for Americans and people around the world. The post-Cold War era has ended. Russia's invaded a neighbor. It's reverted to almost totalitarian repression at home. It's threatening even to use nuclear weapons. As we navigate this time, few models are more fitting to follow than the model set by Jim Baker. In the office that I now have the privilege of occupying, Secretary Baker kept a small plaque on his desk given to him by President Reagan. And it said, "It can be done," with the word "can" in capital letters. Secretary Baker has always been a realist, but he's never lost faith in America, in our values, and in our capacity, when we're at our best, to make the world a little bit better, as long as we remember the purpose behind our power. Mr. Secretary, today, on behalf of this department on behalf of our country, thank you. Thank you for showing us how it can be done. Thank you for inspiring us across the years, across generations. Thank you for being such a great leader for this country and for this department. Mr. Secretary.
And as Anthony Blinken steps away from the microphone, we too are going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll finish out these remarks as we continue to wait for President Biden, who is set to be giving us some remarks on our supply chain in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see President Biden making his way down onto the lawn where he's going to be speaking about the trucking industry, which is trying to help strengthen our supply chain issues we've been having. We're going to be listening into his remarks right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Always bringing you the latest and, of course, top stories, breaking news happening all across the country, especially live events just like this, where we're going to be hearing from President Biden. We had that podium shot up for you as soon as we had it available, and now we'll be listening into his remarks as well as others who are going to be speaking with and surrounding the president. Again, there may be some reporter questions asked after this event. We're going to be trying to listen in closely to those as well. But here he is. President Biden is stepping up to the podium. Let's go ahead, listen into this live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris for hosting this event here at the White House, making clear that trucking is indeed a national priority. And I want to thank everyone here, especially the truck drivers and transportation workers we count on so much. I have to share, this is a big day in my own household because it was our first time taking our kids to daycare. And as I was getting ready for that, because I knew this event was coming up, I kept looking around at all of the physical items that surrounded us and thought about how they got here. The bottles, the little jars of baby food, the spoons we were using to feed them, the high chairs they were sitting in, even the family minivan itself got to us because truck drivers brought them to where they needed to be. And that's true for everything that we count on: groceries, books, livestock, medicine. If you enjoyed the food you ate for breakfast, the clothes that you're wearing right now, or the device you might be using to watch this event, you can thank a truck driver for getting that to you. And that's what makes this trucking action plan so important. Plus, this fits two central priorities that the president has laid out: addressing supply chain disruptions to lower costs for families and getting workers the pay and the respect that they deserve. Over the last 2 years, we've all been using terms like supply chain and essential worker more than we used to. In fact, there's nothing new about how much America counts on truckers, but it has become more urgent than ever. Right now, the industry estimates that we're short 80,000 truck drivers. And my department estimates that 300,000 leave the career every year. So we must do more and do better to recruit more people into the job and to support them so they choose to stay in the job. And that's more than saying thank you. It is concrete, specific actions to help our trucking workforce thrive in this career, to make sure the trucking jobs are as high quality, as safe, and as well paid as they ought to be. And that is what President Biden challenged us to do with this trucking action plan. So we started out by going and listening to truck drivers. Virtually and in person, we talked to truck drivers in every part of the country. As part of that, I got to spend some time on the road in the passenger seat of a semi with a driver in Illinois named Lola, who I think is here today. There you are. Hey, good seeing you. And she brought her granddaughter, Lola Ann, who she talked about a lot. I'm glad I actually got to meet you. She talked about her family. She talked about wanting to be a driver for years, but waiting till her kids were grown so she could start going over the road. We talked about safety, talked about training, talked about why she loves this job and how we could make it easier. And that day and across all the conversations, I saw the pride truckers take in their work and the challenges they face. Their voices have shaped the work we took up in the President's Trucking Action Plan. And we just completed the 90-day sprint to get these actions off the ground, so I'm pleased to provide an update. In order to create debt-free pathways into the career for more people, including more women and drivers of color, we teamed up with the Department of Labor to grow the number of registered apprenticeships for high-quality paid on-the-job training. We're investigating truck leasing arrangements to make sure that they're above board. We're working on truck driver pay, including those hours when drivers don't get paid even though they're very much on the job because they're waiting for somebody else. We're making it easier for veterans to join the trucking workforce, partnering with the Department of Defense. And of course, we are fixing roads and bridges across America. One trucker told me infrastructure is our workplace. And now we are enhancing that workplace thanks to unprecedented funding through the President's infrastructure law. And yes, that includes working with states to use that funding to build more safe truck parking, because we know that that is such a central issue for truckers today. These actions are going to help us recruit more drivers and, just as importantly, retain them, to help keep down shipping delays, rein in the price of goods at a time when we're fighting inflation with everything we've got. And of course, supporting these essential workers is just the right thing to do. I'm proud of all we got done in this 90-day sprint, but I promise you to the trucking community, and I promise you, Mr. President, this is just the beginning. We're going to keep our foot on the gas to deliver for the drivers who deliver for us every single day. And you're going to hear more about that shortly. But now it's my pleasure to hand it over to a good friend, a proud Army veteran, an entrepreneur who served as a U.S. Congressman, Acting Secretary of the Army, and chair of a new Veterans Task Force, Patrick Murphy. Secretary Murphy.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. President, and Maria. It is great to be here. I just want to begin by saying thank you to Secretary Buttigieg. For our brother and sister veterans, he is truly one of the leading voices of the 9/11 generation. So, Secretary, thank you for your leadership and that introduction. And I also want to thank the White House National Economic Council for doing phenomenal work around task force movement, which we're here today to discuss and launch. When you look at, the Secretary mentioned Lola Ann over there. Lola Ann's 8 years old. I tried to get her to say, "Go Army, beat Navy." She comes from a Navy family. Jada next to her is ready to say, she's 6. Jada's ready to say it. But Mr. President, I know you asked for a nonpartisan event, so I'm not allowed to say that, but I apologize for Good luck. Going off script. Me and the Secretary, it's Army versus Navy, but we're all brothers and sisters in that profession. And that profession is incredibly important to the trucking industry. In fact, that's a industry that my grandfather, when he came back from the Navy in World War II in the Pacific, came back and was a trucker with the Teamsters 107 in Philadelphia. And they drove for A&P supermarkets. And then when my dad came back from the Navy, he also joined and was a trucker, but first was a police officer in Philadelphia. But on the sides, to make ends meet, went into trucking on the weekends. And I remember going down I-95 with him in that cab. It's incredibly important. And what task force movement is all about is really to create that bridge between veterans and the trucking industry. Because for my family, it was built and survived on in that industry. It's how we got through. And I will tell you, it's that bridge that needs to be more accessible to our brother and sister veterans. It is that bridge that needs to make sure we launch this and make it happen for the next generation of truckers, whether it's Lola or Jada in the crowd. And that's what today's announcement's about. That is what this work will be for. And I will tell you, when Secretary Pete came back from Afghanistan, when I came back from Iraq, we committed ourselves to public service. We committed to be there for our brothers and sisters, to make sure that although we made it home, we need to make sure our generation has the opportunities to succeed in life. And we committed ourselves to that, and that's what this task force will do. It's about opportunity. It's about the future of America. It's about making sure America gets back to work. And today is a proud moment. But today is just the beginning to continue what you've already established, not just here in the White House, not just in the Department of Transportation, but all across America. The numbers will speak for themselves. But it is that burden, that sacred burden, for those of us who have been overseas, to make sure that we give back and make it better for the next generation, for the Lolas and the Jadas. It's my honor now to introduce one of the faces of American infrastructure, one of the faces that are out there in these type of cabs out there making things happen, and that's Maria Rodriguez. So please give it up to our next speaker, Maria Rodriguez.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I am very honored to be here today. I'm currently an apprentice truck driver at NFI. My road to get to this point was very unique. I came to the United States with my parents from Venezuela at a very young age of 2. My family came here looking for a better life and to live the American dream. I always admired their hard work, dedication, and sacrifices. Even when times were tough, they kept driving forward. From an early age, I was inspired by watching my father cook. He would make masterpieces out of a few ingredients and be able to bring so much joy and happiness through his food. I knew I wanted to do the same and be a chef someday. When I was old enough, I began to work as a server in a very small restaurant. As time went on, I worked for so many amazing restaurants, but in March of 2020, I was laid off due to the COVID pandemic. At the time, I was also a new mom and worried about how I would support my family. I knew I had to make a career change. At first, I attended school to be an EMT with hopes of being a firefighter, but ultimately the training made it difficult for me to also support my family. My significant other, Abel, and our son and I lived 2 minutes away from New England Tractor Trailer Training School, better known as NETS. We also would always watch these big 18-wheelers drive by our house. For months, I encouraged Abel to call them so he could enroll, since he was also looking for a fresh start. NETS gave him an equal opportunity, and his passion for the industry grew. He convinced me to attend as well. I was a bit intimidated in a male-dominated field, but I immediately felt comfortable at NETS. And throughout our training, different companies would come speak about their opportunities. NFI stuck out from day one with their core family value and local routes, where you're home every day. My family and home time are everything to me, so I knew NFI would be my top choice. NFI also offered the apprenticeship opportunity where once I was hired, I received hands-on training and mentorship, all while being paid while I continued to learn. Upon graduation, I applied to NFI and worked with a local recruiter, his name is Craig, who also made the application to the apprenticeship extremely easy. I signed on with NFI, and soon after, Abel did too. Abel and I went to school together, we graduated together, and now we're working and training together. I couldn't have done it without his encouragement and support, and I'm so happy that we did this together. Thank you. As I continue my apprenticeship, I love that my schedule is very consistent and I get home before my son finishes school. Through our new careers, we found a place where we can be financially stable. The trucking industry is in high demand and there are jobs here that can support our family. As an essential part of the supply chain, I feel like I'm a part of something bigger than myself, which is very rewarding. I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris for leading the 90-day trucking apprenticeship program. This program has built clear paths to careers in truck driving that are fulfilling and offer endless opportunities. I feel like I leaped into this new career and I'm so happy that I did. I hope that I can be an inspiration to other women who are thinking of joining the industry. I struggled to find a career, but I didn't give up, and now I'm a successful mom, daughter, friend, and truck driver. Now it is my great honor to introduce a president who has done more for truckers in 3 months than other presidents have in 4 years. A man who has put workers first his entire life, and at the center of this administration, President Joe Biden. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
I think she can do anything she wants, don't you? Well, hello, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you to the White House out on the lawn here. I heard that helicopter going by. I was hoping the hell it wasn't going to land. Maria, thanks for sharing your story. And my buddy Patrick Murphy, former Assistant Secretary of the Army, as well as former Congressman. And the boy stays in shape, man. Look at him.
Trying to keep up with you, sir.
I tell you what, man. I want to thank you for being here, man. Nobody worked harder as a congressman or acting secretary of the Army to connect veterans to opportunity, and that's what it's all been all about for you. And I want to thank another veteran who knows a thing or two about laying the foundation for good jobs and transportation sector, Secretary Buttigieg. And he says go Navy, he says go Army. I used to say go Navy, but then my son got a Bronze Star in the Army, and I decided I couldn't say it anymore. So I just say go American Forces. Anyway. I also want to recognize he couldn't be here today, but Marty Walsh, Secretary of Labor, and he's doing an outstanding job helping to lead this effort alongside Pete, Secretary Buttigieg. And I want to welcome members of Congress who are here today as well. Tammy, how are you, Tammy? Good to see you. Tammy Baldwin, by the way, and also Congressman Pete DeFazio. And Laura Underwood, where's Laura? There she is, right there, right in front. Good to see you, Laura. And I want to particularly shout out to the new president of the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien. Stand up, man, I want him to see you. As they say in parts of Wilmington, Delaware, these guys brung me to the dance 35 years ago, 40 years ago. And also, I want to say a quick hi to a pal. And you've been a pal. Thank you for being here and getting things done. And in addition to all that, there's an outfit called, you probably heard of them, United Mine Workers. Yeah, well, they got the president here too. Mr. President, where are you? Where's he sitting? He was here. A lot of truckers, United Mine Workers. At any rate, folks, I spent a lot of time talking about the economy and the record-breaking economic comeback we're experiencing because of all of you sitting out there in those chairs. Today, I want to talk with people who are making the comeback possible. People like Maria, who you just heard from, and her son Roman, who's going pretty soon, and all those truck drivers and their families are here today. I want to thank you all to keep what you're doing to keep America moving, because that's literally what you're doing, especially these last 2 years, helping carry the nation literally on your backs. You have learned on Friday the economy created 431,000 jobs in March, a record. Over the course of my presidency, the economy has now created 7.9 million jobs, more jobs in the first 14 months than any president ever, in large part because of all of you. Not a joke. Unemployment's at 3.6%, down from 6.4% when we took office, the fastest decline in unemployment start of any presidential term ever recorded. And after a long stretch, Americans are back to work. Americans are back to work. An economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. And the economy we're building a strong economy, one where hard-working Americans can live with dignity, support their families, build a better life, and a better life for their children as well. All of you here today are people our economy should be built around, because you all are the people who literally make it run. That's not hyperbole. You literally make it run. I have nothing against investment bankers. They could all retire and nothing much would change. You all quit, everything comes to a halt. Think about it. I'm not joking. Think about it. Come to a literal halt. During the pandemic, a lot of Americans have been introduced to a term you all know well, and Pete used it, supply chains. A simple term. Supply chain is a journey, the journey of a product to get to a customer's doorstep. That's what it is. And during the pandemic, those chains were interrupted. Factory closures around the world, not just the United States, around the world, caused backups and delays because of COVID. At the same time, because of the strength and speed of our recovery, Americans had more money in their pockets than they had in a long time. During the pandemic, they wanted to spend that money not on restaurants or vacations, which are now coming back as well, but on hard goods. They wanted home improvements, televisions, automobiles, things that had to be transported. The very products that slowed down by disruption of the supply chain. Demand was high. Supply was interrupted. And the recipe for higher prices and long delays. That's exactly what we saw not only here, but all around the world. So we knew we needed every tool at our disposal to address the problem. And the best way to do it was to invest in people who make the supply chain run. Trucking moves about 70% of all the goods in this country, 70%. And truck drivers are facing real challenges. The average driver waits 4.5 hours for their truck to be loaded and unloaded during an 11-hour shift, and 40% of their day. And often they don't get paid for that wait time. Back in 1978, the average truck driver's pay was $34 an hour in today's dollars. Last year, it was $25 an hour, nearly a 30% decline. In this iconic American industry, it's getting harder and harder to raise a family with dignity and pride that you deserve. And it's no surprise so many drivers left their jobs. The workforce is getting older. Not that I am, but they are. I used to drive a truck. It's a long story. Anyway, it's getting hard. And I thought I was going to get to drive one of these suckers today. But anyway, it's another story, too. But look, it's getting harder and harder to recruit new drivers, particularly women and people of color, to an industry that this nation and our economy desperately needs at full strength. The good news is that since I took office, we've begun to turn things around. In fact, in 2021 was the best year for trucking employment since 1994. There are now 35,000 more trucking jobs than there were before the pandemic. But we all know we need to move faster, getting more people working in this industry in jobs they can rely on and raise a family on. That's why last December, we brought together industry and labor to tackle the problem facing drivers. And we listened. And when we heard that there were long wait times in many states for people to get their commercial driver's license, their CDLs, we took action. We provided technical assistance as well as $57 million in federal funds to help states issue these CDLs faster. And I'm proud to report, because of Pete and others, so far in 2022, we're issuing CDLs at double the rate of last year, 120,000 in January and February alone. We also know that the key ingredient to getting and keeping more drivers was increasing training programs like the registered apprenticeships approved by the Department of Labor. Programs that allow aspiring drivers to earn while they learn, while making this essential job more attractive for potential drivers, regardless of age, background, and gender. The program has proven to be improved safety and better working conditions and better pay and benefits. Typically, it takes about 8 months to create a registered apprenticeship program. But because of Pete and others in the Department of Labor, we're able to cut the red tape, and now it takes as little as 2 days. As a result, in the last 90 days, 100 major employers have launched new registered apprenticeship programs. UPS, Domino's, Pepsi's, Albertsons, and more, along with the trade associations like the American Trucking Association, the National Minority Trucking Association, the Food Industry Association, and others. What that all adds up to is a strong foundation for the work ahead, a pipeline of hardworking men and women from all backgrounds, highly trained and highly motivated to get behind the wheel, including a whole lot of veterans, thanks to the Veterans Trucking Initiative known as Task Force Movement by Patrick Murphy, led by Patrick Murphy. And by the way, I'd say parenthetically, if you can handle a tank, if you can handle an armored personnel carrier, you sure in hell can handle one of these suckers. And an awful lot of well-known people also. The idea, I remember, I'm going to digress for 1 second. I got a commercial license because my dad used to run an automobile agency. And I used to have to go up to the body shop up in Philadelphia from Wilmington. And when they'd order a trailer or a cab, they'd sell the cab. And so I had to have a license to be able to drive it up and back. And so during the trucker strike years later, when I was a young senator, there was a guy who ran steel from Deemer Steel out to Ohio. And so I decided to ride out with him, see what it was like on the strike. And I was driving, going through Shiloh, Ohio. And his handle was Big Ten. And remember, everybody, all the truck stops were being blockaded at the time during the strike. And he called. He said, Big Ten wanting to come in. I forget exactly how he said it. And the only woman truck driver I ever knew I met that day, she said, "This is Big Mama, no room." Swear to God, true story. Swear to God. He said, "I've got a United States Senator driving my truck." She said, "I got the damn president in mind, so what?" I'll never forget that. I was a very powerful guy. Anyway, that was the first woman trucker I met. But look, the labor and transportation departments are working closely with industry to tackle issues facing women in trucking, recruit and retrain more women drivers, so we can draw more Americans to work with increased wages, reduced wait times, and improved safety, and so much more. Folks, there's a heck of a lot more we have to do, a lot more we have to do. Secretary Buttigieg has laid out some of the steps we're taking to make these jobs more attractive for more Americans. And it's all centered around listening to you, the drivers. Look, we've got to keep it going. We're building a better economy around American manufacturing and American supply chains. And thanks to the infrastructure law, and it wasn't my law, it was a bipartisan, one of the few great bipartisan things we've done this year. We're making the largest investment in American roads and bridges since literally the creation of the interstate highway system. And that means a bright future for American trucking. This country will be counting on you more than it ever has. So you should be able to count on us to keep investing in you and your families. That's exactly what we're going to do. I'm looking forward to all the progress we're going to make together. And I want to thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. Thank your families, and may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What do we do now?
All right, music playing after Biden's remarks. It doesn't sound like any reporter's going to get questions in. If, of course, he does step up to some of our media personnel and do some question and answers, we'll try to get that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're going to step away for a break. When we return, we do have our State Department briefing that is now underway. So we will be jumping into this right here for you on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see President Biden is still shaking hands, saying some thank yous to those who came out to his event as he was making some remarks on how they're going to continue to try to work on supplying more education, attracting more people to continue helping with the trucking industry that will also help strengthen our supply chain issues that we've been having. Now, I do want to let everyone know that if we do see President Biden step up to any of our media cameras, we'll keep an eye on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are expecting a White House press briefing a little bit later here this morning, also expecting a Pentagon briefing. But right now, we do have our State Department spokesperson, Ned Price. He is speaking as he's giving an update on the latest with Ukraine. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. I do have a couple additional elements at the top, and then I promise we will take your questions. First, as Russia's forces have retreated over the past few days, the world has been shocked by the horrifying images of the Kremlin's brutality in Bucha and other cities near Kyiv. Civilians, many with their hands tied, apparently executed in the streets, others in mass graves. We are seeing credible reports of torture, rape, and civilians executed alongside their families. There are reports and images of a nightmare litany of atrocities, including reports of landmines and booby traps left behind by Putin's forces to injure even more civilians and slow the stabilization and recovery of devastated communities after they failed in their objective and withdrew. In keeping with its long track record of accusing others of its own heinous acts, the Kremlin issued a baseless and shameless denial of what we can all clearly see in Bucha and throughout the liberated towns of Kyiv Oblast, towns like Irpin and Hostomel. The United States has long warned that Putin's forces were likely to commit atrocities as part of their aggression. We have seen the catastrophic images of devastation from Mariupol, reports of tens of thousands abducted or deported by Russia's forces, and shocking descriptions of rape, assault, and murders perpetrated by Russia's forces in the towns and cities the Kremlin cynically claimed they were liberating. As Secretary Blinken reiterated yesterday, we have previously assessed that members of Russia's forces have committed war crimes. The images we have seen and reports we have heard suggest these atrocities are not the act of a rogue soldier. They are part of a broader, troubling campaign. We also see more names added to the lists of journalists killed while working to ensure we all know the truth of this brutal war. Those responsible for atrocities must be held accountable, as must those who ordered them. They cannot and will not act with impunity. We are tracking and documenting atrocities and sharing information with institutions working to hold responsible those accountable. We are pursuing accountability, supporting international accountability mechanisms and NGOs documenting human rights abuses. Right now, at the request of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, the United States is supporting a multinational team of international prosecutors to the region to directly support the efforts of the Prosecutor General's War Crimes Unit to collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of atrocities with a view towards pursuing criminal accountability. We must not become numb, as you heard from the Secretary yesterday, to the realities of Putin's brutality. The terrible death and destruction wrought by the Kremlin's forces is going to continue as long as Putin continues this senseless, unprovoked war. We know already this war is a strategic failure for Russia. Putin has failed to achieve his objectives and shown his weakness. The Russian Federation's military has dramatically underperformed, and Putin continues to devastate his country's economy, its financial system, and its global reputation. In spite of their failure, the Kremlin is doubling down in its brutal and indiscriminate war that it cannot and will not win. We condemn the Kremlin's long history of forcibly conscripting residents of Russia-occupied Crimea and those living in Russia-controlled areas of Ukraine. This conscription may involve even more Ukrainians, including those fleeing, who will be forced to wear the uniform of the enemy in their own country as part of the 134,000 conscripts the Kremlin intends to enlist as fodder for Putin's war machine. We have already heard credible reports, including from within Russia, of some soldiers and units in Russia's forces refusing to follow orders or intentionally making mistakes to avoid the needless killing. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield announced the United States, in close coordination with Ukraine and other member states and partners at the UN, intends to seek Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council. Her words rang clear. She said, "We cannot let a member state that is subverting every principle we hold dear to continue to participate in the HRC." It's urgent to do all we can to support Ukraine. We want Ukraine to prevail, and we know it will, and for Putin's brutal and cynical war effort to utterly fail. We're continuously tightening sanctions and preparing for additional sanctions, jointly with our allies and partners. We're strengthening NATO's defense, including on its eastern flank. We are moving quickly and resolutely to get Ukraine's defenders more of the defensive systems they are so effectively using in the defense of their own country and their freedom. We're doing everything we can in coordination and unity with our allies and partners to increase pressure on Putin, to strengthen Ukraine's position on the battlefield and at the negotiating table, so that the horrors of this war will end and a free, democratic Ukraine can rebuild stronger than ever before. Next, I'm pleased to announce that earlier today, Secretary Blinken formally launched, as you know, the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, the department's newest bureau, and a major step in realizing the Secretary's vision for the modernization of American diplomacy and the Department of State. At an event this morning, the Secretary introduced Jennifer Backus, a senior Foreign Service officer, as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the new bureau. Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Backus will lead the Bureau as senior Bureau official until an ambassador at large is nominated and confirmed by the Senate. The CDP Bureau includes policy units focused on international cyberspace security, international communications and information policy, and digital freedom as well. Acting Deputy Assistant Secretaries Michelle Markoff and Stephen Anderson and Acting Digital Freedom Coordinator Blake Peterson are leading those three policy units respectively. The CDP Bureau will report directly to Deputy Secretary Sherman for at least the first year. As we said when the Secretary announced his intent to establish this bureau late last year, the CDP Bureau is a key piece of a broader effort to orient the State Department for a fundamentally new era in global affairs, a world in which the climate crisis, global health, and emerging technologies are increasingly at the core of our common endeavors with allies and partners and our competition with rivals and adversaries. Secretary Blinken is working to build a State Department ready to meet the tests of the 21st century. Within this department, the CDP Bureau will lead and coordinate U.S. cyber and digital diplomacy to encourage responsible state behavior in cyberspace, protect the integrity and security of the Internet, promote a competitive digital economy, and uphold democratic values. As we launch the Bureau, we remain focused on continuing to make progress to establish the Office of the Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology. We are very grateful for the pioneering work of the cyber and technology diplomats who have worked for years at the department to advance U.S. foreign policy interests. And we are especially grateful for the strong bipartisan support of Congress in contributing to this legacy and in helping us shape the next chapter in U.S. cyber and digital policy diplomacy. Finally, the United States is home to more than 3.5 million Arab Americans, and the Department of State is proud to recognize April as National Arab American Heritage Month. Americans of Arab heritage, like their fellow citizens, represent a diverse array of cultures and traditions and are very much a part of the strong diversity of this nation. Many serve throughout the government, including here at the Department of State. Arab Americans have contributed in every field and profession, and their careers are as diverse as are their backgrounds. We mark National Arab American Heritage Month, noting these contributions and celebrate a community as old as America itself. With that, happy to turn to your questions.
Thanks, Ed.
And as we get into some of the reporter questions in this briefing, let's go ahead and send some viewers off to a quick 2-minute break.
Excuse me. Do you, is there anything that you can think of, either off the top of your head or maybe perhaps written down there, that is different about this than what the previous administration had proposed and this administration had then rejected?
This is fundamentally different from what was proposed in the last administration, a proposal that was met with opposition, including from Congress, as you heard me say just a moment ago.
Well, from some Democrats in Congress.
Well, from important elements of Congress, absolutely. The CDP Bureau includes 3 policy units focused on, as I said before, international cyberspace security policy, international communications and information policy, and digital freedom. We're also, as you know, establishing the special envoy position as well. Both of those entities will report to the Deputy Secretary for the first year, as you know, Matt, and I believe we've discussed this previously. The last administration proposed the creation of a bureau that would have been responsible for really only the national security aspects of cyberspace security and security-related aspects of emerging technology. Their proposed CSET, the Cyberspace Security and Emerging Technology Bureau, would have been placed under the Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security, under Dr. Jenkins in this case, and focused primarily on the security-related aspects of cyberspace. This is, as I just detailed, quite different. This merges the security, the economics, the values aspects of cyberspace into a single bureau to ensure that we have an approach across these 3 realms that is integrated and coordinated and represents the values and the interests of our blended security, economic, and human rights interests. Meanwhile, the Special Envoys team will provide expertise to develop and coordinate international policy on priority emerging technologies and drive forward the technology partnerships towards those cross-cutting objectives.
Okay, so you would say that this is broader and than what had been previously proposed, and is not just adding another layer of bureaucracy.
It is broader. It incorporates fundamental aspects that were not contemplated in CSET. It is given an increased priority with this building reporting directly to the Deputy Secretary for at least the first year.
Secondly, you said you mentioned that you're supporting multinational something or other. Mm-hmm. I can't read my notes here. In terms of war crimes prosecutions, at the request of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General. Can you be a little bit more explicit about what that support is? Is it money? Is it people? And is this not part of what had been previously announced, or is this something new? Because, you know, over the course of the last couple of weeks, there have been additional tranches of assistance, some of which have included things somewhat like this. So
that's right. So to take a step back, since we have been discussing the atrocities and now the assessed war crimes that Russia's forces have committed in Ukraine, we have focused on shining a spotlight on what is transpiring before our very eyes, but then also on our efforts together with our allies and partners to promote and to ensure accountability for all those responsible for perpetrating these horrific crimes or atrocities in the first instance, but also anyone who may have ordered them. And there are a number of accountability mechanisms that are ongoing right now. As we mentioned, the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, this individual has a war crimes unit that has been established. He is putting together criminal cases, and we're supporting that, but that is not the only venue. We're supporting NGOs, U.S. grantees in this case. They're documenting evidence for use in court of law, in an appropriate jurisdiction, whether that's in Ukraine or elsewhere. As you know, at the Human Rights Council, we helped create this commission of inquiry that is also undertaking an important effort to document, analyze, memorialize with an eye towards accountability. The OSCE has established the Moscow mechanism with the very same intent, and we've been part of that as well. When it comes to the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, your question, right now we are supporting a multinational team of international experts and other war crimes experts deployed to the region. This interdisciplinary team includes American experts and is directly supporting efforts of Ukraine's Prosecutor General War Crimes Unit, an effort that entails collecting, preserving, analyzing evidence of atrocities with a view towards pursuing criminal accountability.
So it's both money and people?
That's correct. So there are American experts. In some cases, they're prosecutors, and some cases they're interdisciplinary experts who are in their personal capacity working with this team that the Ukrainian Prosecutor General has put together. I don't have a precise number to offer you, but they are in the region, not in Ukraine, but they are in the region supporting this important work. And as you alluded to, we have also offered funding through our partners, NGOs and others who are part of this effort.
Can you give us a rough idea of how much?
We'll see if we can get you an estimate of how much.
Lastly, from me, the Secretary is heading to Brussels tomorrow, as you're well aware. And I am just curious as to, this is the annual spring NATO foreign ministers NAC meeting, and but obviously it's taking place amidst a crisis for the alliance, but also for Ukraine. And I'm just wondering if there's anything you can preview for about what might come out of this meeting, or if it is kind of Ukraine plus setting up the summit in Spain for later this year.
Well, of course, there will be an eye towards what is to happen in Spain later this year when NATO leaders will convene and bless a new strategic concept. But much of this will be, as you might expect, focused on two things. One is ensuring that we are doing everything we can as member states, but also as an alliance, to continue to support our Ukrainian partners, including their security needs, which of course is the purview of NATO. Every single NATO ally has provided assistance to our Ukrainian partners. Many of them have provided security assistance. The United States, for our part, has provided $2.3 billion over the course of this administration, $1.6 billion over the course of the past month alone. And many of our fellow NATO allies have provided their own share of significant security assistance to our NATO partners. So this will be an opportunity for ministers to discuss, to convene what it is that our Ukrainians need. Of course, we're in close dialogue with them. As you know, Secretary Blinken has an opportunity to speak to his foreign minister counterpart, Foreign Minister Kuleba, quite regularly. The Secretary of Defense, I believe today, just spoke to his Ukrainian counterpart. Many of our NATO allies are just as actively engaged with their foreign minister and defense minister counterpart in Ukraine. So we'll have an opportunity to compare notes, what more we might be able to do, marry that with the needs we recognize that the Ukrainians have. The second element of this, and much of this is coordinated not through NATO, but through individual member states and through other groupings, multilateral groupings, is to discuss what more we can do to not only hold to account and to continue to put pressure on the Kremlin, on the Russian Federation, on the cronies and oligarchs who are continuing to support this war effort. But when it comes to NATO, there will also be a discussion as to any additional measures that may be needed to reassure, to reinforce the eastern flank. And as you know, there have been a number of moves announced before the Russian invasion began in late February, a number of moves announced after, and it will be an opportunity again for the ministers to convene to discuss the important issue of NATO reassurance. Humara.
Just to follow up on that, and then will the Secretary be discussing any punitive action specifically linked to Bucha?
I am certain that the apparent atrocities that we are seeing in Bucha will be a topic of discussion with the Secretary and his NATO foreign minister counterparts. These images that we've seen over the past 24 hours, they are searing, they are painful, they are equally a reminder of why we must continue to support our Ukrainian partners and why we must continue to hold to account those who are ultimately responsible for these apparent atrocities, these war crimes, these heinous acts. You've heard from our European partners that they are looking at measures to apply additional pressure in response to what we've seen over the past 24 hours. You've heard from the president today that there will be a response from the United States as well. One of the many elements that will be on the table at NATO is a discussion of ensuring that we are working together as individual allies, as individual member states, to harmonize, to coordinate those actions that we have taken and those that we are contemplating and we soon will take to see to it that we are deriving as much utility from this coordinated approach.
And my last one on Russia is,
all right, a lot of comments being made on the recent reports coming from Bucha, Ukraine. World leaders been giving some reaction of outrage here today after it appears that there was deliberate killings of civilians, some even who had been said to have been tied up. So we are continuing to listen in here to the State Department briefing. Some of you are going to be stepping away for a brief break.
To provide adequate medical care immediately or otherwise to release him to the United States to receive the care that he needs. As you know, there is no higher priority within this building, within this administration, than the safety, the security, the well-being, the welfare of Americans around the world, and that certainly includes Americans who are detained around the world, including those Americans who are wrongfully detained, which is the case with Trevor Reed. The president had an opportunity to meet with the Reed family last week. Ambassador Carstens, Secretary Blinken have also had opportunities to meet and to speak with the families of detained Americans, including Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed in the case of Russia. We will continue doing everything we can to see to it that Trevor Reed and all of those unjustly held around the world are reunited with their families. Yes.
You mentioned European partners looking at more sanctions. There's a renewed debate in Europe about an embargo on at least oil and coal imports from Russia. Do you support that? Do you call on them to do more on energy sanctions against Russia, even gas?
So these are decisions for our European allies to make themselves. When President Biden signed last month the executive order that essentially banned the import of Russian energy to the United States, we were quite candid that this was not something that we were calling on our European allies to do, principally because there is a context in this country that is unique to this country and that is not shared by many of our European allies. We are an energy producer. We have energy infrastructure, well-developed energy infrastructure in this country. And so we are able to take steps and to do things that other countries around the world are not able to do. In the place of that, what we did do and what came in the wake of the president's visit to Europe was the establishment of a joint U.S.-EU energy task force to look at both the near-term needs of our European allies, the ability to surge energy supplies, including supplies of liquefied natural gas, and to ensure stability in global energy markets and to ensure a steady supply of global energy, while over the longer term, discussing what we will need to do collectively, individually as allies, to further build resilience and, in some cases, to decrease reliance on Russian energy. Part and parcel of that will be the longer-term transition to renewables, away from fossil fuels, away from the energy sources that Moscow has in recent years, in the case of Ukraine and elsewhere, sought to weaponize, to enact their malign agenda. Over time, it is our goal to see to it that Moscow is no longer in a position to do that. We have been able to take steps to do that. A number of our allies and partners around the world have been able to take steps to do that, and we're working with our allies and partners to build that resilience and that capacity.
Just to follow up on the prosecutor's team, you said there were American people in the region, but not in Ukraine. Is there any plan to send a team in Ukraine, in Bucha or elsewhere, to document and to find evidence about this?
Right now, the team of Americans are working closely with NGOs and other partners, American grantees in this case, who are doing that work along with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office of documenting, of memorializing that. This is work that the team of American experts and prosecutors is able to do from outside of Ukraine. Yes.
Do you have any update on expelling Russia from the Human Rights Council, and any updates too on transferring tanks, S-300 systems, and MiG-29 to Ukraine?
So Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, as we spoke about at the top, announced today that the United States, in close coordination with other member states, including, of course, Ukraine, intends to seek the suspension of Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. In her comments, the ambassador called on those member states who have already acted, now twice in this case, to condemn the Russian Federation, to act with us on this. There have now been two recent votes. 141 countries and 140 countries have come together to condemn the aggression, to condemn this senseless war that we continue to see Russia wage against its neighbor. And her words were clear today. She said that we cannot let a member state that is subverting every principle we hold dear to continue to participate in the HRC. Nor should it hold a position of authority and use its seat on the Council as a tool for propaganda, to suggest that Moscow has any concern about human rights. She called it a farce. That is precisely what it is. They have turned it into a farce. President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, they have all said that, according to information that is currently available to us, we believe Russia's forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine, and the action of voting to suspend a state's membership on the Council is rare, it's extraordinary, we recognize that, but we also recognize that the international community must stand in clear defiance and condemnation of Russia's horrific conduct, and we believe it will do so once again in the General Assembly.
Do you have the votes necessary to expel them out, do you think?
It is something we are discussing with Ukraine, with other member states in the UN system. Twice now in recent weeks, we've seen the vast majority of the UN's member states stand up in clear contravention of what Russia is doing. It is something that we'll continue to discuss, but as we've heard, there has been widespread, strong condemnation of this conduct, and this would be the next natural step.
And do you have anything on the tanks, the S-300 and the MiG-29?
What we've said is that we are providing our Ukrainian partners, together with our allies and partners, many of whom are doing the same, with precisely what they need to take on the threat they are facing from Russia. So you have heard us speak to any number of systems, surface-to-air systems, anti-aircraft systems, anti-tank systems, broader anti-armor systems, unmanned aerial systems, including drones, including the Switchblade drones that the Department of Defense has spoken to. We have provided a litany of those systems and assets that we are providing to Ukraine, in addition to the lump sum of $2.3 billion that has been allocated over the course of this administration, including $1.6 billion in the last month alone. There are some systems and capabilities that we're speaking to publicly, but we can what we're doing is ensuring that our Ukrainian partners have precisely those systems that they need, and in many cases, those on which they're already trained. Yes?
Off-topic, cyber-related question. Sure. Last week, the Bradley International Airport in Connecticut was hit with a cyber attack. A Russian group was ID'd as likely to have carried that out. Has state or the interagency seen any other attacks on U.S. critical infrastructure since then? Is that something you could...
Since then to, sorry, was last question?
Since that attack at Bradley, has state or the interagency seen any similar attacks on U.S. critical infrastructure?
So I do not believe, and I would refer you to law enforcement, but there has been any attribution for the specific incident that you're referring to. But the president last month did warn, and you heard from Ann Neuberger as well, the White House, the National Security Council senior cyber official, of our concern that Russia may seek to use its significant cyber capabilities to go after American interests, including interests here in this country. I'm not in a position to speak to or provide any additional details today, but we're working very closely with industry, knowing that cybersecurity is not something that the federal government can do on its own. It absolutely has to entail a partnership between the federal government and the private sector. There have been briefings with the private sector. The president has very publicly encouraged the private sector to ensure that its cyber defenses are up to date and that they are moving full speed ahead. So we'll continue to do that, and if we have any additional information to share, we will. Jenny.
Thank you, Nate.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. Want to remind everyone what's going to be coming up here in the next hour of Live Now from Fox. So going to finish out this State Department briefing with Ned Price. You can see White House press now getting sat down. We are expecting that briefing to get underway, which will play from the start for you after the State Department is done. So some of you are going to be seeing our final 2-minute break of this hour as we continue to listen in more on our response to the war happening in Ukraine.
In the DPRK. We have noted that in the past. When it comes to the incoming South Korean government, I should say, I would note that there is a team here in Washington today. ROK President-elect Yoon, U.S. ROK Policy Consultation Delegation is being led by the National Assembly Representative Park Jin, who will have several meetings at the department today, including with our Deputy Secretary, including with Ambassador Sung Kim, our Special Envoy for the DPRK. We know that the U.S. ROK alliance is the linchpin of peace, of security, of prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, and we look forward to continuing to work with our partners, our allies in the ROK, including the incoming government, on the challenge that's posed by the DPRK's ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs, but also to seek to address the humanitarian needs and the concerns of the DPRK people.
Will the Secretary Blinken meet this team or not?
I do not believe there's any plans for the Secretary to meet with the team from the incoming government, but the Deputy Secretary will, and Sung Kim will as well.
Last question, there is information that North Korea has hacked huge amount of money using virtual currency. Do you have any information on this?
I do not. This is something that the Treasury Department may be able to assist you with.
So is the treaty alliance with Japan no longer the linchpin of Indo-Pacific security as it was? Or are they both? Are they're two?
There's the cornerstone and there's a linchpin, and there's been no change in our policy.
Thank you, Ned. 2 questions, one on North Korea and one on Hong Kong. First, you mentioned Ambassador Sung Kim. He's supposed to have a meeting with his Chinese counterpart. Could you just say, is the U.S. satisfied with China as a partner in denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula recently? China was not part of the joint statement out of the UN after the March 24 ICBM launch. can you preview at all what Ambassador Kim will be discussing with his Chinese counterpart? Will he be seeking Chinese support for new UN Security Council resolution against DPRK? And then on Hong Kong, do you have any comment on Carrie Lam's announcement that she won't seek a second term?
So I can confirm that Ambassador Sung Kim will be meeting with his PRC counterpart today in Washington. As you know, we coordinate closely in the first instance with our allies, the ROK in Japan, on a coordinated approach to the DPRK's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs. But it's also important that we consult with those countries that are in a position to wield leverage over the DPRK, including in some cases in ways that we are not. And the PRC is certainly one of those countries. We believe that all countries, again, especially those countries that may have ties with the DPRK that the United States, Japan, the ROK do not, to use that relationship in a way that is constructive and in a way that moves us towards our collective goal of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. So this will be a topic of discussion when Ambassador Sung Kim meets with his PRC counterpart. It is something that we do from time to time to ensure that we are coordinated as can be, and to see to it that the measures of accountability that we have put forward at the UN, in the international system more broadly, are enacted, and that all countries around the world are doing what they need to do to ensure those measures have the appropriate effectiveness. On Carrie Lam, so we have seen the reports today. In general, as you've heard from us before, we condemn the PRC's continuing assault on Hong Kong's autonomy, its protected rights and freedoms, and the way of life. The PRC's degradation of Hong Kong's electoral system is eliminating, as you've heard us say, what remains of Hong Kong's political pluralism. U.S. policy towards Hong Kong has been consistent and will not waver. We support a peaceful, prosperous, and stable Hong Kong that enjoys its promised high degree of autonomy, promised by the PRC. The United States has an enormous stake in Hong Kong's future, from the enduring personal, cultural, and educational ties between the people in the United States and Hong Kong to our significant business presence there as well. I would note when it comes to Carrie Lam that the Department of the Treasury sanctioned her in August of 2020 for being involved in developing, adopting, or implementing the national security law. Yes, sir.
Questions about Georgia, of course. A few hours ago, this morning, the main intelligence directorate of Ministry of Defense of Ukraine released an intelligence report saying that the Russians are establishing a channel for smuggling sanctioned goods, including the military weaponry, through the territory of Georgia with the consent of the political leadership of the country. In addition to that, the statement mentioned that the representative of the Georgian intelligence services received a directive from the political leadership not to hinder the activities of smugglers. So, two questions. Does the State Department also track the same report? Do you have anything to support Ukrainian intelligence on that? And secondly, can you explain more broadly what would be the consequences for those countries who try to help Belarus or Russia to bypass those Western sanctions? Thank you.
So I'm not in a position to substantiate or to speak to the allegation you mentioned. We've talked about this last week, but the people of Georgia have relatively fresh memories of what it means to be on the receiving end of Russian aggression, including Russian attempts to wrest away sovereign territory. We have seen the people of Georgia, the government of Georgia, stand with the international community, including in important votes in the UN in opposition to what we are seeing the Kremlin undertake in Ukraine. We've been in close contact with our colleagues in Georgia on the ongoing situation and will continue to be in close contact with them. Without speaking to any particular country, we have made the point that those countries who seek to circumvent the sanctions that the United States and our allies and partners around the world have enacted, or those countries who otherwise seek to support the war effort, the Kremlin war effort, by providing Russia with financial backing, with supplies, with weapons, they will face consequences. They will face consequences for attempting to skirt sanctions or for undertaking any actions that would otherwise aid Moscow's war effort.
And just to follow up on the coordination on the prosecutorial level that you mentioned in the beginning, if I understood correctly, regional countries are also participating in that effort,
That's right?
Do you have any information as of now if Georgia also participates in that effort?
I will leave it to the Georgian government to discuss how they might be supporting the effort towards accountability, to hold accountable those in Russia and those Russian forces in Ukraine who are responsible for these atrocities and war crimes. Yes?
I have a question about the nuclear negotiations with Iran. For weeks now, and since the pause in the Vienna talks, you've been saying that a deal is within reach, is close, but there are issues still outstanding, and there's been progress made, but the ball is in Iran's court that they have to make this a political decision. Well, today your Iranian counterpart said exactly the same thing, that the ball is in the U.S. court.
I noticed that.
How much longer are these weeks going to go on, and how much longer are you going to be kicking the ball back and forth?
Well, I don't know that this is what you might consider a genuine kicking of the ball back and forth. And I say that because anyone involved in the talks knows precisely who has made constructive proposals, who has introduced demands that are unrelated to the JCPOA, and how we reached this current moment. That said, it has been our consistent position. We won't negotiate these issues in public. We still believe there is an opportunity to overcome our remaining differences. On the question of time frame, this is something we've discussed at length before. We continue to believe, as of April 4th, today, 2022, that a mutual return to compliance would be in our non-proliferation interests, in our broader national security interests. That is because today, and for as long as this remains the case, a mutual return to compliance would again place verifiable, permanent limits on Iran's nuclear program, in the vernacular, to put Iran's program back in the box, in a way that would be to our benefit and to the benefit of not only our European allies, who are also members of the P5+1, but to the broader international community. Now, Iran, since 2018, when the last administration walked away from the Iran deal, has made significant advancements in its nuclear program. And the continued pace of those advancements is slowly chipping away at the non-proliferation benefits that a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA would convey to us and to our allies and partners around the world. As soon as it is no longer in our interest, that is to say, as soon as Iran's advancements in its nuclear program go beyond the non-proliferation benefits that we would otherwise accrue from a mutual return to compliance, that is when the deal would no longer be in our interest, and we would pursue other means of seeing to it that Iran cannot ever obtain a nuclear weapon.
Well, you have been saying this about Iran's progress in its nuclear activities, about its enrichment, but it seems like either the weeks are getting longer, are being extended, or have they slowed down their progress maybe to give time? I don't know.
I'm not in a position to offer an assessment of Iran's nuclear advancements from here, beyond saying that when the deal was fully in effect at the outset of the deal, Iran's breakout time was close to a year. It went from a small handful of months before the deal to about 12 months when the deal was fully in effect. And we know from our experts in this building, we know from our experts in the intelligence community, we know from our experts experts, I should say, within the IAEA, that Iran was abiding by its commitments under the JCPOA and the protocols that were in place to verifiably and permanently prevent Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon were working. Now, since 2018, Iran has been in a position to accelerate its nuclear program in ways that would have been barred, would have been prevented by the JCPOA when it was in full effect. And with that, Iran has been able to shrink that breakout time from where it started to a point where we can measure it in weeks rather than months. To us, that is unacceptable as a long-term proposition. The only long-term proposition that is acceptable to us is the fact that Iran must never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. As I said before, we continue to believe that the best means to achieve that right now is through a mutual return to compliance with the Iran deal. Eventually, that will no longer be the case when the Iranian nuclear program goes beyond the point at which the JCPOA would still work to our advantage.
One last one. Is the PMD, the possible military dimension, clarification of that issue, a precondition to moving on to the deal, or could that be something that can happen afterwards if JCPOA is revived?
We, as you know, defer to the IAEA on these questions. The IAEA must be satisfied in terms of what it needs from Iran. Yes.
Is there a diplomatic path forward to resolve Russia's blockade of Ukrainian ports so that the food supplies could be released?
Well, we know that there has to be one. We know that the implications of President Putin's war on Ukraine have been dire in terms of food security. He has launched a war between two of the world's largest producers of food supplies and fertilizer, for that matter, while disrupting the supply chain, while targeting ships that in some cases have been carrying agricultural products. We were just in North Africa last week, and there are countries in that region who import more than half of certain commodities, including food supplies, from Russia and in some cases Ukraine. And so the fact that President Putin has launched this war has not only devastated the people of Ukraine, it has not only had a devastating effect on the Russian people, those who are fighting and dying in Ukraine, but those who are suffering the consequences of the measures that the international community has put forward. But this is, in many ways, a conflict that is being felt around the world because of the rise in commodity prices, including the rise in food prices as well. What we are doing, we have put forward significant humanitarian assistance for the region that we have spoken to, including the up to $1 billion for Ukraine and for those in the region who have been affected by this. But we also have a program called Feed the Future, and together with Congress, we are working to ensure that that program, which seeks to ensure greater resilience over time to price shocks, especially when it comes to food prices, is funded, is able to help both the current situation and with the situation over the longer term. There has been about $11 billion that we are working with Congress to fund in that program. Yes.
Need one more talking about the South Koreans and U.S. Policy consultation delegations is said, they said to be discussing a comprehensive strategic alliance with the United States. What is the core of a comprehensive strategic alliance meaning? I mean, they said that comprehensive strategic alliance.
I see. Well, I can't speak to to that particular reference, but obviously I can say that the ROK is an important treaty ally of ours, and we work together as allies to take on both the threats and the opportunities that are presented in the Indo-Pacific region. When it comes to the former category, there is no greater threat, as we've said, to international peace and security, and especially acute in the region than the DPRK's ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program. We work very closely with the ROK on that. We do so bilaterally in terms of our alliance relationship. We also have emphasized the trilateral role, working together with our Japanese and South Korean allies on this urgent challenge. I think we discussed last week that Secretary Blinken last had an opportunity to meet with his ROK and Japanese counterparts in Hawaii late last year in the trilateral format. Deputy Secretary Sherman often engages with our allies in the trilateral format as well, and Sung Kim does as well. Today, in addition to her meeting with the team from the incoming ROK government, Deputy Secretary Sherman will also have an opportunity to speak to the Deputy Foreign Minister of Japan, Deputy Foreign Minister Mori, which I think just underlines the emphasis we have, both bilaterally and trilaterally, on coordination with the ROK in Japan. Okay, final question?
Got a couple. Well, they'll be extremely brief. But just first, just in the interest of consistency in our sports metaphors, when the ball in court, it generally does not involve kicking, right? Basketball, volleyball,
sure.
Tennis, sure. Right? It's hitting or throwing, not kicking. So just along the lines of the linchpin cornerstone
Appreciate it.
debate.
Yeah.
Two completely unrelated things, political situations in foreign countries. One, in Hungary, Viktor Orban has won, or congratulations in order.
All right, guys. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening into this update. State Department again reacting to just some of those horrific scenes that have been shown to us over the weekend, and still seeing a lot of those Russian troops continuing to move their way through, leaving a path of damage, and now also a lot of civilians unfortunately also killed in the path of these Russian troops. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we're always staying on top of breaking news and those top stories happening across the country. This just in here, we did want to let our viewers know that we have had it confirmed, breaking news here today. The suspect in the Sacramento mass shooting is in custody. Police say they have arrested 26-year-old DeAndre Martin. He's booked on charges of assault with a firearm and brings a prohibited person in possession of a firearm. Murder charges should soon follow. Now, this mass shooting in Sacramento on Sunday had killed 3 men and 3 women, while also injuring 12 others. Now, the 6 victims killed by the gunfire have been identified by the Sacramento County coroner. Let's go ahead and read out those names of those who lost their lives because of this shooting. You can see their names on your screen here, too. We do have a 21-year-old, Jontea Alexander, a 38-year-old, Sergio Harris, 29-year-old, Devisa Turner, 21-year-old, Yamil Martinez Andrade, and 57-year-old Melinda Davis, 32-year-old Joshua Hoyle Lucchesi. So all of those victims there named, and unfortunately so many families and friends also mourning the lives of those people. Now, it is unclear if there are other shooters outstanding. Police say this is an ongoing investigation, especially since they had recovered so many gun casings, bullet casings out at that scene. Back to that scene video, too, you can see that there was multiple blocks that had been blocked off from the public. Now, police previously had said they believe that at least 2 shooters opened fire in downtown Sacramento. The shooting did start after there was a fight near an upscale hotel. Police have not said if the incidents are connected. They're also asking witnesses to provide videos or other information. Police going on to say investigators are working to identify those responsible for this horrific act. This is all according to the Sacramento police chief. She went on to say, we know a large fight took place just prior to this shooting, and we have confirmed there were multiple shooters. So authorities say it stands that there are some victims that are still receiving medical attention at a local hospital. And of course, you can count on us right here on Live Now from Fox to continue to follow the latest developments in this story. One arrest has been made. If we do see a police press conference later this afternoon, of course, that will be something we'll bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to follow news happening across the country, want to let our viewers know we do have a White House press briefing that is underway with our national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. We'll be jumping into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we return from this break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to let our viewers know that we are keeping an eye on our Capitol Hill, as we do have our Senate committee, that Judiciary Committee that had been debating the nomination for the Supreme Court, the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson. They are on a pause while they're waiting for at least one more senator to show up so that they're able to vote if it should move to the full Senate for her confirmation. So we will be keeping our eyes on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Christy Larson at the desk.